Saints. Clear Channel Sports proudly presents New Orleans Saints football as the Saints prepare in the preseason for defense of their Western Division NFC title. Proud sponsors of the Saints on radio include Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. Popeye's famous fried chicken and biscuits, the official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. Sears Brand Central, the brand you want at the store you trust. Your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Remember, there's only one Jeep. Pennzoil Motor Oil and Gum Out, available at all Walmart stores. BC Headache Powder. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster. And Tabasco brand products. Tabasco sauce, 7-spice chili, and Tabasco Bloody Mary mix. They're Louisiana legends. Now stand by to claim your 50-yard line seat with the 1992 Saints Network broadcast team. Archie Manning, Jim Henderson, and David Garrett.
It's so good to be home in the Dome, but the schedule does not get much easier as the Chicago Bears come to town, and we hope you enjoy our broadcast of New Orleans Saints football here on the Saints Network. This game has been sold out since August 18th. Fans will enjoy the home opener as the Saints, with the 0-1 record, need the home fans and need the win at home to start out this 1992 season. Chicago is the second of 5 consecutive teams on the Saints schedule to win at least 10 games from last season. Remaining in the stretch with the Bears, who were 11-5 in 91, or Atlanta, which finished 11-5 last year, San Francisco, which finished 10-6 last year, and Detroit, which finished 12-4 last season. And Atlanta and Detroit are both road games. So Jim Henderson and Archie Manning, it is good to be home in the Dome because wins at home are most important, and the Chicago Bears seem to be another formidable opponent. That's an understatement coming in today.
There's no doubt about that, David, and the Saints, of course, very much in need of a win after losing the opener in Philadelphia, and this Bear team has been a great starting team. Over the last, since Mike Dick has been there, I'm sure it's been the best team in September throughout the NFL, correct, Jim? And I think they've, won 9 openers, or they've been 2-0 9 times. That's incredible.
It really is. They have won 9 straight openers. If they win here today, they will have 9 straight years of 2-0 starts. I was talking with Jim Moore about that down in the locker room prior to the game, and he says he's charted all that out. And he said one thing that occurs to him is the Bears almost inevitably open at home every year, so that helps them in their opener. And then they've had a very fortuitous schedule many times recently, and that they've played a divisional foe like Tampa Bay or Green Bay in their second game, oftentimes at home. But that's to take nothing away from the Bears. They're a fine football team. If the Saints have any reason for optimism today, I think it's that they feel they can't play any worse than they did last week against the Eagles. They will have to play better to beat the Bears, but they feel that they were doing an awful lot of things in preseason, especially running the football, that they somehow got totally away from last week. First game jitters, they reverted to some bad habits, and they expect to be able to stop the run more like the Saints teams of old, and they expect to be able to run the ball better here today. Again, they have to beat the Bears.
All right. What about pressuring Jim Harbaugh? The man who will know most about that is the defensive line coach of the New Orleans Saints, John Pease. We'll visit with John in just a moment after this for BC Powders and Southwest Airlines.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy 1 round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for 1 night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
Power, VC Power. When your job gives you a powerful headache, you need the power of VC. Power, VC Power.
In this auto body shop, you get a headache just walking in the door.
VC Power in the powder, the power of VC.
Somebody's hammering out dents over here or running a grinder over there. So there's always noise.
VC Power in the powder.
at their speed. Pretty soon your head starts pounding like a sledgehammer.
You need something to see you through, something strong so you feel like new.
Around here, there's headaches just looking for a place to happen. But BC knocks them right out.
BC power in the powder, the power of BC.
When you need strong relief, BC stops pain fast.
The power of BC.
Use as directed.
The Louisiana Superdome. Defensive coach John Pease, our guest now, and looking at the line and its responsibilities today, you're facing more of a methodical type offense than maybe you faced a week ago.
Yeah, these guys, they're pretty set in their ways. Ditka's, he's a guy that if they run the ball, they'll run the ball, and even if they don't make many yards, they'll keep running it, and they'll go, as we found out last year, 58 minutes, and they'll just keep doing it until they're successful. They believe in it, and they're going to stay with it.
How is Harbaugh in the scramble, and not necessarily compared to Randall Cunningham, because I don't think you can, with any player in the league, compare him to Randall Cunningham, but would you like to push and pressure him out of the pocket more today?
Well, we'll go after him like we did Randall. You know, you have to respect him and be real smart in how you go after him, but you still got to go after him. We got to pressure him in passing situations. We got to get their running game stopped and get after him in third downs and force them into. It's going to be real important that we get them into second and long and third and 6 or more yardage.
You know, Chicago in the past has had problems with keeping a starting quarterback. And I think for the first time in a very long time, Harbaugh starts all 16 games in the regular season last season. Have you noticed his consistency and his improvement over this time?
Well, he's a Ditka quarterback. He's steady. He doesn't make a mistake. He runs the team well. He functions with them. He gets the audibles called when he needs to call them. He's not flashy. He's just a steady kind of workman quarterback.
How do the Saints defensive coaches plan to make up for the lack of having Wilkes in the lineup today?
Well, you know, Les Miller and Pitt Goff, both who've been steady players, will play for us, and I don't think we'll drop off too much. Those guys are both good football players. They wouldn't be with us.
You know, what does drop off with the loss of Wilkes out of the lineup today? You heard the coach's comments. Good guys or they wouldn't be with us, but most certainly they're not starting, and Wilkes was, so what's the difference?
Well, Jimmy Wilkes has been around here a long time, 12 years, such a solid player, plays a lot of different positions, but that's a great trademark of this entire defensive line of the Saints, that everyone plays all the positions, and I think they're very fortunate when they get injuries in that respect. Not to discredit Jim Wilkes, but I think it's true. I think Miller and Pickgoff will fill in. That's the only thing the Saints may not have the depth at the defensive line spot today that they have on most Sundays.
I think you put it exactly right, Archie. You used the word solid, and I think that's what Jim Wilkes has given this team week in and week out. We're not privy to the defensive line's grades, but I would bet that he probably grades out as high as anyone because he is so consistent. And as being a former defensive end, he's also got a bit of a pass rush in the middle. He's got some moves, and he can penetrate maybe a little bit more than a Les Miller can, who's more or less a run plugger.
Well, the protection of Bobby Hebert will be talked about today, and it will be looked at here in the booth as well. He did not have a lot of time to throw the football last week. We'll talk with offensive line coach Paul Boudreau about that fact coming up in a moment. Now these local messages. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
If it's sports, you've got to know all the scores. Baseball, football, hockey, and more. If it's about the Saints, you want to know all the updates. The decision makers, Jim Finch and the Jim Moore Show. And who knows the Saints better than our favorite quarterback? The Archie Manning Show. Where can you get all of this and a whole lot more? Q93 sister station, Sports 1280 AM. Sports 24 hours a day. So while the other stations are reporting what they predict, hear it from the horse's mouth. Sports 24 hours a day, only on Sports 1280 AM.
Exxon Shop salutes the 26th Saints season with special savings they're passing on to you. Save with the Tiger all summer long. Stop in a local convenient Exxon Shop near you and stock up on plenty of 10K. Beat summer heat with lots of 10K. All 32-ounce flavors only 99 cents at all participating Exxon shops. Rely on the Tiger, rely on your Exxon shops. Stock up on plenty of 10K. All 32-ounce flavors only 99 cents at all participating Exxon shops. Rely on the Tiger, rely on your Exxon shops. Prices may vary at participating locations.
When you come to Royal Oldsmobile, you don't have to wonder if you're getting the best deal or the best service anywhere. You can count on it. Royal is the dealership that's different.
At Royal, we have 5 Oldsmobile master technicians. That's more than anybody in our southeast region.
When you buy a car from Royal Oldsmobile, from selection to taking delivery of the car, it's going to be a pleasant experience because we're different.
Take it from the pros who know. Royal Oldsmobile, the dealership that's different.
Hi, CJ Morgan here.
And I'm Monica Pierre.
Join us mornings for CJ and Company, where we do Kiss Off Friday, Telltale Thursday, Choke Off Wednesday, Trivia Tuesday, and of course my personal favorite, What's on Your Mind Monday.
CJ, what's on your mind?
I
thought so. That's CJ and Company mornings on Continuous Music Q93.
CJ Morgan and Monica Pierre in the morning on Continuous Music Q93 with always more than 93 in a row.
You're listening to Q93.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome as the Saints open the home regular season against the Chicago Bears. 12 noon kickoff here on the Saints Network. Offensive line coach Paul Boudreau is our guest. And Paul, just before we went on the air, you were saying hopefully this interview brings us better results. It's a different team, and you said Philadelphia just pinned their ears back and came straight at the Saints. What do the Bears do defensively?
Well, they're similar in scheme. You know, the 46 defense was kind of devised when it was in Chicago, and they run a four-man front and they get after you. You know, they don't have any Reggie Whites over there, but Steve McMichael and Richard Dent, they're just the same kind of players. They're big play guys. So we're going to have our hands full, and like you say, hopefully we can get this thing turned around.
I talked to Coach Moore during one of his talk shows during the week and asked him about mistakes that you made or the bad play that you had last week. Do you notice if you get that ironed out during the week? He said sometimes you look good in practice and maybe not in the game. But how did you feel this week went?
I think the guys were focused a little bit more. Not that they weren't trying hard. Last week they tried extremely hard. But I think when you go into a meeting, you have a sense of, hey, they're paying attention a little bit more. When they're in a practice field, it was a little bit more intense. Hopefully there'll be a carryover in the game. You don't even know. You know, sometimes you come out in pregame warm-up, you think you're ready to go, and you can come out flat. But our guys have a lot of pride. We've won a lot of football games here, and I think they'll pick it up a notch, and that's what it'll have to be today because it's a hell of a football team, and basically we got our ass kicked last week, and they have some pride about them.
Bobby Hebert and time in the pocket is crucial, but can you narrow it down to seconds? I mean, if he'd have had a half more second, or was he getting a half less second than what he's accustomed to? I know you coaches with stopwatches have it narrowed down to a science. How much time does Bobby need?
Well, he needs, you know, we'd like him not to be hit. You know, we only gave up one sack last week, but we were going pretty well until about almost the beginning of the fourth quarter, and that's when he started getting hit. And when a quarterback gets hit, he has a feeling, not that he's looking at the rush anymore, but he has a feeling that he has to get it away. And that means he throws the ball a little high, he throws the ball a little bit off time, and then your whole passing game is totally destroyed because he's throwing it with not the rhythm at the running backs and the receivers are running the routes. We're going to try to finish every block we have today. There are going to be people flying around until you see the whistle. We made up our mind that if he gets hit, that we're going to be part of that hit. That guy on defense is going to have a body on him.
Paul Boudreau, the offensive line coach of the New Orleans Saints. And Archie, what does the difference in a half second or so mean time-wise for Bobby Hebert?
Well, Paul made a good point right there. The big difference is when you're getting hit, and it doesn't always show up in statistics following a game of sacks. Now, I've always maintained many times Bobby Hebert is at his best when the bullets are really flying and people are close to him. He's a strong guy, he's a tough guy, and he hangs in there so well. But it really does affect someone. And Paul made a good point. A quarterback has to expect protection. You've got to expect protection when you call a play. But it's just human nature. If you're getting hit time after time, and maybe into the second half last week, I think a few times Bobby really wasn't expecting great protection. He wasn't necessarily getting it either, and it probably did affect some of his throws.
That's the voice of experience speaking to my left. Nobody got hit more during his career, so he knows whereof he speaks. Now these network messages on the Saints Network.
comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
This football season, you can talk to Saints coach Jim Moore each Tuesday evening during the Jim Moore call-in show on many of these Saints radio network stations. Host David Garrett and Coach Jim Moore will talk about the game from the weekend just passed and look ahead to the Saints' next opponent. Plus, you can ask the questions about the Saints and the NFL you have for Coach Moore. The Jim Moore call-in show, Tuesday evening, 6:30 p.m. from Clear Channel Sports on many of these Saints radio network stations.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Dave Garrett along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson. And in this segment, we usually talk with one of the visiting radio booth members. We had a 1 out of 4 chance and got Dick Butkus from the Chicago Bears booth. And Dick, welcome to our program. We have been tested a little bit with our 3-man booth. What's the 4-man booth like?
Well, it's not really 4. It's 4, but, you know, our producer, Hub Arkish, who was on the broadcast last year, he was the 3rd color guy. He's moved to like a producer, so he throws in his little tidbits because, you know, he's the publisher of Pro Football Weekly, so he's got all the stats. So it's working all right. A couple places it's a little crowded, but it's still really a 3-man. Of course, all the critics, you know, the TV radio critics say it's 4. But when I started with the Bears in '85, we had 3, and it worked out pretty good. And it's really 3, and then Hub chirps in with some stats, and so it works out all right.
What about this team? A winner last week, literally a last-second touchdown drive, and the saga of Tom Waddle continues to live in Chicago.
Yeah, he's not really a big threat to go deep, and really the Lions really, showed no respect to the Bears' outside receivers because they just covered a man-on-man, Wendell Davis and Tom Waddle. And then they brought 9 people up close to the line of scrimmage, which made it kind of difficult for the Bears to run. But I'll guarantee you, if the ball is anywhere catchable, Waddle's going to come down with it. And they had run that play a couple times in the game, and he got his, knocked off a couple times. But this time he got in there and made a great catch. And they made a thrilling game out of it. Like you say, they went down to the last second. But I think the 3rd period they had a little lax there, and because they had them down by, 10 points early on, and they just, they stall out every once in a while. What they need today is a very consistent game, because as you well know, the Saints really control the ball well, and the Bears are going to have to really convert their 3rd down conversions and keep the ball and score every time they can get in, inside the 40, either by a touchdown or field goal, because Saints got a great defense, and you don't know which one's going to show up.
How big a factor you think the disappearance of Bortz in the lineup will play?
Oh, I don't think, they've been fooling around, alternating different people all preseason long. It's just a case of, he's a steady guy, a real quiet guy that gets the job done. So they may miss him because of the fact that he's an experienced guy. They're going to start with Troy Alzine, and that's going to be a test at left tackle against, Martin, defensive end that's pretty quick. So, I don't know. I'd be more afraid if it was a tackle missing, because they're all young. And then to replace whoever they got now, Bears got to dig real deep.
Dick Butkus of the Chicago Bears broadcast team, of course, NFL great with the Chicago Bears in his playing career. Let's pause for these messages. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
What can you buy for $9.95 these days?
We deliver.
Quite a lot. With Express Mail overnight delivery service from your post office.
We deliver.
For less than $10, you put the full power of the United States Postal Service to work for you.
We deliver.
Over 700,000 men and women ready to do whatever it takes to assure next morning delivery. Express Mail service, just $9.95 for up to 8 ounces.
We deliver for you.
Sponsored by your Postal Service.
The Saints are the #1 team in New Orleans. First Communication is the first team in communication. Right now, First Communication would like to show you their lineup of superstars in terms of telephone systems and service. You may even get a quarter back. Let First Communication review their playbook with you and defend against breakdown and high cost in your present system. First Communication guarantees to play hard every day and give you a championship telephone or communication system. Don't fumble away this opportunity. Call First Communication at 464-1717 and be part of a winning team.
Q93 presents the Popeyes Saints Sweepstakes. There are 2 weekly prizes. All you do is go into any participating Popeyes restaurant, pick up an official Saints bumper sticker, fill it out, and mail it in. Then listen to Q93 every Wednesday morning for the winning weekly name. You can win 4 tickets to the next Saints home game. You and 3 of your friends will be guests of Q93 at the Saints tailgate party. Receive a Saints duffel bag, jacket, and jersey, and you'll participate in Popeyes Pop of the Game. Or the second weekly prize, 2 tickets to the next Saints away game, 2 round-trip airfares, 2 nights at an NFL hotel plus $200 in cash. If you're not a weekly winner, not to worry. All 9 winning entries are eligible for the grand prize. That's 2 tickets to Super Bowl 92, 2 round-trip airfares, 4 nights at an NFL hotel plus $500 cash. There's a winner every week during the Q93 Popeye Saints Sweepstakes. Listen every Wednesday morning for the winning name. In addition, if you call Q93 within the time allotted, there's more to win. Go into any participating Popeyes restaurant and get ready to win. From continuous music, Q93, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints. You're listening to Q93.
Back to the Dome, Dave Garrett along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson and crew. The Bears hold a 9-5 advantage in this all-time series, including that heartbreaking 20-17 victory October 27th of last year here in the Superdome. The Saints last defeated Chicago in the regular season in 1987 in a replacement game, 1917 at Soldier Field. Fans forget that, but they will remember last year, Jim.
I don't know who could forget it if you were here or you were able to watch it on TV. Archie did that game, and that was a game really where Jim Harbaugh began his success in the last closing seconds. He won that game. He later put together a similar drive against the Jets to beat them. And of course, in last week's opener against the Lions, he did the same thing, including the same route to Tom Waddle for the winning touchdown.
Yeah, what was ironic about last year's pass to Waddle to beat the Saints here is prior to hitting 3 straight passes on that drive, he was 2 for 19 for 16 yards. Rebounded, of course, and got the Bears in the end zone. They defeated the Saints when the Saints were 9-0, and then the Saints stumbled for a few weeks following that. Jimmy Harbaugh, though, is improved almost every game, and certainly since last week, 19 of 30, 227 yards and 2 touchdowns in that comeback win over the Detroit Lions, 27-20. Talking about last year's game, of course, other things, the final score was 20-17 in favor of the Bears. One other thing, remember, that's the game where Morton Anderson kicked a 60-yard field goal.
Yeah, I do remember that. I was in line for a hot dog. I checked out of the press box early, trying to beat you there. And I was watching on TV from the press box when he kicked that. You were right behind me in the line, as I recall. More pregame in just a moment. This is the Saints Network.
There are only so many hours in a day, so many days in a week. And if you believe time is money, you'd better be getting the most out of every business day. How? Fly Southwest Airlines, the only airline built to save you time. From the beginning, Southwest Airlines has done things differently to make your business day more productive and efficient. Just take a look at our flight schedule. It's specifically designed around the times you need to fly, with a total of 13 flights to Dallas and 16 to Houston every business day. And Southwest has one of the best on-time records in the industry, so you can get down to business a lot quicker and not waste time or money. Southwest Airlines also serves close-in, uncongested airports like Dallas Love Field and Houston Hobby, saving you time on the road, as well as cab fare. It's really very simple. While all airlines were built to fly you places, only one was built to save you time. Southwest Airlines, the most convenient airline you can fly, with the lowest unrestricted fares. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
Tom Dempsey for Tabasco brand pepper sauce.
Dempsey kicks, it's on the way.
Most people remember me for that 63-yard field goal, but the things I remember most when I was kicking in other NFL cities was New Orleans' terrific food and that Louisiana legend Tabasco sauce. In fact, I came back to New Orleans to live and never stopped using those great Tabasco brand products. If you want to get that extra kick out of your favorite foods, do what the Dempseys do. Make Tabasco sauce a part of your lineup.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
69,065 fans will watch today as the Louisiana Superdome sold out since August 18th, witnessing the first game of the 1992 season. And now it's time for the Southwest Airlines starting lineup as we bring you the Chicago Bears versus the New Orleans Saints. Inactive today is Jim Wilkes. He's not on the injured reserve list, but is inactive, and the emergency quarterback is Steve Walsh, meaning Mike Buck is the backup quarterback today. And that also means that Frank Wainwright is in uniform, but is not expected to play in this contest. We'll see if that does transpire. Saints starting offense at wide receiver, Floyd Turner on one side. On the other side, Quinn Early. Richard Cooper will start at left tackle with Jim Dombrowski at left guard, Joel Hilgenberg at center, Derek Kennard at right guard, and Stan Brock at right tackle. Starting quarterback is Bobby Hebert. Getting his second start as a rookie in as many games, Vaughn Dunbar at halfback, and Ironhead Hayward, Craig Hayward, starts at fullback. On the Saints defense, Wayne Martin starts at left end with Wilkes out of the lineup. Les Miller will get the start at nose tackle today. Frank Warren is the right defensive end. Ricky Jackson, Sam Mills, Vaughn Johnson, and Pat Swilling start at linebackers. Mills and Johnson on the inside. And it's Toy Cook getting the start today at left corner. Reggie Jones at right corner with Brett Maxey and Gene Atkins, the starting safeties. Bears offense, wide receivers are Wendell Davis and Tom Waddle, and one of thorn in a lot of teams' side, including the Saints and the Detroit Lions last week, has been Tom Waddle. Troy Auzine gets the start at left tackle today. Mark Bortz is out at left guard. John Wojciechowski will start at left guard today for the Bears. Jerry Fontenot at center. Tom Thayer at right guard, and Keith Van Horn at right tackle. The tight end is Keith Jennings. Jim Harbaugh gets another start at quarterback. Brad Muster and Neil Anderson are the running backs in the Bears' offensive scheme. Defensively for the Bears, Trace Armstrong gets the start at left side defensive end with Steve McMichael at left tackle. Chris Zorich in his second year will start at right tackle, and Richard Dent, the All-Pro, will start at right end. John Roper, Mike Singletary, and Ron Cox left across to right, the starting linebackers. Donnell Wolford, Lemuel Stinson, Marcus Paul, and Mark Carrier are the starting defensive backs for the Chicago Bears today. That's today's Southwest Airlines starting lineup. That's today's pregame show. Now stay tuned for kickoff and Saints football coming up next right here on the Saints Network.
Dropping to throw now, looking for the screen, looks like he's going to toss it over. He's going to be picked off at the 38, to the 30, down to the 20, the 10, 5, touchdown Saints.
The footballs are flying, and New Orleans is out to win the West again. And as an official member of the Saints training table, your local Popeyes Chicken and Biscuits is proud to offer the best fans in the league, the Saints Touchdown Special. Enough of our famous New Orleans-style chicken and sides to feed 4 hungry fans and then some. This month's Saints Touchdown Special includes a box of hot, fresh Popeyes chicken, your choice of any 16-ounce side item, and 4 buttermilk biscuits for only $9.99. So come on in to your neighborhood Popeyes for a Saints Touchdown Special at the super party price of just $9.99. Home cooking for the home team. That's what Popeyes Saints Touchdown Special is all about. Pick one up today.
Nationwide service. That's just one reason why Sears Brand Central is America's #1 appliance and electronic superstore. And right now, you'll save on hundreds of items during their once-a-year birthday bash. For example, an RCA 20-inch TV with remote and on-screen display is just $229.99 through Saturday. An RCA VCR with remote and 4-event timer is just $199.99 through September 26. So hurry to Sears Brand Central before it's too late. Prices may vary in Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico.
You can count on me, Sears Roebuck and Company.
Need a sports car? Get an Eagle Talon with cashback direct from Chrysler. Need a family car? Get an Eagle Summit 3-door or 4-door both with cashback. Need a lot of room? Get an Eagle Summit wagon with air conditioning at no charge on select models. What you need to do now is to see your Jeep and Eagle dealer in a hurry, because these offers are for a limited time only. Drive for the gold with Jeep and Eagle, official sponsors of the U.S. Olympic team.
Welcome back to sold-out Louisiana Superdome. Dave Garrett, along with Archie Manning and Jim Henderson, his team captains, are getting ready to meet with referee Larry Nimmers on the Saints helmet with the fleur-de-lis at the middle of the field for today's coin toss. And we'll tell you about that and actually hear Larry Nimmers toss up the coin coming up in just a moment. Again, the Bears hold a 9-5 advantage in the all-time series, including that 20-17 win October 27th last year here in the Superdome. We'll go down to the field and referee Larry Nimmers in today's coin toss.
The visiting team, who's going to call the coin in the air? Call it in the air, please. Heads is called.
It's tails. New Orleans has won the toss. They will receive. Which goal would you like to defend?
As you hear, the Saints will get the football first. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is New Orleans Saints football.
CJ and Company in the morning.
The oldies All Request lunch hour.
AUD.
The All Request a dedication party.
93 in a row.
Oh, money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE-FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
All right, we're ready for the home opener, and the Saints in desperation need of a win, at least to even the series up this year at 1-1. The Bears already at 1-0, but you say all wins or a win is crucial, but guys, aren't all wins crucial?
Well, I really do think there is a sense of urgency today, David, not only amongst the fans, but also among the players in the locker room. It was very businesslike in there. Coach Moore is very up, I can tell you that. He expects his team to play a whole lot better, and he thinks they're going to win out here today. We'll hope he's right.
I agree. I think the Saints are going to win. I just think it's kind of in the cards. You know, you just you forget what a consistent team and a winning team the Saints have been over the last few years. And I was out at practice one day this week, which I do that about once a semester too. And but they're not used to being in a losing atmosphere, and that's what happens when you lose a football game. It's a long, long week, and when you win it, when you win one, the week just kind of goes by, and everyone's in a good mood. So I don't think this team, not many times over the last few years that they've gone through 2 weeks in a row of losing, and I don't think they want to go through it knowing the practice and so forth. And I think the Saints are going to beat the Bears today.
Kevin Butler is the kick specialist, but on kickoffs, it's Chris Gardocki, a second-year player out of Clemson, drafted third in 1991. The toe is into the football with McAfee and Hilliard deep to receive. It comes to Fred McAfee at the 4, to the 5, up to the 10, 15, opening 20, 25, 30, 35, 37-yard line. What a way to start at home. A great run back, 34 yards by Fred McAfee.
Well, that's a lot better start than last week when the Saints started on their own 6 after Dalton Hilliard fumbled the ball in the end zone. He nearly broke that one.
No one's more pleased to see a good return than special teams coach Joe Marciano.
He's been under a lot of heat.
First and 10 for the Saints at the 37-yard line, needing to reach the 47 for a new first and 10. It's Hebert with Vaughn Dunbar and Ironhead Hayward in the backfield. Wide receivers left and right. It's early on the right side. Hebert hands off to Vaughn Dunbar from the 37 up to the 42, maybe very quickly a 5-yard gain, where the Saints will have second down and 5. And we'll set the offensive line once again for you. Left tackle is Richard Cooper, Jim Dombrowski at left guard, Joel Hilgenberg at center, Derek Kennard at right guard, and Stan Brock at right tackle. Hobie Brenner with a quick huddle, breaks out of the huddle and lines up as tight end on the right side. 4 yards officially at second down and 6 from the 41-yard line. Out of the I formation for the Saints this time from the 41. In Saints territory, Hebert looks at a 4-man defensive front. No score, just underway in the Superdome. Handoff again to Dunbar. Up the middle, running room, 45, 50, first down to the 49-yard line. 10 yards. Vaughn Dunbar off and running today.
Well, I'm not really sure if Bobby changed the play at the line of scrimmage, but he took a long time to snap the ball. Bobby likes to let that 30-second or 45-second clock run right to the end, but it was a draw play out of the I formation. Nice crease there for Vaughn Dunbar and good hard running.
2 runs in a row for Dunbar. Tackles made by the safeties, Marcus Paul and Mark Carrier. That was Dunbar's longest run from scrimmage this season. Turner left, early right, handoff to Hayward this time. He runs into a stone wall and gets very little yardage, maybe 2 down to the 47-yard line. It'll be second down and 8 yards to go. Tackle made by Chris Zort with help from Steve McMichael at left tackle.
Chris Zort, I'm sure, wants to have a good game or a good first quarter today. I'm sure he feels the refrigerator breathing down his throat.
Speaking of that, a very svelte 320 pounds of William Perry, and it's a nice return to the lineup for the Bears.
And he does look a lot thinner, too, an awful lot thinner than he did last year when he was pushing 400 at the end of the season.
Ironhead out of the lineup. Eric Martin at wide receiver to the left in a flanker position this time. Dunbar, the only running back, and directed to move positions by Bobby Hebert. Quinn Early in motion from right to left. There's the snap, handoff to Dunbar with the left side. Singletary rides his back down to about the 43-yard line. So it'll be a pickup of 3 on the play to the 44. We'll back him up a yard. And it'll be third down and 5. The Saints' first third down opportunity of the afternoon with no score.
Well, the Saints trying to use some multiple formations there, then some motion. Caught a blitz by Singletary, who stopped the play, and the Saints will face a third down, as you mentioned, Dave.
3rd and 5 from the 44. Dalton Hilliard comes in as the lone running back behind Bobby Hebert.
Last week, the Saints were just 3 of 13 on third down situations.
Hilliard lines up halfback to the left of Bobby Hebert, who's in the shotgun with 2 wide receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Martin is in the slot to the right side. Bears faking blitz. Now they do blitz. Back to pass. Hebert goes long down the field, intended for early. In and out of his hands, and a good defensive play. Made by Richard Fain, the left side cornerback. It's incomplete at the 10-yard line, but we have a flag on the play.
Well, Fain's one of the nickelbacks in on that specialized situation. They're going to go against the Bears. Fain, a plan B pickup from Phoenix. Excellent coverage.
Number 21 defense, 5 yards, automatic first down.
Donnell Wolford guilty of defensive holding.
Well, it's a good break for the Saints. Bobby Hebert held in there tough on a blitz. Post pattern against a blitz, no free safety in there. That's the one you want. Bobby just didn't quite throw it out there far enough, and as I said before, a nice defensive play by Richard Fain.
1st and 10, football at the 39-yard line. 11:57 remaining, first quarter of play. There is no score. The Saints receive the opening kickoff. A 34-yard run back by Fred McAfee to start this game. That's the second first down of the drive. Dunbar and Hayward back behind quarterback Bobby Hebert with wide receivers left and right. Turner is on the near side, early on the far side, in motion out of the formation. Hayward back to pass. Hebert throws as he's hit, and it's caught on a great catch at the 29-yard line by Floyd Turner, 11 yards.
That was a good catch by Floyd Turner, but play action pass to the right. Bobby Hebert sat in the pocket. Really didn't make a very good throw. The ball kind of wobbled on him and it was low. Nice job by Turner going down and getting the catch.
Floyd Turner on the reception of 11 yards out of the delivery of Bobby Hebert, and it's the third first down of the ball game for the Saints. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line. Dunbar has a 10-yard run in this drive as well. Floyd Turner an 11-yard reception. Saints 1st and 10 inside the 30. 11:16 left to go, first quarter, no score. In motion, early out of his flanker position, right to the left. Hobie Brenner's the tight end on the left side. Long signal count again. Handoff goes to Dunbar over right tackle, and he gets across the 25, maybe to the 24-yard line before he is stopped there by a host of Bears, including Chris Zorich. Also, Jim Morrissey. 4 carries, 21 yards so far in the game for Vaughn Dunbar.
Well, the thing you got to love about Vaughn Dunbar, every time he makes contact with a defensive player, he drives him another yard or two backwards. He's put a lot of people on their backs in a very short career in the NFL. Did so last week against Reggie White, and that time he was running over Michael Singletary along with some other people. He's running hard.
Eric Martin is checked in. Saints are going with a 3 wide receiver set here, 1 running back and a tight end.
And Martin's in the slot along with Turner, split wide to the right. Early's wide to the left. Martin in motion. Now from right to left. Back to pass, Bobby Hebert with Hilliard coming out of the backfield. Throw over the middle, it's incomplete. Intended for Turner at the 15-yard line and broken up on a good defensive play by Chicago Bear defensive back. Well, we'll find it in a moment.
That was Mark Carrier coming from
Carrier.
his free safety spot. Excellent defensive play. Break-in pattern on the backside by Floyd Turner, and Mark Carrier just jumped on the play. Just came right through. Nice defensive play, broke it up.
Second third down opportunity for the Saints. They were successful on achieving their first third down conversion, and that was because of the penalty.
Well, that's something the Saints should file away, having a safety jump that quickly on a break-in pattern, a chance to go deeper later.
3 wides to the right, 1 wide out to the left. Carroll is in the lineup for the Saints. Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun on 3rd down and 7 from the 25-yard line. Snap back in good shape. Lobs toward the end zone. Open Turner. He bobbles the ball and drops it incomplete. After crossing the goal line, it's incomplete. Oh, that was going to be 6.
Well, it was 6, and that hurt so much. That's obviously a play that the Saints have worked on. It's something they saw in the film when they get in the red territory down around the 25-yard line. 3 receivers. 1 Turner just off the ball, down, out, and down. It's almost kind of like a pick play. It is a pick play. And it worked to perfection. Turner wide open. He would have made the catch on about the 2-yard line and walked in the end zone. Took his eyes off the ball, dropped it. Martin will try a field goal.
A 42-yard field goal attempt in the Girard Street end zone. Morton Anderson is set up with Tommy Barnhart to hold on a 4th down. Ball down, kick in the air. It has the distance, but it's no good. Wide to the right, he hooked it. Proud sponsors of Saints football are Pennzoil and Gum Out, both available at all Walmart stores. Quality products, Pennzoil and Gum Out. There's timeout, 10:10 left to go in the first quarter of play, and there's no score. You're listening to Saints football. Now, here's Archie.
When you hear the name Mazda, think Royal Mazda, the Mazda headquarters. You can get rebates and stuff any place, but there's only one place you can get price, selection, and the pros who know at Mazda headquarters. Royal Mazda, the dealership that's different.
Special Shoetown traffic alert. Shoetown and Foot in Fashion advise using a side road to sidestep the sideshow, sparked by their massive store-wide sale. Right now, men's and women's short sleeves, knit tops, and shirts, half price. Men's and women's summer shorts, half price. Half price at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 20% off athletic shoes, Reebok, Nike, Fila, Converse, Pony, and more. Now 20% off at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion's spectacular store-wide sale.
With the help of the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital, you can maximize your potential in sports. If sports injuries occur, you'll have comfort in knowing the Sports Medicine Center is there. State-of-the-art medical technology, physical rehabilitation, and fitness equipment, plus the multi-specialty staff at the Sports Medicine Center can enhance your body's performance. Sports Medicine Center can prevent, diagnose, treat, and rehabilitate injuries far more effectively than ordinary hospitals or health spas. See for yourself. Call 885-3488 for more information.
Hi, this is A.D. Berry, inviting you to use the Instant Request and Dedication Party as a tool to get your message across. Example.
I said, has someone already requested Along With You by Tevin Campbell?
No, ma'am.
They haven't? Okay, you've got to put this on the air. I want to send this out to Terrence. This is from Kim, because he's had football practice at Tulane, and I want to be alone with him. I just cannot wait till next week. And, I just want you to play that song.
We got sweet ladies over here in Avondale. I feel like humping around. Hey, dedicate that to them from Willie.
I dedicate it to Frankie.
Who's Frankie?
My boyfriend.
You get back, and there are 4 wide receivers in the set with the tight end in motion, and the handoff goes to Brad Muster across the 25 up to about the 27-yard line. Was Morton robbed again?
David, I think that ball was tipped just as last week's was from a similar distance by Clyde Simmons of the Eagles. It looked like the middle of that Bear defensive line made penetration and somebody got a hand on that ball. Looked like it was headed toward the middle of the uprights and it started helicoptering, going side to side, and it hooked to the right just as last week's did against the Eagles.
I'm not so sure. I saw Morton as soon as he hit it kind of turn away in disgust, Jim, and I felt like at that point he felt like he had missed it. He didn't know last week that the ball was tipped, or didn't feel that it was, so I don't know.
2nd and 8 from the 27. Muster and Neil Anderson in the backfield. A man in motion, Ron Morris, from right to left, now back to the right. Handoff goes to Anderson over right tackle, and he's stuffed at the 39 on 2nd and 8. Or rather the 29, so that's a 2-yard gain. 3rd down and 6 coming up for the Bears with 2 straight running plays.
There's a guy who was in Mike Ditka's doghouse much of last year, and early this season there were a lot of trade rumors that had him going to the Los Angeles Rams as recently as the last week of preseason. Last year he played through a hamstring injury. Ditka felt that he didn't really level with him all year, and then while he said he was going to rehabilitate it in the offseason in Chicago, never did, took off and left town. So once you get in Mike Ditka's doghouse, it's hard to get back out, but apparently they've soothed things over right now.
Ron Morris wide to the right. Tom Waddle in motion from left to right with 4 wide receivers on 3rd down and 6. Harbaugh back to pass, being rushed down the pocket. He's sacked at the 22. Guess who?
Well, Pat Swilling gets his 3rd sack of the season. I'll tell you what's unbelievable about that sack. Now, granted, Harbaugh got some pressure from other areas and had to step up and then move around, but the Bears had a rookie blocking on Pat Swilling, and they kept Dennis Gentry, one of their wide receivers, into double team, and Pat Swilling still gets the sack.
7-yard loss. There's a flag on the play with the punt underway from Chris Skardocki. Patrick Newman receives the punt at the 31, jukes a player, tries to get outside, spins free at the 35, and then is tackled from behind at the 36-yard line. Mark Green makes the tackle. It was a 47-yard punt and about a 5-yard return, but we'll read the flag coming up. Larry Nemmers will tell us in just a moment. Man, any guesses?
Well, it's probably on the Bears, I would guess. Well, no, it's going to be offsides against the Saints. Now, that won't carry with it a 1st down. It'll still be 4th down. The Saints are going to use Floyd Turner and using him there as the punt returner for Pat Newman.
Lined up offside. Penalty is refused. 1st down.
So the New Orleans Saints will have it 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line. There's timeout, no score. 8:15 remaining in period number 1. Now this for Southwest Airlines and Ford Quality Care.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy one round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for one night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Tune in to the Saints postgame show when Archie, Jim, and I pick the weekly Popeyes Pop of the Game winner. Each week we'll recognize the Saints player who delivers that Pop of the Game and announce the local charity that receives $500 in his name. Sponsored by Popeyes, famous fried chicken and biscuits.
Got some scores here. Dallas on top of the Giants, 7-0 first quarter. Detroit on top of Minnesota, 7-0. Talking about Floyd Turner returning that punt. Detroit scores on a 58-yard punt return by Mel Gray.
Mel Gray. Saints have it.
That name.
Yep. At the 36-yard line, Bear, fake handoff, play action, looks down the middle, good protection, throws. It is caught and dropped incomplete at the 43-yard line, intended for Turner.
Archie, even though the Saints have not yet gotten on the scoreboard, some encouraging signs early. They ran the ball well, controlled the ball in that first drive, although they weren't able to score. And they got the Bears off the field in 3 and out, stopping their running game. And those are the two things that Jim Moore's teams have to do to win. Run the ball themselves and stop the other team's running attack.
Yeah, I agree. And not a lot of success yet, no points, but I think they got to feel just a little better about themselves. And that's a confidence feeling, Jim, that they can move the football and can stop the Bears. Refrigerator's in at right tackle. It didn't take long to put him in, did they?
No.
Ironhead Hayward and Vaughn Dunbar in the backfield. Handoff Dunbar, big hole, 40, up to the 45-yard line. 1 yard shy of the first down. That's a 9-yard gain, and another quick burst for Vaughn Dunbar. And last season, when the Saints outrushed their opponents, they were 9-2 in those contests.
Boy, Mike Singletary ran himself right out of that play. He was coming right behind Perry, really. They had a little stun on between the linebacker and the tackle, and he ran himself right out of the hole. There was nobody there to stop Dunbar until he crossed the 45-yard line.
He really had a big hole to run through. I think McMichael made a nice play of just getting his hand on Dunbar. It would have been additional yards. And third and short for the Saints.
5 carries, 29 yards for Vaughn Dunbar. Saints are 0 for 1 on third down conversions. Double tight end, Stowers on the right, Brenner on the left. In motion is Turner from right to left in a split backfield. Handball goes to Ironhead, and he is pulled over from behind. Oh, there's two big guys. William Perry piggybacking on Craig Hayward close to the first down.
There may be a hole in the dome floor down there around the 45-yard line.
Yeah, they're calling in the grounds crew to fill in the divot.
Southwest Airlines, the 7th largest airline in America, offers over 1,200 daily departures to 33 destinations at the lowest unrestricted fares. Southwest Airlines, it's just plain smart. The flags coming in, the stakes coming in from the near side sideline. It looks as though he's a little short.
William the Refrigerator Perry on that tackle. Remember in last year's game what a big play the Refrigerator made on Dalton Hilliard on a short yardage play. This time, though, Ironhead was able to pick it up, and the Saints get a very important first down. One other score, Kansas City first quarter on top of Seattle 7-0, and Dave Craig throws a 72-yard touchdown pass to J.J. Burton against his former teammates.
You know it's got to be
very satisfying.
Big day for him.
Well, it was a first down. Our eyesight was a little nearsighted. It is the 4th first down of the game for the Saints, and the drive is alive at the 46-yard line. Regular offense out of the I formation. Renner the tight end on the right, football on the far side hash mark. Handoff goes to Vaughn Dunbar up the middle, and he gains 4 quick yards. Maybe 3 yards to the 49-yard line. We'll see if they spot it at the 50. It'll be second down and a little more than 5.
That I formation draw play has been a good play for the Saints, and think it's going to work very well for Vaughn Dunbar. I mentioned the Dallas game. Dallas on top of New York 7-0. 5-yard run by Emmitt Smith. Talking about a tailback. Is there a better football player in the NFL today than Emmitt Smith?
Don't know the answer to that.
It's yes. No. Maybe.
6:20 remaining first quarter, no score. Saints' second offensive possession, 2nd down and 7. They marked it at the 49-yard line. Hebert back to pass, good protection, still stands in, throws behind. Kobe Brenner incomplete at the 46-yard line. That's 4 straight incompletions for Bobby Hebert, and depending on the play was Jim Morrissey.
Yeah, Bobby's not real comfortable right now. He's having to come off his primary receiver sometime. Then he's getting a little shaky with his feet, and he's throwing the ball behind his secondary receivers a couple of times.
Do you think that's some of the residue from the Eagle game?
Well, it's very possible.
3rd down and 7 from the 49-yard line. Saints are 1 of 2 on 3rd down conversions. New Orleans has 4 first downs in the game. Eric Martin in the lineup. Quinn Early and Martin come wide to the near side, with Floyd Turner split wide to the left. Dalton Hilliard is the blocking back, alongside Bobby Hebert out of the shotgun. 3rd down and 7. Saints on 49-yard line. No score. Snap back in good shape. Hebert looks. He's rushed a bit. Gets hit on the helmet. Still looking. Throws it over. Intended for Hilliard. A little tall for him. And boy, I tell you what, on Hilliard's back was David Tate, who rode him to the ground. It goes as incomplete. And it's 4th down coming up. Richard Dent putting a dent on Bobby Hebert on the rush.
Well, I think he was going to Dalton Hilliard all the way, and you mentioned Tate had the coverage, and give Tate the credit. He just made a coverage on Dalton Hilliard, who had an option route, could not get open. Then Bobby had to move around, had some pressure on him, did not make an accurate throw. That's 5 straight incompletions.
Donnell Wolford back deep to receive this Barnhart punt, who's averaged 45 yards per punt so far. Snap back in good shape. Barnhart gets a booming punt. Wolford retreats to his 5-yard line. The football hits at the 1-yard line and goes into the end zone for the touchback. 51-yard punt. We're pleased to welcome some special guests to the Clear Channel Saints Network Skybox. Mr. Lowry Mays, President and CEO of Clear Channel with his wife Peggy. Mr. Mark Mays, Vice President and Treasurer with his wife Patty. Former NFL great Hall of Famer Jim Taylor and his wife Helen, and former Saint and the first Halo Hall of Famer Obert Logan of Gonzales, Texas. Welcome to New Orleans. There's timeout. No score. 5:49 first quarter. You're listening to Saints football.
Exxon Shop salutes the 26th Saints season with special savings they're passing on to you. Save with the Tiger all summer long. Stop in a local convenient Exxon Shop near you and stock up on plenty of 10K. Beat summer heat with lots of 10K. All 32-ounce flavors only 99 cents at all participating Exxon shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon shops. Stock up on plenty of 10K. All 32-ounce flavors only 99 cents at all participating Exxon shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon shops. Prices may vary at participating locations.
In New Orleans, there will always be snowball stands in the summertime. You can depend on it. And since 1883, New Orleans has depended on the Whitney National Bank. In a time when the financial stability of your bank is more important than ever before, more and more people depend on the Whitney. Our dedication to customer service and personal banking relationships has remained uninterrupted for more than 100 years. Stable, competitive, personal. The Whitney, with 29 Metro New Orleans locations to serve you. Member FDIC.
What would you do to see Jodeci live in concert? Along with Mary J. Blige, Pete Rock and Sion Smooth, and Father MC. All winning weekend long, it is a Jodeci Fantasy Winning Weekend. We want to know your deepest fantasies about Jodeci. What would you do to see them? Or Mary J. Blige? You call the number 9 at 260-9393 or 1-800-364-9393 every time you hear the Q sound.
And we're going to hook you up with tickets to the concert.
And then you get to tell your deepest fantasies. Only on Continuous Music, Q93.
First and 10 from the 20-yard line for the Chicago Bears. Second offensive possession. A swelling sack run. The first one, they'll go long. Harbaugh way downfield. It was intended for Davis. Incomplete, overthrown out of bounds at the 45 in Saints territory. They go for the big one right off the bat.
David, a stat for you from the Saints offense. Vaughn Dunbar has gained 32 yards rushing with 5:43 remaining in the first quarter. He only had 27 all last week against the Eagles.
Well, the Bears finally come out with a first down play action pass, and the Saints win the right coverage. They're running a roll-up zone over to the weak side. That means the corner's coming up, and Gene Atkins comes over for the outside half. That's the perfect coverage. Very hard to complete a bump, and that's not the coverage that the Bears want when they try a streak pattern.
Ron Morris and Wendell Davis wide to the right side. The tight end is lined up on the left side. That's Keith Jennings, split backfield, and the handoff goes to Mustard, crosses the 20, 25, up to the 30 for the first down to the 31-yard line, an 11-yard gain, and the first down of the ball game for the Chicago Bears. Brad Mustard, first-round draft choice in 1988, fifth-year player out of Stanford, picks up the first down before being stopped by Toy Cook and Gene Atkins.
Well, he was a tailback at Stanford who then bulked up to play fullback in the pros. Brad Mustard's had a lot of problems with injuries. Tight hamstrings, problems with his lower back that limited him to one practice all during preseason in Platteville. One practice per day was all he went.
A lot of people feel like if he could stay healthy, though, he'd be a very productive back in this league.
Neil Anderson wide to the right. Waddle and Davis wide to the left with the slot to the left side, too. That's the tight end Jennings in motion to the right with one running back. Harbaugh back to pass, throws, and it's caught on a great catch at the 42-yard line by Davis. The defensive back tried to knock it out of his hands as the ball got there and was not successful, and it's another first down for the Bears.
It's good coverage by Reginald Jones. He read it excellently, came up to swat the ball away and just missed it with that right arm, but he was covering Davis all the way.
Davis did a nice job of holding on to the football. You're exactly right, Jim. Reggie came up on the coverage, read the hook pattern. The timing wasn't real good by the Bears. Tried to, instead of going through him and risk interference, kind of come around and slap it away and just missed, and Davis held on.
It was an 11-yard gain from the 31 up to the 42-yard line. So it's first down and 10 with the 42. Split backfield, man in motion, Muster out of the backfield. Harbaugh will hand off to Henderson, sweeping left, gets hit at the 40 and is stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Frank Warren on the charge defensively for the Saints and then a host of others as we're down to 4 minutes in the first quarter and no score here in the Dome.
Well, Pat Sluing is sometimes criticized. Often it's the case for a great pass rusher. Say, well, he doesn't play the run very well. And Pat wasn't responsible for that tackle, but he did break through the block and get a hand on the running back and allow Frank Warren to come up and get the tackle.
And this is an area that the Bears hope to improve this year. They fell from second in the NFL to 9th rushing last year, primarily because of the injuries to Anderson and also to Brad Muster.
Bears have three receivers into the lineup. Davis splits wide to the right. Waddle is in a flanker to the left, along with Dennis Gentry, the veteran. With one running back, Neil Anderson, behind quarterback Harbaugh under center on second down and 10 yards to go. Harbaugh back to pass, throws. It's caught by Anderson at the 46, maybe to the 47-yard line. A 5-yard gain before he's snowed over by a host of Saints.
Well, once again, the Saints had on a good coverage for that particular play. Actually, Harbaugh threw into the coverage. The cornerback was coming up in a roll-up situation right into the flat where Anderson was. Anderson did a good job of holding on to the football and getting hit immediately. Here's a couple more scores, guy. Dallas goes on top of New York 14-0 on a Robert Williams return of a block punt. That was a touchdown. Tampa Bay leads Green Bay 7-0 with Ricky Reynolds scoring on a fumble return.
Pig Goff comes into the lineup as another defensive lineman. Bears are 0 for 1 on third down conversions. Third down and 5 from the 47-yard line. Gentry in motion from flanker right to left, back to the right, out of the shotgun. Harbaugh is rushed, has to underthrow his pass. It's incomplete. It was intended for Gentry, but no chance. Robert Goff was in the face of quarterback Jim Harbaugh.
Well, we talked about the replacement for Jim Wilkes today, and there's Pig Goff. Great pressure. Bears trying to run a little delay pattern where the two receivers clear out, one delays and comes underneath. Looked like he'd been wide open. He just didn't have time to wait on him and threw it into the ground.
2:27 remaining first quarter. Gardaki's first punt was 47 yards. And this will be Turner to return, receives it at the 15, fumbles the football, it's still loose. The Chicago Bears are on it, I believe. The Bears say that they have it. It was fumbled at the 15, and the Bears have possession at the Saints' 14-yard line. Rivera recovers the fumble by Floyd Turner on the punt. Return possibility.
Well, special teams continue to haunt the Saints. And then again, there's a fumble on a punt return, and we're talking about a touchdown by the Detroit Lions today on a 58-yard punt return by Mel Gray.
Well, there are two things you need to do as a punt returner in this order. One, catch the ball, and two, make the first guy down there miss. Pat Newman was having a good preseason and regular season, really catching the ball, but the problem was they felt that he was not making that first guy miss. They brought in Floyd Turner, hopeful that he could do a little bit more once he got his hands on the ball. The problem was he forgot step one, catch it.
First down and 10 from the 14-yard line. Turner also has a drop ball that could have been a touchdown. Handoff goes to Henderson from the 14, and he gets a couple of yards to the 12, where it'll be second down and 8. Tackle made by Les Miller.
Good solid defense up front by the Saints front three and linebacking core. Vaughn Johnson, Les Miller. Saints were playing bump and run, man-to-man on the outside. Let's see if the Bears come back and try to exploit that.
1:53 left to go in the first quarter. Henderson has 3 carries for 4 yards total. There's no score, but the Bears are close. Missing on a 42-yard field goal earlier in the game was Morton Anderson after a 4-minute and 50-second Saints drive on their first possession. Second down, 8 yards to go. The football is on the 12 of Saints in Saints territory. Ron Morris wide to the left. Davis wide to the right. Fake handoff. Back to pass. Harbaugh looking toward the end zone. Throws, and it's knocked down. A great defensive play by Reggie Jones intended for Ron Morris. Incomplete, third down.
Well, Reggie Jones did make the play. Play action pass out of split backs, and Ron Morris was a flanker. Ran a corner pattern. Tried to take Reggie Jones into the post and back to the corner. Reggie read the play.
At the 12-yard line. It's a fumbled punt return. Clock is down to 18 seconds as Coach Ditka took a little longer than usual to get the play in just now.
Yeah, Jimmy was rushed. Jimmy Harbaugh was rushed on that last play. Got the team up to the huddle with 8 seconds. This time it's 7-6 right now. They're going to have to hurry again out of the shotgun.
The clock down to 2. Snap back in good shape for Harbaugh. Throws over the middle. It's caught by Waddle at the 5, unbelievably, with one Saint defensive back smothering him. That was Brett Maxey, but it'll go complete at the 5-yard line and just shy of a first down, I believe. Where did they mark it?
Well, it's going to be real close, and I think that's the exact play that the Bears scored on to win the game last week against Detroit. Danny Abramowitz told me it's the most exciting game he's ever been involved in, where the game came down to the last play, 1 second on the clock, or 6 seconds on the clock, 4th down the 6-yard line. You either win or lose. They throw to Waddle on a slant in, and that was the same play right there.
Chicago takes a timeout. 49 seconds left to go in the first quarter, no score. We'll pause for these messages. Back with more in just a moment after this for BC Powders and Sears Brand Central.
Power, BC Power. When your job gives you a powerful headache, you need the power of BC. Power, BC Power.
In this auto body shop, you get a headache just walking in the door.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
Somebody's hammering out dents over here or running a grinder over there. So there's always noise.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
Then on top of that, there's fumes. Pretty soon your head starts pounding like a sledgehammer.
You need something to see you through, something strong so you feel like new.
Around here, there's headaches just looking for a place to happen. But BC knocks them right out.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC. When you need strong relief, BC stops pain fast. The power of BC. Use as directed.
Nationwide service. That's just one reason why Sears Brand Central is America's #1 appliance and electronic superstore. And right now, you'll save on hundreds of items during their once-a-year birthday bash. For example, an RCA 20-inch TV with remote and on-screen display is just $229.99 through Saturday. An RCA VCR with remote and 4-event timer is just $199.99 through September 26th. So hurry to Sears Brand Central before it's too late. Prices may vary in Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico.
You can count on me, Sears Roebuck and Company.
Proud sponsors of the Saints Radio Network, your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Remember, there's only one Jeep.
One of the reasons the Bears are having a hard time getting their plays in is they bring them in with a carrier. Their wide receivers, Waddle and Morris, bring the plays in from the sideline. Mike Ditka feels it's faster that way. Plus, he thinks other teams steal your signal. So perhaps that's contributing to the delay.
Double tight end for the Bears. Keith Jennings lined up on the left, and Kelly Blackwell, the bookend, on the right. Actually in a flanker position. 4th down and 1 from the 5-yard line. Handoff straight up the middle, and the Saints may have stopped him.
There's a flag down at the 5.
I think maybe the Bears moved prior to the snap of the ball. It's going to be very close. Looked like an initial stop on Mustard, then he slid forward. He could have picked it up, but it possibly a penalty against the Bears for procedure.
It was Brad Muster on the handoff, and he had nothing to muster there as the Saints stopped him right at the line of scrimmage.
Where's that flag?
Well, we're ready to read it. There's a big discussion going on with Saints captains and referee Larry Nemmers. And Nemmers clears out of the huddle, and here's his call. And you know what it's going to be.
We have motion. Number 85 of the offense moves before the snap. Penalty is refused. First down.
Well, you hear the story in the crowd, and with referee Larry Nemmers and a great defensive stand by the Saints, heck, they didn't need the penalty.
That was Keith Jennings, the tight end, who moved prematurely, but they did have him stopped. So great stand by the Saints, and they averted a potential disaster in the muffing of that punt by Floyd Turner. If they'd gone in for the touchdown there, do you think many people would have remarked this week that the Saints had gotten rid of Mel Gray after what he did again today for the Lions?
Well, I think so.
They may do that anyway.
I think they probably will anyway. Well, surprise the Bears on their running play there. Just a straight handoff to the fullback with no lead blocker.
Colby Brenner and Tommy Stowers are the two tight ends. Stowers is the flanker to the right. Hayward and Dunbar behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. 1st and 10 from the 5. Handoff goes to Dunbar, and he wiggles his way across the 5, maybe to the 7.
Well, you
we'll
know
pick up a 2 or maybe 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 or 8.
You know it's tough yardage down here trying to run against the Bears when you're backed up.
33 seconds remaining in the first period. Proud sponsor of Saints Radio, Sears Brand Central. The brand you want at the store you trust.
Quinn Early checks in the game for Floyd Turner. Tommy Stowers in as the second tight end, starts out, stays in the game. Saints will line up with 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, and Quinn Early, the sole wide receiver.
Saints have 7 first down plays in this game. They've rushed 5 of the 7, including that last run. It's 2nd down and 7 from the 8. Bobby Hebert back to pass. He lobs one out to the near side sideline, and it's underthrown. Thrown behind Von Dunbar, incomplete at the 15, but Bobby just had to get rid of it.
Well, once again, the ball not thrown, an option pattern by Dunbar. Bobby didn't throw it when he wanted to, couldn't find Dunbar open.
That's the end of the first quarter. There is no score. Saints on the offense with 3rd and 7 from the 8 coming up. Second quarter action next on the Saints Network. The footballs are flying, and New Orleans is out to win the West again. And as an official member of the Saints training table, your local Popeyes Chicken and Biscuits is proud to offer the best fans in the league, the Saints Touchdown Special. Enough of our famous New Orleans-style chicken and sides to feed 4 hungry fans and then some. This month's Saints Touchdown Special includes a box of hot, fresh Popeyes chicken, your choice of any 16-ounce side item, and 4 buttermilk biscuits for only $9.99. So come on in to your neighborhood Popeyes for a Saints Touchdown Special at the super party price of just $9.99. Home cooking for the home team. That's what Popeyes Saints Touchdown Special is all about. Pick one up today.
Dropping back to the end zone, Craig dancing around, throwing to the sideline, and it's picked off by Troy Cook at the 30. He's to the 28. He's down to the 20-yard line, diving forward to the 19. The Saints have it anyway.
There's something going on at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Clearance sale. It's the end of the model year. Save big. Your dealer wants to make room for all the new models. Save really big. Get a 4-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee and save. Blow it on yourself. Or get cash back on Eagle Talent. Count it. Save big on Jeep Wrangler Party and 4-door Eagle Summit. Look cool. Not too many people all America know about this money event, so take your time. Hurry in now. This offer runs forever. Ends soon. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation.
Here's another Halo Hall of Famer clue. I kicked before and after Tom Dempsey, and in second only to Morton Anderson in field goals and PATs in Saints history. Who am I? If you think you know this Halo Hall of Famer, mail your entry or postcard with your name, address, and phone number to Southwest Airlines Halo Hall of Fame Contest, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005. I think it was Joe Wendrowski.
I think it might have been, or Happy Feller.
One of the two.
4 wide receivers, trips to the near side, 1 to the right, 1 running back, along with Bobby Hebert in the shotgun. Eric Martin in motion from left to right. 3rd and 7 from the 8-yard line. Hebert back to the end zone, throws. It's caught by Martin at the 14. He was close to a first down. It depends on the spot. I don't think he got it. Donnell Wolford defending on the play. Clock stopped at 14:50 in the first half, and we see a flag thrown now in the offensive backfield, maybe roughing the passer.
Yeah, I think that was Alonzo Spellman who got there just a little bit late and hit Bobby.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, with the helmet in the back, 15 yards from the end of the catch.
Boy, you're talking about a rookie mistake right there. The Saints going to have to punt it out deep in their own territory. Number 1 draft choice, the rookie comes in and hits the quarterback after he throws the ball.
Saints will get their 5th first down of the ball game. And they'll march it upfield as the penalty will be marked off at the end of the completion, as you heard referee Larry Nemmers.
Spellman, the #1 draft choice this past year out of Ohio State, 6'4", 280.
Yeah, former St. coach John Levera, who now works with the defensive line, talking with Spellman across the way, but boy, he is going to be a great one before it's all over.
Talking with Spellman?
They were
lecturing Spellman,
discussing what kind of investments he was making with his bonus money.
Quinn Hurley wide to the right, Floyd Turner wide to the left. Hayward and Dunbar behind quarterback Bobby Hebert from the 29-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Saints. Quick pass. It's dropped by Turner at the 36.
Man, you talk about a bad day at the office. Floyd Turner's really having one. Dropped the touchdown, muffed the punt, and now dropped a wide-open pass. The first one of the few times that Bobby Hebert has been well protected, though it was a very short route and a 3-step drop.
Yeah, but Bobby needs a completion, too, after throwing about 7 straight incompletions. This one, Floyd just takes his eye off of it once again, just like he did the previous pass and the punt return.
Hayward and Turner out of the lineup now. Eric Martin comes in along with Dalton Hilliard for 2nd down and long from the 29-yard line. 10 yards to go, 14.5 remaining second quarter, no score.
I don't remember this happening to Floyd Turner anytime in his career, really having a day like this. I think he'll rebound.
2 wideouts to the near side. Eric Martin's in the slot to the near side. Draw play, handoff goes to Hilliard. Flag on the play. He's up to the 30, up to the 40-yard line for the 1st and 10, but we'll read the flag. An 11-yard gain on the draw to Dalton Hilliard, and that play worked last week against Philadelphia, but the Saints are guilty of a penalty.
Yeah, they're going to get the Saints for a holding call. Probably Derek Kennard blocking on Richard Dent, although
holding,
I think...
number 60, 10 yards, still 2nd down.
Well, he really had a choice because Dombrowski was holding the refrigerator also.
You know, you mentioned Floyd Turner. As he came to the sideline, a number of his teammates came over, patted him on the helmet. Jim Moore made the trek all the way down in front of the Saints bench to personally come over and put his arm around Floyd and say, hang in there, we know you're a better player than this. Don't worry, you'll redeem yourself.
That is the first Saints penalty. Hobie Brenner out of the lineup now. It's 2nd down and 20 yards to go from the 19-yard line.
John Mangum, 5'10", 178, third-year defensive back out of Alabama, checks in.
Carroll and Turner to the left, Early and Martin to the right. The blocking back for quarterback Bobby Hebert is Dalton Hilliard. Out of the shotgun, 2nd down and 20. Back to pass, of course, Hebert. There's a flag on the play again as Hebert scrambles to the right. Pump fakes, runs it 20, 25, 30, and runs out of bounds at about the 33-yard line.
Yeah, I'm afraid they're going to get the Saints for holding once again.
It was a 14-yard run by Bobby Hebert on the scramble, and yes, it will be against the Saints. Here's Larry Nemmers.
Holding, number 60, offense, half the distance to the goal, still 2nd down.
So it'll be 2nd down and about 28 yards to go. We'll total it all up.
Shut it. The fridge picks up Bobby Hebert as he's running full speed into the sideline. It's like he bench pressed him about 3 times there, didn't he?
Yeah, they're still trying to extricate Hebert from the fridge's stomach. It was like a big pillow that he ran into there.
It was a 9-yard penalty, so it is now 2nd down and 29 yards to go, and the football is on the 10.
He could have suffocated over there on the Bears bench.
Saints 2nd and 29 from the 10. 4 wide receivers. 13:30 left to go, first half. No score. Saints missed on a 42-yard field goal, but held the Bears on 4th down from the Saints' 5-yard line. Handoff goes to Hilliard, runs into his own blocker, in trouble in the offensive backfield. Jitterbugs his way up to the 14-yard line for a very tough 4-yard gain by Dalton Hilliard. Trace Armstrong on the tackle.
Well, you can believe a draw play will get minimum yardage when the back runs into one of his linemen, as was the case there.
Especially when it's Derek Kennard's backside.
So just under 13 minutes, it'll be 3rd down and 25 yards to go at the 14-yard line. The Saints are 1 of 3 on 3rd down conversions. Out of the huddle, it's Quinn Early along with Wesley Carroll wide to the right. Nope, that's Turner and Carroll wide to the right. Early and Eric Martin wide to the left. Dalton Hilliard in the backfield in the shotgun with Bobby Hebert.
Well, boys, this is a tough call, 3rd and 25 when you're going against the Bears defense.
From the 14-yard line, man in motion, that's Carroll from right to left, who brings the defender across with him. Hebert back to pass, throws in the flat for Eric Martin. It's a little overthrown and incomplete at the 30-yard line. So the Saints will have to punt it away, and Hebert is 2 of 10 passing in this game.
And again, something that won't be reflected in the statistics as yet, Bobby Hebert has not been sacked but he has been hit numerous times. That was Richard Dent who hit him as he threw again, reflective of what happened last week against Philadelphia when he was only sacked once, but he was hit a ton of times.
Tommy Barnhart's first punt, 51 yards. He stands at his goal line. The line of scrimmage, the 14, and Donnell Wolford is deep to receive and stands at the Chicago 44. 12:24 remaining first half, no score. Saints to punt it away after their third offensive possession. They picked up one first down in that possession. Snap back in great shape. It is a nice spiral kick by Barnhart, and Wolford runs away from it as the football hit at the 40, takes the Saints bounce down to the 35-yard line. Another 51-yard punt off the toe of Tommy Barnhart. There's timeout, 12-13, second quarter, no score. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
The Saints are the #1 team in New Orleans. First Communication is the first team in communication. Right now, First Communication would like to show you their lineup of superstars in terms of telephone systems and service. You may even get a quarterback. Let First Communication review their playbook with you and defend against breakdown and high cost in your present system. First Communication guarantees to play hard every day and give you a championship telephone or communication system. Don't fumble away this opportunity. Call First Communication at 464-1717 and be part of a winning team. There's one bank that lives by its motto of absolutely the best personal service in New Orleans. That bank is your friends at United Bank and Trust. At United Bank and Trust, they make it their business to know each of their customers personally because they know to better serve all your banking needs, they have to take a one-on-one approach. Whether it's home mortgages, car loans, home improvement loans, or small business loans, United Bank and Trust at 2714 Canal Street can help. United Bank and Trust, where personal service isn't just a motto, it's the way United does business with you.
When you think of the Saints, you think of big fun in the dome. You think of suds. You think of the sensations. And of course, you think of doing the Vincent Boogie. Now when you think of the Saints, think of all the play-by-play action live in 100,000-watt stereo. That's what you get each week that the Saints take on a new opponent, because Q93 is 100,000-watt clear stereo. And each week that the Saints take on their new opponent, we broadcast that game live with Jim Henderson, Dave Garrett, and Archie Manning. Thank you, Q Orleans, for making us the official station for the New Orleans Saints. And listen all week to pick up on your free tickets to the next home game. Also, more tailgate parties and more Who Dat Spirit. The official FM station of the New Orleans Saints. More music and more money. Q93.
No score, 12-13 second quarter. Archie has scores.
Yeah, Rippey and a 5-yard pass to Biner. Washington leads Atlanta 7-0 sixth quarter. And Dallas on top of the Giants 20-0 in the second quarter. Tampa Bay 14, Green Bay nothing.
Bears' third offensive possession. They have only 2 first downs in the game. Muster in motion. Harbaugh fake handoff to Anderson being rushed. He throws it to flat. Caught by Muster, 45. Running room to the 50, 45. Down to the 42-yard line. A 22-yard gain to Muster out of the backfield. Sam Mills and Brett Maxey on the tackle.
Well, you see the athletic ability of Jim Harbaugh. Saints came on a blitz. Had a free man, but Harbaugh did a nice job. Just threw it falling away. Got it out to Muster in the flat for a big gainer and a first down.
Good rush by Wayne Martin. He really nailed Harbaugh right down around the knees as he threw, but he floated it up there, and like you said, Arch, Muster had a lot of running room.
Ron Morris wide to the left. Wendell Davis splits wide to the right. Jennings, the tight end, is lined up as a flanker on the right side with Muster and Anderson in the backfield. Behind quarterback Jim Harbaugh. Football on the near side hash mark. In motion, Jennings. Handoff goes to Muster. That's Anderson down to the 40. Was first and 10 at the 42. He picks up a couple.
Ricky Jackson in on the tackle. Ricky had an interesting outfit today as he came to the Superdome. I happened to see him about 8:30. He had on a purple and gray jumpsuit, purple and gray shoes, a cigar sticking out of his mouth, and a Davy Crockett coonskin cap, replete with tail hanging down the back. I said, nice hat, Ricky. He said, what hat? I didn't say anything after that.
Anderson has 4 carries for 6 yards. The Bears have second down and 8 from the 40-yard line. They picked up only their third first down a moment ago. Handoff goes to Muster on a trap play across the 40 down to about the 37, maybe the 36-yard line. A 4-yard pickup. It's third down and 4 yards to go. 10:39 remaining, second quarter. Saints and Bears, no score. Bears on their third offensive possession. Saints missed a 42-yard field goal attempt. Their first offensive possession. Floyd Turner also bobbled a pass in the end zone that could have been a touchdown in that possession. But the Saints had a good defensive stand. At the Bears' expense at the Saints' 5-yard line.
Saints bring in 7 defensive backs and 4 people rushing against the 4 wide-out formation of the Bears.
Gentry in motion, 3rd and 4 from the 36. Harbaugh has rushed out of the pocket. He's got room to the 30 and slides down to about the 27-yard line. They'll call it the 28. An 8-yard pickup. He needed 4. That's the 4th first down of the ball game for the Bears.
Well, the Saints got a good rush out of their front 4, but Harbaugh was able to sneak through a little crease right there. Linebacker, or the defensive backs were driving back in zone coverage. Very hard to prevent a quarterback from picking up the first down in that situation, especially Harbaugh, who's a good athlete and has good speed.
Clock down to 9:37 in the first half, no score. 1st and 10 Bears at the Saints' 28-yard line. Jennings back in the lineup now, and he'll line up as tight end on the right side. Also split wide to the right is Neil Anderson with Waddle and Davis wide to the left side. Muster, the only back behind Harbaugh, under center, 1st and 10. Big rush by the Saints. Harbaugh rushed out again, but there's going to be holding on Pat Swilling as Harbaugh rushes down to the 24-yard line, a pickup of 4, but I think it'll come back.
Yeah, Swilling really came off the ball. He was going to be right in the face of Harbaugh, and I think probably Troy Alzine did just all he could do to grab it, hold, and protect his quarterback.
Holding offense, number 73. 10 yards, repeat first down.
Yeah, the hold was against John Wojciechowski. You'd expect, he said Alzine.
That's close.
They play next to each other. You'd expect Alzine to be blocking Swilling, but they kind of had on a loop there. And Wojciechowski is playing for Mark Bortz, the usual starter at left guard.
It'll be first down and 20 from the 38-yard line. If you've been putting off that oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into Cliff's Thrifty Lube and Walker Honda, Alexandria, Louisiana, and the Oil Express, Eunice, Louisiana, to get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. And while you're there, register to win free Saints tickets. 1st and 20 from the 38-yard line in Saints territory. Harbaugh back to pass on first down. Goes the screen, complete to Muster at the 45, 40, 35, 30, and out of bounds at about the 25-yard line. It'll be a 14-yard gain on the screen play to Muster from Jim Harbaugh, and 2nd down and long still coming up for the Bears. Frank Warren knocks him out of bounds.
Not a bad play for the Bears. Anytime you get that holding penalty and have a 1st and 20 to be able to get 14 of it back. You know, Muster really he's kind of a long strider, but once he gets going, he's got good speed.
Now, that's a play it seems like is passing out of vogue in the NFL. You don't see teams screen as much as they used to.
Saints don't have a lot of success with it.
Muster has 2 catches for 36 yards today. Tom Waddle wide to the left. Wendell Davis wide to the right. Split backfield on 2nd down. 7 yards to go at the Saints 25. Handoff goes to Anderson, and he's hit at about the 22 and drives forward to the 21-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and short for the Bears. Ricky Jackson and Vaughn Johnson swallow him up at about the 22.
Jim, I think one reason you don't see teams use screens as much is because of the specialization in football. Used to, I think screens were set up on passing downs where you get linemen out in front of linebackers to block them, backs running with the ball. You got so many defensive backs in there now, it's hard for those linemen to block them and really execute good screen plays.
Bears will use 4 wideouts. It's 3rd down and 3 from the 21-yard line. And the Bears are 1 for 4 on 3rd down conversions. Now, those wideouts aren't very wide. There's trips to the left with Gentry in motion now. And 1 wide receiver to the right. A low snap. Harbaugh looks over the middle. It's overthrown, incomplete. Intended for Morris. A little in front of him at the 10-yard line. And it's 4th down play coming up on the incompletion. And here comes Kevin Butler on the field.
Jimmy Spencer on the coverage in the 6 defensive back defense for the Saints. Try to hit that slant pattern in there. Jim, I got to ask you, is there a more charismatic player in the NFL than this guy right here? Look at this. Deion Sanders. 100-yard kickoff return for Atlanta. What's he been back? 2 days?
That's right. Washington does leave the Falcons, though, 14-7 in the 2nd quarter.
Harbaugh to hold on a 39-yard field goal attempt by Kevin Butler as a streamer is thrown onto the field. The play goes off. Kick is in the air, and it's certainly long enough, and it's good. The Chicago Bears break the scoring ice as streamers fall in front of the kick by Kevin Butler. 7:28 left to go in the first half. The Bears have taken a 3-0 lead over the Saints. Now this for Southwest Airlines and Pennzoil.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy 1 round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for one night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
Keep your car's engine in shape with Pennzoil Motor Oil from Walmart. Pennzoil Motor Oil from Walmart gives your car's engine the protection needed against heat, cold, and friction. And Walmart has Pennzoil Motor Oil available in straight and multiple viscosity grades. So for world-class protection for your car's engine, pick up some Pennzoil Motor Oil. It will keep your car in shape, and at the Walmart price, your budget will be fit. Walmart. Always.
Ford Quality Care, proud sponsor of Saints Radio Network. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. We're talking about Ford Quality Care. 7:28 remaining second quarter, 3-0 Bears, and Gardocki to kick off.
Bears just 2 out of 10 for 17 yards. One of those completions, though, to Eric Martin, and that makes a string of 75 straight games in which he has caught a pass, closing in on Danny Abramowitz's record of 79. But I think Abramowitz's record is probably more impressive because Archie was throwing to him most of the time.
Here comes Gardocki from the 35-yard line, and the kick is a high-end over-end boot. It will be taken by McAfee at the 3, to the 5, up to the 10. He's to the 15, running room 20, 25, 30. He gets to the 35 and spins down at the 38-yard line, and 2 outstanding runbacks, both 34 yards by Fred McAfee. Saints have 1st and 10. We'll pause for these messages with timeout. 7:16 remaining first half, 3-0 Bears. You're listening to Saints football.
Extended lights not included, ranking according to Chrysler Corp.
Car buyers, this is a public notice. Ray Brandt Dodge, Louisiana's #1 Dodge dealer, has been ordered by the factory's auditor to blow out over $10 million in new cars and trucks at rock-bottom prices. Get the brand new 93 Caravan with auto, AC, FM, AM, stereo, driver's airbag, and more, only $14,695. 100 Caravans to choose from during the Ray Brandt Dodge factory-ordered emergency clearance, 1660 West Bank Expressway, Harvey.
When the joys of homeownership bog down in financial responsibilities like a new roof or an extra room, remember, homeownership can also mean financial opportunity like home equity. Let Jefferson Savings help you meet those responsibilities and talk with your tax advisor about the money-saving opportunities of an any-purpose home equity loan. Jefferson Savings and Loan Association, an equal housing lender.
When you think of the Saints, you think of big fun in the dome. You think of suds. You think of the sensations. And of course, you think of doing the Vincent Boogie. Now when you think of the Saints, think of all the play-by-play action live in 100,000-watt stereo. That's what you get each week that the Saints take on a new opponent, because Q93 is 100,000-watt clear stereo. And each week that the Saints take on their new opponent, we broadcast that game live with Jim Henderson, Dave Garrett, and Archie Manning. Thank you, Q Orleans, for making us the official station for the New Orleans Saints. And listen all week to pick up on your free tickets to the next home game. Also, more tailgate parties and more Houdat spirit. The official FM station of the New Orleans Saints. More music and more money. Q93. You're listening to Q93.
7:16 first half. Bears lead the Saints 3-0.
It's time for the Saints offense to take control here. They're kind of stumbling around, and they need to get the defense off the field. Need to get this crowd back into the game.
Early is wide to the far side. Floyd Turner wide to the near side. Dunbar in the backfield along with Craig Hayward. Tight end Hobie Brenner on the right side. 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Handoff goes to Dunbar on the delay. There's a fumble and loose football on the field, and we'll see who got on top of it. Saints get it back at about the line of scrimmage after the run and fumble by Vaughn Dunbar. It may have been Joel Hilgenberg back on top of the ball, according to our spotter, Randy Renner.
Well, another break for the Saints right there. Boy, a fumble would have been a killer. Saints offense just not in sync. Not timing is not good on their passing game. The protection has not been great, even though it's not a lot of sacks. Putting the ball on the ground. Need a couple of first downs and some pass completion.
2 flankers to the right, 1 wide out to the near side. That's Eric Martin. For a second down from the 36-yard line, and Wesley Carroll's in motion from right to left. Here's a handoff to Dalton Hilliard. Good running room as he crosses the 40, maybe to the 41-yard line. 5-yard gain, and the Saints will have 3rd and 5.
Good blocking on the right side of the offensive line for the Saints. Dalton Hilliard running hard. Dalton in last week's game, just 2 carries for 20 yards.
And we have an injury and a timeout on the field. 6:12 left to go in the first half. 3-0. Bears lead the Saints. Have you guys read the book, Saga of the Saints?
Absolutely.
It's available now at B. Dalton Booksellers, and you can also call 1-800-358-1950 for Saga of the Saints, the illustrated history of the first 25 seasons published here in New Orleans. 1-800-358-1950 for Saga of the Saints. 3-0. Bears lead. Injury timeout. Now this for Popeyes and Port Quality Care.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Quinn Early was the injured player and walked off the field under his own power. We'll check his injury. Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the New Orleans Saints radio network, flies the newest pure jet fleet in America. Southwest Airlines, it's just plain smart.
It looked like it was Quinn Early's left knee, but you're right, he came trotting off the field under his own power, and Dr. Habig heals another one.
Saints are 1 for... Yeah, that's a miracle. The Saints are 1 for 5 today on 3rd down after being 3 out of 13 in Philadelphia last week. Big 3rd down play here. Saints need to retain the football.
Turner in motion right to left. Carroll and Martin are the other 2 receivers out of the shotgun. Bobby Hebert to a wide open Hilliard at the 45-yard line, and he's knocked down right at where he needed to go for the first down. I think he got it. Knocked down by Donnell Wolford. And there's a completion that'll get some applause from Bobby Hebert. 1st and 10 Saints at the 47.
Well, Dalton, right out of the backfield, probably an option pattern, takes it to the flag. Good throw by Bobby. He's protected well. Dalton bobbled it a little bit, made the catch, and got the first down. He came out of the game, now he checks back in.
And Quinn Early checks back into the lineup, so his injury not that serious, it appears. Eric Martin and Early come wide to the near side. Dalton Hilliard, the only back behind quarterback Bobby Hebert, with Carroll split wide to the right.
Well, you know, the Saints do have a halfback pass with Dalton Hilliard, but I don't think this is the formation they like to run it from.
1st and 10 from the 47. Hilliard puts a big block on Singletary to buy more time for Hebert, but he's sacked anyway back at the 38-yard line by Trace Armstrong, 4th-year player out of Florida. 1st-round draft choice in '89, a 9-yard loss.
Well, Mike Singletary shot the gap and forced Bobby out of the pocket, but it looked as though Trace Armstrong just running along with Bobby, and maybe Bobby didn't think he was going to be able to catch him. He really didn't have a lot of trouble. He took a 9-yard loss. It's best just to throw that ball away right there. Get back to the line of scrimmage where it'd be 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 19.
Armstrong's being blocked by Chris Port. They've just put Chris Port in at right tackle for Stan Brock. Stan, I don't think, is hurt. This is an idea down the line that somebody will have to replace Stan Brock perhaps in the next year or 2 as he's getting on in age, and they're going to try to work Port in there more and give him some experience.
Saints had 14 net yards passing out of the shotgun. Hebert throws, and it's underthrown, intended for Brenner at the 47-yard line, and I don't know if that pass got knocked down or not, but it was way underthrown to Brenner at the 47. Incomplete. 3rd down and 19.
Well, the Boo Birds are out. They've been on Floyd Turner today. They've been on the Saints offense and maybe, I guess now specifically on Bobby Hebert, but it's been a combination of things. He's not been well protected. He's been hesitant when he has been. He's had some drops. His receivers haven't given him the best day. It's a combination of things, but right now the Saints offense just isn't doing much.
It's just not in sync. And this is, once again, not the situations you want to be in against the Chicago Bears. 3rd and 19. 4 wide receivers set. Bobby in the shotgun.
2 to the left, 2 to the right. Saints are 2 for 6 on 3rd down conversions. Out of the gun. Hebert stands at his 30. Looks. Throws a long, long pass way downfield at the 25-yard line. Jump ball and incomplete at the 20-yard line. Intended for Quinn Early.
Well, he was being covered by Richard Fain, the nickelback, around the 20-yard line. Just threw it up for grabs in a jump ball situation, and Fain had position, was able to block Quinn Early off the ball.
Barnhart has 2 punts averaging 51 yards per punt. And it'll be Donnell Wolford back to receive at his own 15-yard line. Line of scrimmage, the 38, 4th down and 19 from the 38-yard line. With 4:19 left in the first half, 3-0 Bears. Saints won in preseason over the Bears, 34-31. Snap back in good shape. Barnhart slaps this one a bit. Wolford retreats to the 15-yard line, tries to return, gets loose from a tackle at the 20 and falls forward to about the 23-yard line. A 47-yard punt and 8-yard return after Barnhart booted it and Wolford returned it. Tommy Stowers in on the tackle.
And you know, Tommy Barnhart wants to have a good day today. Remember last year, Archie, was his shank late in the game against the Bears that set up their game-winning touchdown drive. He's a former Bear for a short time.
Tommy kicked the ball well last week in Philadelphia. He's had some good punts today. 4:08 to go in the first half, and the Saints actually just trailed 3-0. I kind of have the feeling, much like Philadelphia last week, we could certainly be further behind in this ball game.
New backfield now behind Jim Harbaugh. It's Darren Lewis at fullback and Mark Green at running back. Handoff goes to Lewis up the middle, 25 up to the 30-yard line, maybe the 31 before he is stopped. That's Darren Lewis, a 6th-round choice last year, 2nd-year player out of Texas A&M with the run.
Pretty good first down running play, I formation, fake the pitch and just slip it to the fullback. He picks up about 7 yards.
6 officially. It's 2nd down and 4 from the 30-yard line. Experience the perfect steak. We're talking about Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, home of serious steaks, where your steak is U.S. prime, corn-fed, Midwestern beef, cut by hand daily. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is now the #1 prime steakhouse in the country with 32 locations coast to coast. 2nd down 4 from the 30-yard line. Jennings, flanker on the tight end formation on the left side. Now Jennings in motion from left to right with 2 wide receivers. Handoff goes to Lewis. Behind his blocking, finally runs up to about the 33-yard line. He needed to go to the 34, and he got close. We'll read it.
This is one thing the Bears are doing this year. They're trying to use more of their running game, not just Anderson and Muster. Lewis had 4 carries for 23 yards last week, including a long gainer of 13. Mark Green out of Notre Dame, whom we haven't seen today, also was integral in their running game last week.
3rd down and a very short 1 yard to go. Actually, it's upfield from the 33, needing to reach the 34. Bears are 1 for 5 on 3rd down conversions.
Bears
double
were
tight
4
end.
of 12 last week against Detroit on 3rd down.
Also a flanker on the left, and that's one of the tight ends. Handoff goes to Green. He was almost tripped up in the backfield. He's caught in the backfield, and then he falls forward. But I believe the Saints stop him for a yard loss and have held on 3rd down.
Well, big defensive play for the Saints. I think Green missed his hole. Obviously, that play was supposed to go off tackle. He tried to take it out wide. Good defense picked off with another fine defensive play for the Saints. And Floyd Turner goes back in to return this punt.
Gene Atkins came firing through. He had read that play all the way and disrupted it and allowed the other members of his defense to make that tackle.
2 punts for Gardocki, a 42-yard average, and Floyd Turner will return this punt. It is a low spiraling kick. Turner has to run up, catches it at the 30, and then is flipped and loses the ball and is injured. Oh, he is. Both players are injured at the 34-yard line. What a collision. It was a 38-yard punt and a 5-yard return.
Well, that looks like a serious injury to Floyd Turner, and that's one of the chances you take when you put one of your starters back there returning kicks, particularly punts.
And I tell you, one of the Bears is right beside him, whoever's on the special teams that made that tackle, and they're both hurt.
2-minute warning. We're at 1:57 first half, 3-0 Bears over the Saints. You're listening to Saints football.
With the help of the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital, you can maximize your potential in sports. If sports injuries occur, you'll have comfort in knowing the Sports Medicine Center is there. State-of-the-art medical technology, physical rehabilitation, and fitness equipment, plus the multi-specialty staff at the Sports Medicine Center can enhance your body's performance. Sports Medicine Center can prevent, diagnose, treat, and rehabilitate injuries far more effectively than ordinary hospitals or health spas. See for yourself. Call 885-3488 for more information.
Hey, George, I heard you just purchased a new heat pump.
Yeah, Bill had it installed last week.
Why in the world did you buy a heat pump?
Well, a heat pump's one piece of equipment that provides comfortable heating and cooling with just the flick of a switch. And for each unit of electricity that goes in, you get 3 units of heat out. I mean, it's like getting a $100 value for only $33.
George, where'd you get your heat pump?
We got it from a contractor member of Louisiana Heat Pump Association. And if you're interested in moving up to the heat pump, just call 1-800-537-4255. They'll provide you with a list of qualified member contractors in your area.
Silver Bullet is the right beer now. Brought to you by Coors Light, the crisp tasting beer that's mountains above the rest. Remember to reach for the Silver Bullet when there's no room for filling up.
Right after the game. More chances for you to pick up on tickets to see Jodeci live in concert September 18th. Along with Mary J. Blige, Pete Rock and CL Smooth, and Father MC. You're listening to Q93.
3-0 Bears over Saints, a minute 57 remaining first half. Let's pause 15 seconds for station ID. This is New Orleans Saints football.
CJ and Company in the morning.
The oldies I'll request lunch hour.
AED.
The I'll request a dedication party.
93 in a row.
Oh, money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE-FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
David and Archie, this does not look good. They've got the stretcher out there, and they've put a splint on Floyd Turner's left leg. Watching the replay, it just snapped as he was hit by Douglas. Douglas is okay and has come off the field. I remember back in preseason at his press conference one day up in La Crosse, Jim Moore was asked about using starters as kick returners. And he said it didn't bother him that much to use starters as kickoff returners, talking about McAfee and Dunbar, who are filling that role, because he said you had a lot of people around you and the velocity of contact wasn't that great. He said it did concern him to use starters as punt returners. He was forced into that today, he felt, because Patrick Newman and the rest of the Saints' return game was so bad in the punt return game that he was forced into using Floyd Turner here today. He felt a starter, and it has come back to haunt him.
Well, that's really scary. That's the sad part of football. It hurts to lose games, but boy, when you have an injury like this, and this really does look like a bad one.
Well, we'll get the update in just a moment from the locker room. A minute 57 remaining first half. Saints do have the football, although Turner fumbled when he was hit. The ground, of course, was in play there, so it was not ruled a fumble. So the Saints have it first down and 10, and the football's on the 34-yard line. In Saints territory, out of the I formation, Hilliard gets the draw play handoff and gains 1 to the 35 at second down and 9.
Well, obviously not a real popular call with the fans here. 1:45 to go in the first half. Saints run an I formation running play. Do go without a huddle now.
Eric Martin is the wide receiver to the near side with Early wide to the right side. Split backfield. Hayward in there to block. Back to pass. Bobby Hebert, and he's sacked at the 31. 4-yard loss, and it's third down and 13. Tackle made by Tim Ryan.
No one open. Saints just sending 4 people out on the pattern. Like to get the fullback in to help block, and instead it wasn't enough. Bobby could spot no one open. Tried to move around, takes the sack. Third and about 12 coming up.
Our thanks to Perlis and Cajun Clothing Company for outfitting our Saints radio team in these nice cotton crawfish shirts and blazers. See all the colors and styles of crawfish shirts at Perlis on Magazine and the Esplanade, and at Cajun Clothing Company in Jack's Brewery, the Riverwalk, and Oakwood, Cortana, and Acadiana malls.
Who got my crawfish shirt?
1:30 remaining in the game. Saints burn a timeout after the sack. It'll be third down and 13 at the 31-yard line.
I don't know if Floyd Turner believes in astrology, but if I were him, I would check what my chart said for today, because he just had a horrendous day from the very beginning, and now to be lost to what appears to be a very serious injury.
I think so. You know, and there's a That's probably, it could be a fractured femur right there. Where they slit his pants, put that splint on immediately right there. That just makes you sick.
4 wide receivers on third down. 2 for 7 on third down conversions. 3rd and 13 from the 31-yard line. There's a throw over the middle for Martin. It's thrown behind him and incomplete at the 46-yard line. Martin just could not stop to get on that pass. John Mangum defending on the play, and here comes Tommy Barnhart.
Well, you're right, David. Ball thrown a little bit behind him. Bobby, once again, feeling a little heat from Trace Armstrong. Just didn't get a lot on it, didn't put the ball right where he wanted it. Bobby having a tough day, 3 of 14.
Net 10 yards in passing. Line of scrimmage, the 31. Barnhart stands at his own 16-yard line. He's averaging 49.6 per punt. Donnell Wolford deep to receive for the Chicago Bears with 1:24 remaining. That's another nice punt, but it never turns over. Wolford gets it at the 26-yard line, tries to jitterbug, and dances his way up to about the 31-yard line. 44 on the punt and 7 yards on the return, and the Bears will have it back with 1:15 to go. Don't forget to tune in to the Saints postgame show when Archie, Jim, and I pick the weekly Popeyes Pop of the Game winner. Each week, we recognize the Saints player who delivers that Pop of the Game and announce the local charity that receives $500 in his name, sponsored by Popeyes, famous fried chicken and biscuits. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Bears back on the offense.
Bears have 2 timeouts remaining, David. Clock shows 1:15. I think the Bears will go shotgun formation, come out with 4 wide receivers.
At the 32, it's 1st and 10. Bears only have 4 first downs. This is their 5th possession of the game. Harbaugh back to pass, and it's dropped by Henderson at the 34-yard line. Right in his hands, and then right out. Depending on the play, Reggie Jones.
Well, he wouldn't have gone far. He's running into the flat. The Saints had rolled a zone over there. Reggie was waiting for him.
1:11 remaining in the first half. 3-0 Bears on a 39-yard Kevin Butler field goal. Saints have 58 yards total offense in the first half compared to 96 for the Bears.
Bears have 4 first downs.
1:11, 2 wide to the right, 2 wide to the left. Out of the shotgun, Harbaugh gets the snap, back in good shape, throws out in the flat, and it's caught but out of bounds. But they do call it a reception at the 39-yard line to Davis. 7-yard reception to Wendell Davis.
That'll stop the clock at 1:05. Bears still have 2 timeouts. Toy Cook was on the coverage. Nice throw by Harbaugh, nice and safe, high and outside. Good catch by Wendell Davis. LSU folks have seen that a few times through the years. And how about a big win for LSU last night, too, against Mississippi State, 24-3.
Their band's here today, the marching band. 1 for 6 on third down conversions. Ron Morris is wide to the left. Waddle in motion across the formation to the right. He's throwing for Waddle. It's caught complete at the 49-yard line to Tom Waddle. 1st and 10 Bears. Clock will move. Keith Taylor on the tackle. 55 seconds, now 54 remaining first half.
Well, Waddle's just level, but he holds on to the football, running a hook pattern. Nice timing by Harbaugh. He brings his team up to the line without a huddle. 45 seconds to go. Still 2 timeouts.
4 wide receivers, throw to Waddle again. It's complete, and he gains down to the 40-yard line. Quick pickup of 8.
He'll probably use a timeout here.
Timeout. Tackle by Toy Cook with 38 seconds remaining in the first half, and the Bears call T.O.
I remember on their game-winning drive last year talking with Greg Landry in the locker room afterwards, and he said he really felt like they knew what kind of defense the Saints were going to be in the last 2 minutes. Looks like the Saints are playing straight zone down there right now, and they're just picking it apart.
Right, dude. Have 4 people rushing, 1 linebacker in the game, 6 defensive backs just dropping back in zone. He had a hook pattern earlier. That time Waddle just stops once again. That's usually the type of patterns you want to run against a zone. Many times, though, the zone should take away those alleys to throw to the wide receivers and force you to throw to the back.
Attention Saints fans, a brand new publication devoted exclusively to giving you the inside story on the Saints. Call Saints Digest. It's yours by calling toll-free 1-800-334-4005. You'll also receive the 92 Saints Media Guide 26 times a year. Publish the Saints Digest, 800-334-4005. First down, or second down and 2 from the 40-yard line. Harbaugh back to pass out of the shotgun. Throws caught by Gentry at the 30, and he steps out of bounds smartly at the 27-yard line after juking Reggie Jones, a 13-yard gain, first down.
Well, that's what you don't want to do. You know, I know people are very critical of the prevent defense, but it's the prevent defense, really the purpose of it is make you throw short passes that keep you in the field. That time Gentry, from an inside position, is running a sideline there. Harbaugh protected well, got the ball to him. Gentry made the catch and got right out of bounds. They don't use up a timeout. There's still 32 seconds to go. and the Bears have entered field goal territory.
First and 10 from the 27-yard line. Trips to the right, one to the left. Harbaugh with the snap stands at his 35, throws to Gentry, caught at the 22, to the 20, down to the 18-yard line before he is stopped. A 9-yard gain to Gentry.
Here's where Harbaugh probably ought to just line him up and throw it away.
Timeout.
Oh, I think
that's their third and last.
Oh, I think Harbaugh panics a little bit right here. He can't get his people lined up fast enough, or in his opinion, so he calls timeout. Not a smart move at all. Go ahead, try to get your people lined up, take the snap, throw it to the ground. You might have used another 3 or 4 seconds. That'd be 16 or 17 on the clock, and you still got that one more timeout. Now it's really scary with 21 seconds to go. You don't want to. You take a chance. You try a pass. You get a sack. You do something. A guy doesn't get out of bounds, and you don't get to try your field goal. They may just line up and kick this thing.
That's the thing, isn't it? You want to save that last timeout so that you can throw the ball over the middle and then stop the clock if you need to get on your field goal team.
It really was. That was a mistake by Jimmy Harbaugh. He just panicked a little bit there when he didn't feel like he was getting his people on the line fast enough, turned around and called a timeout. You don't want to do that with 21 seconds. Now, if they throw the ball here, he's got to throw it toward the sideline or in the end zone. A big mistake if he completes a pass that a receiver can't get out of bounds.
Trips to the left, a wide receiver to the right, second down and 1. Harbaugh throws to the end zone, and it's overthrown and incomplete, intended for Wendell Davis.
Oh, Wayne Martin buries Harbaugh just as he releases the football. But that was the throw you have to make. Wendell Davis running a corner pattern toward the end zone. If he makes the catch, he can either get out of bounds or into the end zone. No harm done.
Falcons have taken a 21-14 lead over Washington in the second quarter. Nice to have speed. Deion Sanders with a 100-yard kickoff return, and Michael Haynes an 89-yard touchdown reception.
Bears are 2 of 7 on third down conversions. It's third down and 1 from the 18-yard line. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Football in the middle of the field laterally. 1 blocking back for Harbaugh. That's Anderson. He throws in the flat. It is caught and out of bounds. Ron Morris at the 13-yard line. First and 10 with 11 seconds left in the first half. A 5-yard gain. Gene Atkins defending.
They may line up and kick it right here. Possibly take one more chance into the end zone. Good safe throw right there. He's got his receiver right on the sideline. Completes the pass, and his momentum takes him right out of bounds.
Don't forget to stay tuned for the Southwest Airlines halftime report. First down and 10 from the 13-yard line.
Well,
7 first downs in the game for the Bears.
This ball will definitely go into the end zone here.
Out of the shotgun with 4 wide receivers and a big rush by Ricky Jackson. Harbaugh's rushed out. He throws from the 15 out of the end zone, incomplete. It was intended for Waddle, through his hands, and there's one of the few times that Waddle's not a miracle man.
Well, I'm not sure he got his hands on it. Jimmy Harbaugh entertained thoughts of running. That would have been a big mistake because he possibly wouldn't have got in. The clock could have run out.
Jimmy Spencer defending, and here comes Kevin Butler.
Harbaugh showing increased maturity, isn't he? Because that was the temptation there, and he had enough presence of mind to know that he couldn't run, and he had to throw it away or make sure nobody else could touch it.
Well, visiting with the Saints defensive players, a big difference even since last year. Jimmy Harbaugh just continues to get more and more confident.
With Harbaugh to hold, and timeout is called. We have a stoppage of play. I believe the Saints may have burned a timeout as a 30-yard field goal is in the wings here. 5 seconds remaining in the first half. 3-0 Bears on a 39-yard Kevin Butler field goal. Earlier in the ballgame, Morton Anderson missed a 42-yard field goal on the Saints' first offensive possession, and one that we thought might have been blocked.
See a picture of Coach Jim Mora on our monitor. His 100th game as the New Orleans Saints head coach, and not extremely happy about the first half.
The only thing Saints fans can hope is that Bobby Hebert has the closing 2 minutes of this game like Jim Harbaugh had last year. As you mentioned in the open, Arch, remember Harbaugh was having a miserable day, 2 out of 19 for just 16 yards in the first 58 minutes before he put that game-winning drive together. The Saints here hopefully will only be down 6-0 at halftime.
Hebert's 3 of 14 for 23 yards in today's game. 30-yard field goal attempt. In the end zone to our right. Kevin Butler's already 1 for 1 today. Line of scrimmage is the 13. The snap will be held at the 20. Ball down, kick in the air. Most certainly has the distance, and it's good. And the clock stops with 2 seconds remaining in the first half. The Bears have taken a 6-0 lead on 2 Kevin Butler field goals.
Well, the Bears did a nice job on their 2-minute drill. I'm sure Saints fans will be critical of the old proverbial prevent defense. Saints gave up some hook patterns, though. Allowed the
Bears to get the ball downfield, a couple of sidelines, and get out of bounds. Jimmy Harbaugh gets his 3 points for his team, even though he made one mistake along the way in using up his last timeout with 21 seconds to go.
We need to tell you about Tabasco brand products, a proud sponsor of Saints football on radio. Tabasco brand pepper sauce, 7-spice chili, Tabasco brand Bloody Mary mix, like the Saints. They're Louisiana legends and proud sponsors of Saints Radio, your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Remember, there's only one Jeep. 2 seconds remaining. The Saints will probably see a squib kick here.
You'd think so.
10 plays.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, Fred McAfee's had 2 real good returns. I wouldn't think they'd want to kick the ball to him right there. It's just 2 seconds. Probably try to squib it to one of the. You got Ironhead, you got Derek Kennard, Stowers, and Hobie Brenner. I'd try to kick it to Hobie if I was him.
McAfee's averaged 33.5 yards on 2 returns of kickoffs here in the first half. It's been really the only bright spots on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm sure the Saints offense will try to regroup at halftime, just get everything in sync.
Here's Gardocki on the onside kick attempt. Sam Mills covers the football at the 49-yard line, and the time runs out. That's the end of the first half. The score, Bears 6, Saints nothing. The Southwest Airlines halftime report begins in 1 minute with the first half summary. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Need a sports car? Get an Eagle Talon with cash back direct from Chrysler. Need a family car? Get an Eagle Summit 3-door or 4-door, both with cash back. Need a lot of room? Get an Eagle Summit wagon with air conditioning at no charge on select models. What you need to do now is to see your Jeep and Eagle dealer in a hurry, because these offers are for a limited time only. Drive for the gold with Jeep and Eagle, official sponsors of the U.S. Olympic team.
Nationwide service. That's just one reason why Sears Brand Central is America's #1 appliance and electronic superstore. And right now, you'll save on hundreds of items during their once-a-year birthday bash. For example, an RCA 20-inch TV with remote and on-screen display is just $229.99 through Saturday. An RCA VCR with remote and 4-event timer is just $199.99 through September 26th. So hurry to Sears Brand Central before it's too late. Prices may vary in Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico.
You can count on me, Sears, Roebuck and Company.
Saints football proudly sponsored on radio by Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. And by Popeye's famous fried chicken and biscuits, official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. And by Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Welcome back. Halftime, 6-0 Bears over Saints. And welcome to the Southwest Airlines Halftime Report. If you're just plain smart about the New Orleans Saints history, you could be a big winner in the 92 Southwest Airlines Saints Halo Hall of Fame contest. We already have one clue today. The more you know about the memorable Saints stars of the past, the better your chances of being one of 8 big winners in 92. Winners will enjoy an exciting gift package, including all of these great prizes. A pair of free round-trip tickets from any Southwest Airlines city to New Orleans, or any of the other 33 Southwest Airlines destinations of your choice. A pair of free tickets to an upcoming Saints home game in the Dome. A pair of free tickets to the Saints Hall of Fame and Museum in Kenner. Dinner for 2 at Stonebreaker's Restaurant in Metairie. Plus a special Southwest Airlines Saints Smart Pack filled with fun gifts from Southwest Airlines. To win, just listen for in-game clues in each Saints broadcast. If you can name the Saints Halo Hall of Famer, mail your entry or postcard to Southwest Airlines, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005 by the entry deadline. If you're the first correct entry drawn on the announced drawing date, you're a winner. Because when it comes to knowing about your favorite team, the Saints, you're just plain smart. No purchase necessary to win. Just send in the correct entry by the announced deadline date. And if you're the first correct entry drawn by Southwest Airlines, you'll be one of 8 big winners this season. Listen for clues in each game and be a winner. The Saints Halo Hall of Fame contest brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Saints had 2 chances to score on their first offensive drive of the ball game. A Floyd Turner drop pass on about the 2-yard line negated one opportunity, and then a 42-yard field goal attempt was missed, hooked wide to the right by Morton Anderson. The Bears' 2 scoring drives, a 39-yard field goal by Kevin Butler at 7:28 in the second quarter. 8 plays, 44 yards on a Bears drive that stopped at the 21-yard line, made it 3-0. Teams traded possessions. Saints got it back 2 more times, but ran 3 plays, picked up 1 first down, and then the other possession ran 3 plays and punted. And then the Bears put together a 10-play, 55-yard drive in the closing seconds of the first half, a 30-yard field goal by Butler put the exclamation point on the end of that drive. With 2 seconds remaining in the second quarter, it's 6-0 Bears, and that's where we stand. Bears leading by a 6-0 score. Jim Henderson's next with his halftime guest. More in a moment on the Southwest Airlines halftime report after these messages. The score, 6-0 Bears. You're listening to Saints football.
On select models, standard effect equipment, tax title license not included, includes rebates ranking according to the South Central region. Car buyers, Ray Brandt, the South #1 Nissan dealer, is #2 in the U.S. and racing to become America's #1 Nissan dealer. The new 92 Maxima comes with automatic AC, cruise, tilt wheel, FM and cassette stereo, and more. Only $15,990. Or get the new 92 Pathfinder for $15,990 at the Ray Brandt Nissan Clearance Center with the end-of-the-year clearance. 1884 West Bank Expressway, Harvey. Ray Brandt Nissan, guns down the competition. The law office of Cardell Thomas provides competent and trustworthy legal advice in a warm and comfortable environment. This team of legal professionals has served their New Orleans community for the past 10 years. Now, if you have legal problems, their professionals stand poised to help you. Cardell Thomas and his associates have assisted thousands of people just like you in cases from maritime, personal injury, criminal, divorces, and succession. Stop by their office at 3723 Canal Street or call 482-2841. 482-2841. The law firm of Cardell Thomas gets results. The Saints are the #1 team in New Orleans. First Communication is the first team in communication. Right now, First Communication would like to show you their lineup of superstars in terms of telephone systems and service. You may even get a quarterback. Let First Communication review their playbook with you and defend against breakdown and high cost in your present system. First Communication guarantees to play hard every day and give you a championship telephone or communication system. Don't fumble away this opportunity. Call First Communication at 464-1717 and be part of a winning team.
If it's sports, you've got to know all the scores. Baseball, football, hockey, and more. If it's about the Saints, you want to know all the updates. The decision makers, Jim Finch and the Jim Moore Show. And who knows the Saints better than our favorite quarterback? The Archie Manning Show. Where can you get all of this and a whole lot more? Q93 sister station, Sports 1280 AM. Sports 24 hours a day. So while the other stations are reporting what they predict, hear it from the horse's mouth. Sports 24 hours a day. Only on Sports 1280 AM. You're listening to Q93.
With you at halftime in the Superdome, where the Bears hold a 6-0 lead over the Saints at intermission. Our guest is Corey McFerrin, who used to work for WTSU and then left town and made good, going to Denver, to Atlanta, to New York, and now he's the sports director at WBBM in Chicago, and he's had much success along the way. Thanks for the visit, Corey.
Well, thanks for those kind words, Jim. I remember my time here very well. I was here in 1979 to 1980, about 14 months. Worked over at Channel 6, WDSU, with a guy named Ed Harding at that time, well, you recall. And you were our main competition, along with Buddy over at Channel 8 at that time. But what I remember best about my year and a half here was the fabulous season the Saints had in '79, which up to that point was their best season ever. They won 8-8. Of course, Archie was the quarterback, and Munching and Galbraith, the running backs. Wes Chandler had a fantastic year, and up until the very last weekend of the season, they had a chance to make it to the playoffs. You remember that year well, I'm sure.
Yes, I do, and you got out of town just in time because you missed 1980. Let's talk about your Chicago Bear team. That was a very forgettable first half out there, wasn't it?
That has to be one of the ugliest first halves I have ever seen. The Bears are a good football team. I think there's no question about that. They're having a little bit of a trouble today. The offensive line is definitely a question mark for the Bears, particularly now. As you know, and I'm sure you talked about early on, Mark Bortz, the left guard, out for 4 weeks with an injury. He's being replaced by John Wojciechowski, and you got a guy at left tackle, Troy Auzine, a rookie. You got a center, Jerry Fontenot, who has never started before this year, with the Jay Hilgenberg trade to the Browns. On the right side, you got Keith Van Horn, who's got a toe problem. Jim Harbaugh is doing well to get the ball away, and I was pretty impressed by that last drive they put together there to score that final field goal. But Bears are a good team, not looking like one today, though.
We're visiting with Corey McFerrin, the sports director at WBBM TV, the CBS affiliate in Chicago. We're nearing the start of the second half with our score, the Bears 6 and the Saints 0. More on the Southwest Airlines halftime.
To assure next morning delivery. Express mail service, just $9.95 for up to 8 ounces. We deliver for you. Sponsored by your postal service.
A special shoot
Shoetown traffic alert. Shoetown and Foot in Fashion advise you to a side road to sidestep the sideshow, sparked by their massive store-wide sale. Right now, men's and women's short sleeve mid tops and shirts, half price. Men's and women's summer shorts, half price. Half price at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 20% off athletic shoes, Reebok, Nike, Fila, Converse, Pony, and more. Now 20% off at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion's spectacular store-wide sale.
Q93 presents the Popeyes Saint Sweepstakes. There are 2 weekly prizes. All you do is go into any participating Popeyes restaurant, pick up an official Saints bumper sticker, fill it out, and mail it in. Then listen to Q93 every Wednesday morning for the winning weekly name. You can win 4 tickets to the next Saints home game. You and 3 of your friends will be guests of Q93 at the Saints tailgate party. Receive a Saints duffel bag, jacket, and jersey, and your participating Popeyes Pop of the Game. Or the second weekly prize, 2 tickets to the next Saints away game, 2 round-trip airfares, 2 nights at NFL hotel plus $200 in cash. If you're not a weekly winner, not to worry. All 9 winning entries are eligible for the grand prize. That's 2 tickets to Super Bowl 92, 2 round-trip airfares, 4 nights in an NFL hotel plus $500 cash. There's a winner every week during the Q93 Popeye Saints Sweepstakes. Listen every Wednesday morning for the winning name. In addition, if you call Q93 within the time allotted, there's more to win. Go into any participating Popeyes restaurant and get ready to win. From continuous music, Q93, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints. You're listening to Q93.
Visiting with Corey McFerrin of WBBM TV from Chicago here at halftime as the second half's about ready to begin. You deal with one of the great characters in sports on an almost daily basis in Mike Ditka. What's it like for you?
It's unbelievable. I mean, he's a Jekyll Hyde guy. You never know what he's going to say. I mean, he's a loose cannon at all times. I have to be careful because our station hosts the Mike Ditka Show and the Bears Extra Show, of which he's a part on Sunday nights late. But, for example, a week and a half ago, a book was just published that came out, Mike Ditka, Monster of the Midway, very unflattering characterization of the head coach. And we asked him about that in a news conference setting. And it was incredible, the response we got. He became very, very kind of emotional and said things to the effect that anyone who dwells on the past is a coward and a loser. And therefore, this writer fit into that category, and the book wasn't worth even reading about or responding to. And little things like that, they come out of anywhere, and you always have to have the microphone close by because he comes up with gems at all times.
It seems like he plays an awful lot of psychological games with his team. Does he do that with the media as well?
Oh, no question. He plays an intimidation game with media people. I think there's no question about that, much like he does with his players. The big acting job he did this summer was on Fridge Perry during camp. As Fridge was holding out, he suggested the Bears didn't need this guy. Let's go on without him, and better leave Fridge in the past. Let's move forward. And, of course, when he finally got down to the weight they wanted him to get to and they worked out a contract, he was more than happy to welcome him back.
Corey, it's great to see you again. We'd like to present you with this beautiful collection of Oscar de la Renta neckwear. Comes courtesy of the Wemco Corporation right here in New Orleans. It'll go beautifully with that suit you're wearing today and anything else you choose to wear in the air in Chicago.
Well, I wish the people at home could see these ties.
Beautiful,
they're wonderful. Thanks a lot, Jim. Good to see you again.
You too, Corey. Corey McFerrin of WBBM TV in Chicago and a former employee of WDSU here back in the late 70s. That's today's Southwest Airlines halftime report. Our score, the Bears 6 and the Saints nothing. The second half kickoff is next on the Saints Network.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. Steve Stonebreaker for Tabasco brand products.
I spent most of my NFL career as a linebacker. Now that I have my own restaurant, you could say I went from bruising and breaking ribs to serving the world's best baby back ribs. Like a good game plan, a good recipe has to contain all the right ingredients. At Stonebreaker's Restaurant in Metairie, we proudly feature Tabasco Bloody Mary Mix and Tabasco sauce. We always make Tabasco a part of our lineup at Stonebreaker's. It's a Louisiana legend.
Well, at halftime, with the score 6-0 for the Bears, the Saints had 48 yards net rushing in the first half, just 10 yards net passing. Bobby Hebert, 3 out of 14 for 23 yards.
Morton Anderson's first kickoff of the day sends Green deep into the end zone. He had a notion, not deep, but 3 yards deep into the end zone. He had a notion, but touched his knee to the ground. Touchback for the Bears. They'll have it 1st and 10 at the 20. 7 first downs for Chicago, 6 for the Saints. Saints were 2 of 8 on third down efficiency. Bears were 3 of 8 on third downs. There's a flag on the play here. In penalties in the first half, 3 Bear penalties for 30 yards, 2 Saints penalties for 19. 11 of 18 for Harbaugh, 3 of 14 for Bobby Hebert.
Offside, number 37 of the kicking team, 5 yards, re-kick.
Jimmy Spencer offsides on the kickoff for the Saints, so they'll move it back to the 30, and Morton will do it again.
I can't remember the last time I've seen that at the professional level.
You're right. They let him get away with that all the time. I watch for it constantly. So many times somebody's offsides. Usually it's more than once, and they almost never call it. You're right.
5-yard penalty from the 30-yard line now. 14:54 remaining. 6 seconds came off the clock, although I don't know. Well, I do know why, because the player started to run out of the end zone for a moment and then touched his knee to the ground, so the clock did run.
I don't think it was 6 seconds worth.
No, I don't either. Think it'll be a factor, though? All right, here we go again as referee Larry Nimmers puts this play back in. And Morton Anderson approaches the football from the 30 this time. It is a booming kick. This goes to Green. He fields it at the 2. He's up to the 5. Tries to go to the right, back to the left to the 15, and he dives to the 20-yard line. And the Bears, nothing ventured really and nothing gained. 20-yard return. They'll have it 1st and 10 with the 1-yard difference after the penalty and re-kick at the 21-yard line. And we'll check the Bears starting offense here in the second half as the Saints defense takes the field. Harbaugh, of course, is the quarterback. Jennings is in there at one of the tight ends. We saw Darren Lewis and Mark Green late in the second period, but it's Brad Muster and Neil Anderson at fullback and running back respectively, and they started this game. Waddle and Davis wide to the right. Waddle's in the slot. Now he's in motion from right to left from the 21. Waddle now back to the right. Out of the I formation. Handoff goes to Anderson, and he stopped after about a yard gain. It's 2nd and 9, a 1-yard gain for Neil Anderson. Number 1 draft pick in '86, 7th year out of Florida. Tackle made by Ricky Jackson.
Wayne Martin also in. Saints start the same defense for the second half. They have Les Miller taking the place of Jim Wilkes in the starting nose guard spot.
6-0. Bears lead on 2 field goals kicked by Kevin Butler in the first half. 14-17 remaining, third quarter. Out of the huddle, Ron Moore splits wide to the right. Wide to the near side is Wendell Davis. Bears moving from our right to our left. Split backfield behind Harbaugh on 2nd and long. 9 yards to go from the 22-yard line. Harbaugh back to pass, looks over the middle, throws in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, and a good defensive play by Reggie Jones on Wendell Davis.
Just another real good defensive play by Reggie Jones. The hook pattern to Wendell Davis. Reggie Jones covers Davis, anticipates the throw, jumps, comes around his right shoulder, through him, knocks the ball away. Bears will face a 3rd and about 9.
I think we're seeing one thing that was indicative in the Philadelphia game. If Vince Buck didn't get hurt, I think it's a long time before Toy Cook gets his starting cornerback job back.
3 for 8 on third downs in the first half for the Chicago Bears. Gentry comes out in a slot to the near side. Also wide to the near side, Ron Morris.
Now the Saints have no linebackers in their nickel defense here. There's 7 defensive backs.
Out of the shotgun, Harbaugh stands at the 12, throws over the middle, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, who takes a shot by Gene Atkins, incomplete, intended for Davis, and boy, he took a shot over the middle. It's 4th down.
Yeah, Brett Maxey came with a blitz. He was picked up trying to bring Davis over the middle, and Gene Atkins massages him pretty good there.
It'll be Patrick Newman back in to return this punt after Floyd Turner left the game with a possible fractured femur.
I get the feeling that Gene Atkins enjoyed that, Jim.
Yeah, I do too.
Gardocki to punt. He averaged almost 42 yards per punt in the first half. Newman fields it at the 34, has some room up to the 40. Still room with a flag on the play. 45-50, 45-40, and out of bounds. Flags everywhere, though.
Oh, that's amazing. They just cannot do anything right in the return game. That time, Patrick Newman did make the first guy miss. Was taken off on about a 30-yard return, 25-yard return, and there are 4 or 5 flags down around the 40-yard line, obviously against the Saints.
Illegal block in the back. Penalty being forced from the foul. 10 yards, first down.
That's Damon Winston.
Larry Nimmers, the call there, the referee today, part of the 7-man officiating crew. Had several blocks in the back, according to our spotters, and according to the replay, too, and Damon Winston got targeted for the one that counted. So the Saints will have possession of the football, and it's a live ball foul, so it will be 1st and 10 after the penalty mark-off. And the football is at the 27-yard line. Saints' first offensive possession, second half.
You know, that's not a 15-yard penalty. That's like about a 33-yard penalty right there.
Dunbar and Hayward behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. Went early in motion out of the slot right to the left. Hebert hands off to Dunbar. Has a little bit of running room, crossing the 30, maybe to the 31. A pickup of 4 at 2nd down and 6.
On Dunbar's 9th carry of the day. He had 35 yards in the first half. Got off to a good start today. He had a nice 10-yard run early.
Ford Quality Care, a proud sponsor of Saints Radio. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. Ford Quality Care. 2nd down, 6, 31-yard line. Saints' first offensive possession, second half, trailing 6-0. 2 tight end lineup now. Stowers on the right, Renner on the left. 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 back behind quarterback Bobby Hebert, who's back to pass with Dunbar to block, throw over the middle. Caught by Brenner at the 47 on a circus catch, 1st and 10. Now they say he's up maybe to the 49-yard line by the time they brought the big guy down. Mark Carrier missed him. It's a 17-yard gain for Hobie Brenner, 12th-year man out of USC.
What a great catch by Hobie Brenner. Nice job of holding on to the football. Well, Mark Carrier really plays an aggressive free safety. Just plays shallow, diving for balls thrown across the middle. Should be an opportunity to take advantage of that and try to get someone deep.
They called his knee down at the 48-yard line. 1st and 10. First down of the Saints of the second half. 7th of the ball game. That was the Saints' longest play offensively from scrimmage. Fake reverse. Hebert back to pass. Looks, has all day. Wide open. Eric Martin. 25, 20, 15. He's going to score. Touchdown Saints. 52 yards to Eric Martin.
Well, that's what you call a gimmick play. Every team, or most teams, go into a game maybe with 3 or 4 of them. Don't always try on a situation where the Saints fake a reverse to Wesley Carroll. I think coming around, Bobby then kind of bootlegs the ball, and Eric Martin had done a down, out, and down. Completely fooled the secondary. Bobby put the ball right on him, and Eric takes him into the end zone.
Only a 3-play drive, a 17-yard pass to Brenner, and a 52-yard pass to Eric Martin. And the Saints are about to take the lead. 12:09 remaining third quarter. It's tied 6-6 with the point after. Barnhart to hold in the Girard Street end zone with Morton Anderson to boot it left-footed to try to break this tie. High snap, ball down, kick in the air. Good. Timeout. Saints lead. 7-6 Saints over the Bears, and the Saints lead for the first time this regular season. 12:09 remaining third quarter. This is New Orleans Saints football.
Special Shoetown traffic alert. Shoetown and Put in Fashion advise using a side road to sidestep to sideshow. Sparked by their massive store-wide sale. Right now, men's and women's short sleeve, knit tops and shirts, half price. Men's and women's summer shorts, half price. Half price at Shoetown and Put in Fashion. 20% off athletic shoes, Reebok, Nike, Fila, Converse, Pony, and more. Now 20% off at Shoetown and Put in Fashion's spectacular store-wide sale.
The Saints are the #1 team in New Orleans. First Communication is the first team in communication. Right now, First Communication would like to show you their lineup of superstars in terms of telephone systems and service. You may even get a quarterback. Let First Communication review their playbook with you and defend against breakdown and high cost in your present system. First Communication guarantees to play hard every day and give you a championship telephone or communication system. Don't fumble away this opportunity. Call First Communication at 464-1717 and be part of a winning team.
When you think of the Saints, you think of big fun in the dome. You think of suds. You think of the sensations. And of course, you think of doing the Vincent Boogie. Now when you think of the Saints, think of all the play-by-play action live in 100,000-watt stereo. That's what you get each week that the Saints take on a new opponent, because Q93 is 100,000-watt clear stereo. And each week that the Saints take on their new opponent, we broadcast that game live with Jim Henderson, Dave Garrett, and Archie Manning. Thank you, Q Orleans, for making us the official station for the New Orleans Saints. And listen all week to pick up on your free tickets to the next home game. Also, more tailgate parties and more Houdat spirit. The official FM station of the New Orleans Saints. More music and more money. Q93. You're listening to Q93.
12:09 remaining, third quarter. Saints take a 7-6 lead as Morton Anderson gets ready to boot to the end zone. Mark Green and Dennis Gentry are the deep backs. Gentry on the far side, Green on the near side, standing at the 3-yard line. 7-6 Saints after the 52-yard pass to Eric Martin, and this kick goes deep into the end zone, and Green will catch it and touch it back.
This is Halo Hall of Famer question number 2, or clue number 2, I should say. No other Saints kicker can top my 99% accuracy on extra points. I made 87 of 88 during my career in New Orleans. Who am I? Mail your entry or postcard to Southwest Airlines Halo Hall of Fame contest, 111 Veterans Boulevard, Suite 704, Metairie, Louisiana, 70005. The drawing deadline for entries is September 17th. What do you think?
That may be right. That may be Joe Winterhouse.
That's the name that comes to mind.
Or Paige Cochran.
Clues expressed from the booth are not the responsibility of this broadcast team. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Chicago Bears now against a fierce fan level, and a pass in the flat caught by Anderson at the 27-yard line. A 7-yard gain right as Swilling got in Harbaugh's face. Gene Atkins defending 2nd down and 3.
Well, you're exactly right, David. Excellent pass rush by Pat Swilling, coming right around rookie Troy Alzine. Gets his hands on Harbaugh, but Harbaugh did a good job of stepping up and delivering the football. Had a hand right to his head.
11:47 remaining, third quarter. Saints lead 7-6. Outscored in the first half, 6 to fresh out. Wide receiver to the near side, Ron Morris. Wide out to the far side is Wendell Davis. Split backfield behind Harbaugh. Jennings, the tight end, is lined up as a flanker and now is in motion. They go back the other way to Muster to the right side, and he is stopped at about the 30-yard line. Very close to a first down. You say he got it, maybe. 11:20 remaining, third quarter, and it is a first down to the 31. Officially a 4-yard gain. Bears' first down of the second half.
Troy Aikman, a 24-yard touchdown pass to Michael Irvin, and the Cowboys lead the Giants 34-0.
A lot of people think that Ray Handley will be the first coach fired in the NFL this year. He may not make it to the third game of the season after the way it's gone for him in the first 2.
Might not make it till tonight.
Buccaneers were leading the Packers in the third quarter 17-0. How about that? Sam Weish. New coach at Tampa. 7-6 Saints lead here. 1st and 10 Bears at the 31-yard line. Wide receivers to either side. Big rush. Throw over the middle. It's caught in and dropped. Great defensive play to end the play at the 31-yard line. They'll call it incomplete. It was intended for Muster and broken up by Brett Maxey.
And give the pass rush credit for that, though. Pressure on Jim Harbaugh just forced him to throw the ball behind.
Saints are coming with an all-out blitz. Looked like Mills was coming from his inside linebacker position. They were bringing a lot of people.
Yeah, Brett Maxey coming, too. Looked like the verbal may have burst for first-year coach Dennis Green. Detroit leads Minnesota 24-3. The Raiders in Cincinnati tied at 14, and Kansas City over Seattle 13-7.
10:40 remaining. 7-6 Saints. 2 wide receivers to the right. Now Waddle in motion out of his flanker position with 1 wide receiver to the left. Handoff goes to Anderson, sweeping left. 30, jukes a player. 35, 40, first down to the 45-yard line. A 14-yard gain and a nice dipty run by Neil Anderson, picking up the first down, and we have a Saints player down on the turf.
That's Swilling, who's shaken up. He chased the play down from the backside and was in on the tackle. They really pinned him inside on his pass rush that time and made it go right around him.
Well, that's the way you draw it up right there. That's the misdirection play, and you're right. They hooked Pat. Anderson was able to turn the corner. Lyman does a good job of staying with Vaughn Johnson, and Anderson cuts back inside of him, picks up a sizable gain. Credit to Swilling, though, continuing to pursue the play and get in on the tackle.
Reggie Jones sat in Swilling's face at the end of that play. Pat's all right, though. He's back up. 2 wide receivers to the right out of the I formation from the near side hash mark. Fake handoff. Jackson on the rush. He'll scramble and run. Harbaugh to the 45, 50, 45, and out of bounds at the 42, maybe the 43-yard line in Saints territory. A 12-yard gain by Jim Harbaugh. No defense on the defensive left side, the running right side for Harbaugh.
Well, that's what happens when you blitz. You got man-to-man coverage, and the quarterback can find a crease. Everyone's into coverage. He broke the plane of the line and got considerable running room over on the right side, picked up another first down.
Harbaugh has 2 carries for 20 yards today. 1st and 10 at the 43-yard line in Saints territory. The Bears on the move. This is their 3rd first down this half. There were 3 plays and a punt in their first possession. And all 3 of the first downs have been on this drive. 3 wide receivers now for Harbaugh. Back to pass. throws, caught by Jennings at the 40-yard line, down to the 39 before he stacked up and dropped a 4-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
There's a tight end who's a load. Keith Jennings out of Clemson, a free agent that they picked up a year ago, 6'4", 265. Of course, in this scheme of the Bears, most of the time they're blocking.
Their other tight end is a rookie out of TCU, was picked up as a free agent, Kelly Blackwell, and he's seen playing time this game.
Well, of course, James Thornton, who was their starter last year, the 5th-year player from Cal Fulton's on injured reserve.
8:38 third quarter. Saints lead 7-6. Bears on the drive, though. They've not gone to 3rd down in this drive. 2nd down and 6 on the 39-yard line. A flanker and a wide out to the right. That's Waddle in the flank. Back to pass. Harbaugh throws over the middle. It's caught at the 29-yard line by Wendell Davis. 1st and 10, a 10-yard gain from Harbaugh to Davis, and the Bears continue to march on the Saints. Tackled by Toy Cook and Reggie Jones.
Well, Harbaugh decided he couldn't run that hook pattern on Reggie Jones, so he flipped it over to the other side. Davis hooks in front of Toy Cook, and they get the completion.
Still not gone to 3rd down. In fact, on one 2nd down play, Henderson ran for 14. On one 1st down play, Harbaugh ran for 12. There's a 10-yard pass to Davis right there on 2nd and 6. 1st and 10 from the 29.
Saints probably play more man-to-man coverage against the Bears than they do other teams, really not out of lack of respect for the speed at their wide receiving core.
Hand off to Muster, sweeping right side, bounces outside, running room, 25 and 20 and out of bounds. Right at about the 20-yard line, a gain of 9 on the play, and it'll be 2nd down and short. Brett Maxey on the tackle.
Saints had a breakdown on containment to the weak side there, and Muster, once again, kind of a long strider, was able to get outside and turn the corner. Well, this is kind of drive a quarterback and a coach is calling plays. Really enjoys, Dave, as you mentioned, not going to any 3rd downs.
At the 20-yard line, and they probably won't here. 2nd down and 1 from the 20. 7-6 Saints lead. They scored on their last possession. It was only a 3-play, 73-yard drive, so the defense has still been out on the field much here in the 3rd quarter. 2nd and 1 from the 20 out of the straight I formation. Handoff goes to Anderson, trying to sweep left, does so, cuts back up over tackle and gets the 1st down to the 16. A 4-yard gain, 1st and 10 at the Saints 16-yard line. Tackle made by Vaughn Johnson and Gene Atkins.
Boy, the Saints could use a turnover here, couldn't they? Well, something they did so well last year with 28 interceptions. They have not had any through a game in more than a half of a second. They could really use one here, or at least a fumble recovery.
Yeah, Bears have really done a good job of answering. Saints score on a big play, fake reverse, a long touchdown pass. The Bears have taken the ball and just driven it right down the throat of the Saints.
Waddle and Davis wide right. That's the 5th 1st down of this drive, the 5th 1st down of the 2nd half of the Bears. Out of the split backfield, Harbaugh back to pass. Pretty good rush. He throws as he's hit, and it's complete to one of the Saints stations on the far side sideline, and Harbaugh may be guilty of intentionally grounding the ball.
That's got to be the call. He's going nuts. Wayne Martin had him in the backfield.
Well, being an old quarterback, I got to defend him a little bit.
Intentional grounding.
Yeah, I do too.
On the quarterback.
That's a bad call.
You know, as a Saints fan and broadcaster, I'm glad to see the call, but that's a bad call in football right there. Jim Harbaugh did a smart thing. His people were covered. It was a 1st down play. You don't want to see a sack. He's got a receiver out there. He's under pressure. He throws the ball out of bounds to the sideline. They call intentional grounding. That is a horrible call. It's a bad rule in football if they're going to call that a grounding call.
6:22 remaining 3rd quarter, and that penalty will march the football back to the 27-yard line. There's a loss of down.
Well, there's talk that they're going to get rid of that rule and trying to protect the quarterback, that they're going to allow intentional grounding in the years to come, trying to save the quarterback.
2nd down and 21 yards to go now. Back at the 27-yard line. It's an 11-yard penalty in effect, and the Bears have to call a timeout. 6:22 remaining 3rd quarter. Saints lead 7-6. Now this for BC Powders and your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers.
Power, BC Power.
When your job gives you a powerful headache, you need the power of BC.
Power, BC Power.
In this auto body shop, you get a headache just walking in the door.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
Somebody's hammering out dents over here or running a grinder over there. So there's always noise.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
Then on top of that, there's fumes. Pretty soon your head starts pounding like a sledgehammer.
You need something to see you through, something strong so you feel like new.
Around here, there's headaches just looking for a place to happen. But BC knocks them right out.
BC power in the powder, the power of BC. When you need strong relief, BC stops pain fast. The power of BC. Use as directed.
There's something going on at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Clearance sale. It's the end of the model year. Save big. Your dealer wants to make room for all the new models. Save really big. Get a four-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee and save. Vote on yourself. Or get cash back on Eagle Talent. Count it. Save big on Jeep Wrangler Party and four-door Eagle Summit. Look cool. Not too many people all over America know about this money event, so take your time. Hurry in now. This offer runs forever. Ends soon. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation.
Proud sponsor of Saints Radio, Sears Brand Central, the brands you want at the stores you trust. And real cooking with a casual atmosphere, crammed full of authentic Louisiana sports memorabilia. We're talking about Stonebreaker's Restaurant in Metairie, serving the world's best baby back ribs. Owned and operated by former Saint Steve Stonebreaker, where only a Saint can make such heavenly ribs.
We'll be there early in the morning, right, Dave?
That's right, 7 a.m. Monday mornings on the Saints Radio Network for the Archie Manning Monday Morning Quarterback Show.
Do you need to know somebody to get a reservation there? I mean, can you guys perhaps give me a
You
chair?
might come tonight and park and sleep in your car.
Sleep in my car?
Yeah.
That's the only way I can do that to wake up in time. 6:22, third quarter. Saints lead by a point. Bears on the drive, but after a costly grounding penalty, it's second down and 21 from the 27-yard line. Henderson wide to the right, and then you're going to talk about him getting ice on his knee between plays with three wide receivers to the left. Draw play Mustard, trying to go right, tries to cut back left, crosses to 25, gets 7 yards down to the 20. It's third down and about 14 yards to go now at the 20-yard line. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Saints Football.
CJ and Company in the morning. The oldies Our Request Lunch Hour. The Our Request and Dedication Party.
93 in a row.
More money.
And now the Saints. You're listening to Q93, WQUE-FM New Orleans, the FM station for the New Orleans Saints.
Time for the Saints to step in here on 3rd and 14 from the 20-yard line.
I wouldn't think Harbaugh would take a lot of chances with this throw, not risk an interception, at least try to come away with 3 points on this drive.
Out of the shotgun, Harbaugh looks over the middle, almost intercepted. He skipped the ball to one of the Saints defenders, Gene Atkins. It was underthrown. That was the first third down opportunity in this drive, and the Bears come up dry.
Well, Harbaugh a little upset with the receiver, Gentry, who stopped on him out there, and very well could have been an interception.
Butler comes in with Harbaugh to hold, and Kevin Butler will try to break this Saints lead, 7-6.
2 good points here. The defense rises up, force them to a field goal, and also, remember, this is probably going to be a real close football game. The Bears used up one of their timeouts.
Well, the Saints have had some success in the past blocking Kevin Butler field goal attempts. It'd be nice to do it here.
It's a 37-yard field goal attempt toward the street end zone to our left. There's the snap, back in good shape. Hooked it. Kick is in the air, and he did. He hooked it. It's wide to the left. No good. Saints still lead 7-6. There's timeout. 5:31 remaining third quarter. Saints hold on to a point lead. You're listening to Saints football.
Hi, this is CJ Superstar Morgan.
And I'm Monica Pierre.
Join us mornings for New Orleans' most listened to morning show, CJ and Company.
CJ, give me one good reason why we are the most listened to morning show.
Oh, that's easy. More music, more money, more fun, more Monica.
I said one good reason,
More
CJ.
traffic, more sports, more...
That's CJ and Company mornings on continuous music Q93 with always more than 93 in a row.
Oh, did I say more music?
Q93 with the most fun in the morning. CJ and Company.
No high pressure ever! Interstate Ford, the only dealer in town with no high pressure and no hassle. That's right. You can have a new 92 Taurus 4-door for only $13,395. Is a hot new Escort your style? Interstate Ford got them. New 92s for only $86.90, and they're loaded. Looking for a new 92 Explorer? Forget about those high prices from other dealers. Interstate Ford has them loaded out for only $17,997. Stop by Interstate Ford on Veterans for a great selection of new and nearly new cars and trucks where you get so much for so Interstate little. Ford, where our high volume means low prices for you. All prices on new 92 models plus tax and license rebates applied.
With the help of the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital, you can maximize your potential in sports. If sports injuries occur, you'll have comfort in knowing the Sports Medicine Center is there. State-of-the-art medical technology, physical rehabilitation, and fitness equipment, plus the multi-specialty staff at the Sports Medicine Center can enhance your body's performance. Sports Medicine Center can prevent, diagnose, treat, and rehabilitate injuries far more effectively than ordinary hospitals or health spas. See for yourself. Call 885-3488 for more information.
Right after the game. More chances for you to pick up on tickets to see Jodeci live in concert September 18th. Along with Mary J. Blige, Pete Rock and CL Smooth, and Father MC. You are listening to Q93.
Come into any participating New Orleans Popeyes, pick up the official 92 Saints bumper sticker. Each sticker has a coupon for a menu item, the Saints Super Sweepstakes entry form, and the 92 schedule. Pick one up today from the Saints Network and Popeyes, the Saints 92 bumper sticker. Bobby Hebert, straightaway handoff to Ironhead Hayward. Line of scrimmage was the 20-yard line. It's a quick 6 to the 26, second down and 4.
Only Hayward's second carry of the day and third of the season. He got just one carry against the Eagles last week in Philadelphia.
Saints' second possession of the second half. They scored on their first possession on a 3-play drive.
Rodney Peete, 16-yard touchdown to Willie Green as Detroit lays it on Minnesota 31-3. The Giants finally score, but trail 34-7 to the Cowboys.
Eric Martin wide to the left, Quinn Early wide to the right. Out of the split back formation, Dunbar and Hayward behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. Brenner, the tight end, on the right side. Football in the middle of the field laterally. Handoff goes to Dunbar. Oh, fake handoff. Long pass down the field to Early. He catches it at the 32-yard line. Oh, I bit the fake, and so did the Bears. And wide open was Early for 45 yards. It's 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line in Bears territory.
Well, you called it, David. Quinn Early was just wide open, just streaking down the middle of the field. Bobby really didn't get everything on it that he wanted. Early did a nice job of diving and making the catch.
Hey, we've gotten on Bobby Hebert, and me in particular, in the past for not being able to throw the long ball. He's thrown a couple of beauties here in this third quarter. The touchdown to Martin, and this pass to Early was right on the money.
Officially 44 yards on the pass to Quinn Early after the play action. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. This time it's a handoff to Dunbar, and he crosses the 30 and crosses the 25 to the 24. Where it's second down and 4 yards to go. Tackle made by Steve McMichael.
Steve Trapillo in the lineup now for Derek Kennard at right guard. The same sort of substitution rotation the Saints used last week in Philadelphia.
Well, we failed to mention, of course, Brock back in at his right tackle spot starting the second half.
3:40 remaining, third quarter, 7-6. Saints lead by a point. Martin wide left, Early wide right. Double tight end, Stowers on the left, and Brenner the bookend on the right. Dunbar behind Bobby Hebert. Second down, handoff goes on the delay to Dunbar, and he stretches forward down to about the 23-yard line.
Slow play. Took a long time to develop. Dunbar really didn't get any real breathing room there. Saints make multiple substitutions now.
It'll be third down and about 3 yards to go from the 23-yard line after McMichael makes his second tackle in a row. That was Quinn Early's first catch of the ball game, and keep in mind, if you've joined us late, Floyd Turner is out. He was hit back in the first half and may have suffered a fracture in his left femur. Saints are 2 for 8 on third down conversions. 4 wide receivers now with Dalton Hilliard alongside Bobby Hebert. In motion, Patrick Newman from right to left. Low snap to Hebert. He'll have to hurry. He throws it. It's caught at the 23-yard line by Pat Newman. 1st and 10, or rather that is the 18-yard line. A 5-yard gain to the 18, 1st and 10 Saints.
A play that the Saints use a great deal. Bringing one of their receivers across the field on a crossing pattern. The other 2 clear out. Newman does a good job catching the ball in his hands. Had enough yardage for the first down. Saints are in good shape at the 18-yard line, 1st and 10.
Sorry, David. What a good time for him to come to the forefront now with the loss of Floyd Turner. He's going to have to play in that 4 wide receiver set, and he's also going to have to be the punt returner.
Second first down of this drive, 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. We're down to 2 minutes remaining, third quarter. Saints still alive on the drive. Double tight ends with 2 wide to the right. Handoff goes to Dunbar. He fumbles. It's recovered by the Bears at the 20. And McMichael lost it again, and the football squirts up to the 22. Still recovered by the Bears. Ouch. 1:52 remaining third quarter after Steve McMichael, who's come alive on this defensive stand for Chicago, bending and bending and then recovering the fumble. Timeout, Saints lead 7-6 third quarter. Now this for Southwest Airlines and Ford Quality Care.
These days in business, you have to look at problems as challenges. For instance, they cut my department's travel budget in half and said I had to keep sending out the same number of people. Okay, I accepted the challenge and found a solution. Southwest Airlines Friends Fly Free offer. You can buy one round-trip ticket at their low, unrestricted fare, and a friend flies with you free, anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. And friends aren't just spouses and pals. They're bosses and partners and clients, too. There's no advance purchase on a Friends Fly Free ticket either. Just make a reservation at least 24 hours in advance and stay over for one night. By the way, this offer doesn't include local airport taxes up to $12 round trip each. If your plans change at the last minute, Southwest Friends Fly Free tickets are fully refundable. And although seats are limited right now, they're available all week long. Friends Fly Free only on Southwest Airlines. It's the perfect solution to cut your business budget or to turn a short business trip into a long weekend. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. It's just plain smart.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Welcome back to the Superdome. 7-6 Saints lead. Tabasco brand products, a proud sponsor of Saints football on radio. Tabasco brand pepper sauce, 7-spice chili, and Tabasco brand Bloody Mary mix. Like the Saints, a Louisiana legend.
Looks like Perry was wrapping up Dunbar and Singletary came in, got his hat on the football, squirted free, McMichael recovered.
First and 10 from the 23-yard line. It's Darren Lewis and Neil Anderson this time. Jennings in motion out of his tight end flanker position. Back to pass. Harbaugh throws over the middle. Almost intercepted by Mills. He knocks it down at the 27-yard line. Incomplete.
Boy, Neil Anderson was wide open. That's a play-action pass, trying to fool the linebackers, draw him up, and hit Anderson down the seam. He was wide open. If he makes that catch, it's a good chance he could put a move on the safety and be gone, but Sam Mills got right in the path of the ball, knocked it down. Really could have had the interception. Harbaugh threw it at point-blank range.
We're at 1:47 in the third. Second down and 10 from the 23-yard line. Saints up 7-6. Bears with the football after a fumble. Wide receiver to the near side and to the far side. And Jennings out of his tight end flanker position in motion. Fake handoff, back to pass. Harbaugh stands at his 15, floats one over the middle. It's caught by Morris at the 40, up to the 45, and spun out of bounds by Cook at the 48-yard line. About a 26-yard gain that time for the Chicago Bears, and a pass complete to Ron Morris.
That was a well-executed play by the Bears. You know, many times when you have an incompletion on first down, not many people come back with another pass on second. He ran a play action. Morris on a crossing pattern got behind the linebackers. Harbaugh protected very well, made a nice throw, and the Bears get out of the hole, get up almost to midfield.
They're going to mark it officially at the 48-yard line. First and 10 at the 48 for the Chicago Bears. Still in their own territory. Anderson, out of one of his running back position, goes up and tells Keith Van Horn, the right tackle, something. Split backs. Waddle wide to the near side with the wide out to the far side. Harbaugh back to pass. Throws a long, long pass down the far side sideline intended for Davis, but way overthrown and incomplete, and Davis had stopped on the play.
Well, I think that was a stop-and-go pattern, and Toy Cook had him pretty well covered. That's one thing the Bears lack, is a lot of speed at wideout, much like the Saints.
The Bears were the Saints, Gene Atkins was coming out of his free safety spot up into what they call a plug-it position, kind of like a linebacker. So that was a good coverage for the Bears to try to run a stop-and-go. Give credit to Toy Cook on the coverage, though, and Harbaugh overthrew the ball.
So it's second down and 10 now, and the football back at the 48-yard line. Proud sponsors of Saints football, Pennzoil and Gum Out, both available at all Walmarts. Quality products, Pennzoil and Gum Out. 1:02 remaining third quarter. Second down and 10 from the 48-yard line. Harbaugh back to pass. Looks in the flat. Throws. Caught by Jennings at the 50. Spins forward down to the 47-yard line before Toy Cook makes the tackle along with Reggie Jones. 6-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and about 4 yards to go, and I don't think the Bears have a 3rd down conversion here in the second half, but they only have had 2 opportunities. For the game, they're 5. For the game, the Bears in 3rd down conversions are 3 for 10.
Keith Taylor checks into the game. Vaughn Johnson out. Ronaldo Turnbow and Sam Mills come out of the game. Bears are throwing the ball on almost every down now.
Make that a 5-yard gain. So with 4 wide receivers, the Bears have 3rd and 5 from the 47 out of the shotgun. Harbaugh to pass over the middle, in and out of the hands of one would-be receiver. And then Ron Morris dropped the ball at the 32-yard line. Initially intended for Gentry, in and out of his hands, and almost got a free play there.
Well, so many times when you see a receiver in motion across the line of scrimmage and they snap the ball quick, they're going to try to clear out for him, kind of pick and bring him over the middle. And Gene Atkins was waiting on it. That ball tipped up, could have been intercepted or could have been caught by a Bear teammate.
13 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. 7-6 Saints over the Bears. Gardocki to punt. Patrick Newman back deep to receive at the 10-yard line. The punt snapper for the Chicago Bears is Mark Rodenhauser, and it is a high spiraling kick and will float out of bounds inside the 20, and will wait with the mark-off between the referee, Larry Nimmers, and one of the back judges, and they mark it out at the 7, and the Saints fans don't like it. It's a 40-yard punt. 5 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter now. Saints lead 7-6. There's timeout. You're listening to Saints football. Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome. Dave Garrett along with Archie Manning, Jim Henderson. Saints have bad field position. 1st and 10 at the 8-yard line after what fans thought was a bad spot on a punt that went out of bounds. A 40-yard punt from Gardocki. Hayward and Dunbar in the backfield. Dunbar fumbled on the Saints' last offensive possession. Martin wide to the right. Fake handoff. Hebert in his end zone. Floats one out. Wide open. Brenner caught 25, and he tackles himself at the 29-yard line. He just stumbled forward and fell to the 29, out of a hole early. 21-yard pass reception to Hobie Brenner to end the 3rd quarter. The Saints will have 1st and 10. There's timeout. 4th quarter action is next. Saints leading 7-6, and you're listening to Saints football.
Fans looking on, and I don't see too many empty seats.
1st and 10 at the 29 after the 21-yard pass to tight end Hobie Brenner. Split backfield, in motion. Hayward out of the backfield. Bobby Hebert, fake handoff, back to pass, pump fakes, still looking. He throws as he's hit, complete to Hayward, and he's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. Boy, Hebert was being chased and just got loose from Richard Dent long enough to throw the ball.
Well, once again, the Saints wanted to go to the deep pattern. Bobby pumped in order to release the ball deep, didn't have time to set up and throw, tried to escape Dent and just lobbed it out to Ironhead in the flat, but he was actually tackled for a loss.
Donnell Wolford on the back of Craig Hayward. It's 2nd down and 11 from the 28-yard line.
That was the Saints' 37th play of the day. The Bears have run 52 plays. Bears lead in 1st downs 13-11.
Early and Martin to the left. 2 wide receivers to the right. Stowers, though, in a flank position to the right. Or rather, that's Hobie Brenner in motion. Back to pass. Bobby Hebert stands at the 20, looks, throws one over the middle, intended for Carroll. Caught! He'll score! 30, 20, 10, touchdown Saints! All right! 72 yards, and he waved goodbye to Marcus Paul.
Well, Marcus Paul actually was in pretty good shape for the play, tried to jump in front of Wesley Carroll, make the interception. I really think he got his hands on the ball, and it just tipped it right into the hands of Wesley Carroll. There was no looking back.
Saints lead 13-6. 14:02 remaining in the game with the point after to come.
You know, I think both of these teams are probably playing more man-to-man and are playing tighter coverage than they normally do. And we mentioned the similarities of the team where neither have really great speed or burners outside. Therefore, the defenses are playing more man and they're playing tighter coverage, more aggressive, and the Saints are trying to take advantage of it. The Bears have tried to go deep several times today.
And it's amazing what happens when you get some protection, and Bobby Hebert was well protected on that pass.
Exactly right. 2 3-play touchdown drives, and Morton Anderson kicks through the extra point. 3 plays, 92 yards. Scoring play, a 72-yard pass to Wesley Carroll. Point after is good. Timeout, 14:02 remaining in the game. Saints lead the Bears 14-6. And now this for Popeyes and Sears, Grand Central. The footballs are flying, and New Orleans is out to win the West again. And as an official member of the Saints training table, your local Popeyes Chicken and Biscuits is proud to offer the best fans in the league, the Saints Touchdown Special. Enough of our famous New Orleans-style chicken and sides to feed 4 hungry fans and then some. This month's Saints Touchdown Special includes a box of hot, fresh Popeyes chicken, your choice of any 16-ounce side item, and 4 buttermilk biscuits for only $9.99. So come on in to your neighborhood Popeyes for a Saints Touchdown Special at the super party price of just $9.99. Home cooking for the home team. That's what Popeyes Saints Touchdown Special is all about. Pick one up today.
Dropping back to the end zone, Craig dancing around, throwing to the sideline, and is picked off by Troy Cook at the 30. He's to the 28. He's down to the 20-yard line, diving forward to the 19. The Saints have it anyway.
Proud sponsor of Saints Radio, BC Headache Powder. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster than BC Headache Powder. Not in use after that drive. 72-yard pass play to Wesley Carroll. 3 plays, 92 yards. Anderson kick, 14-6.
Archie, the fans always criticize the Saints offense. They never look downfield. They never throw long. They've done so more today than any time in recent memory. Why?
Well, I think the Bears have challenged them a little bit. We saw plays in the first half where the Bear defensive back were knocking down the intermediate passes, just playing very aggressive. Carl Smith decided to try to take advantage of it and has had some success. 3 long completions.
Bobby Hebert is 7 of 7 in the second half alone for 210 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Mark Green fields the Morton Anderson kick 5 yards deep in the end zone for the touchback. 1st and 10 Bears at the 20-yard line.
Looks like DeMond Winston may have been shaken up on that kickoff.
Well, we'll read that. We have heard no further word about Floyd Turner, who probably did fracture his leg in the first half. Wilkes is the only inactive player today, and the emergency quarterback is Steve Walsh. Frank Wainwright is in uniform and activated, probably will not play. Of course, the Saints are on defense right now. Chicago Bears trailing 14-6, 13:56 remaining in the game. On a blitz, Harbaugh back to pass, looks down the field, throws. It's caught by Waddle at the 25, gets a good block to the 30, and out of bounds at the 36-yard line.
Yeah. How can you lose him? It looked like nobody had Tom Waddle across the middle.
Well, the Saints had dropped into a zone coverage. He caught a little short pass, but then he got around. Somebody peeled back on one of the linebackers, picked up a nice 16-yard gain. But Tampa Bay is all over Green Bay, 31-3.
2 straight for Sam Weish.
2 straight for Mike Holmgren, too.
4 catches for Waddle for 44 yards. 14th first down. We're full of 4s. 13:40 remaining in the 4th quarter. Green and Muster in the backfield, along with quarterback Harbaugh. Handoff goes to Green, trying to sweep left. Gets away from Mills, one would-be tackler, and gains to the 42-yard line, a 6-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 4. At the 42. That's 100 yards rushing today for the Bears. And it's 2nd down and 4. Bears in their own territory and Saints leading 14-6. Out of the huddle, Waddle comes wide to the near side. Wide to the far side is Wendell Davis. He's on the left. Split backfield. Green and Muster behind quarterback Jim Harbaugh. The tight end is Jennings, lined up on the right. Waddle's in motion. Ricky Jackson's offsides. They stop the play. But we may have had a Chicago Bear also with a false start. We'll read it.
False start prior to the snap. Number 70, 5 yards, still 2nd down.
That's Troy Alzine, the rookie out of California, their 2nd-round draft choice in '92. In motion a little too fast. That's the 5th penalty for 46 yards against Chicago today.
Yeah, and he's on the other end of the line from Ricky Jackson, so I don't know if Ricky saw that or not, but in any case, the Saints perhaps caught a break there.
So it's 2nd down, 9 yards to go, and the football's on the 37-yard line. Saints leading on 2 long passes, 2 3-play drives, 14-6. 2 Butler field goals, the only points for the Bears today. Harbaugh back to pass on 2nd and 9. Throws in the flat, caught by Green at the 41, and out of bounds goes Mark Green at the 43-yard line, ushered out by Jimmy Spencer after a 6-yard gain.
Bears had 3 receivers lined up to the left side, just threw quickly to the halfback Green. Nice catch of the ball, got out of bounds, put the Bears in better position to pick up a first now, facing about a 3rd and 3.
Mark Green is also a kick returner, 4th-year player out of Notre Dame. Bears are 3 of 11 on third down conversions. Green's out of the lineup now. It's Muster in the backfield, 4 wide receivers. Harbaugh in the shotgun. Third down and 3 from the 43-yard line.
Saints using 6 defensive backs here.
Low snap. Harbaugh back, throws wide open down the far side sideline, but underthrown and incomplete. It was Ron Morris, and no one was 20 yards from him.
Well, the Saints blew a coverage there. There's a difference right there. The Saints have hit 3 long ones. That Ron Morris would have caught that one, and no one would have been around 40 yards off when he crossed the end zone. They blew the coverage. Morris is just streaking down the sideline, and Harbaugh tried to throw the ball hard, and it hit probably 6 or 7 yards in front of him.
Gardocki has a 41.4 average today. Patrick Newman is back deep to receive this punt on 4th down and 3. There's a high, wobbly kick. Newman fields it at the 10-yard line. Recipient of a fair catch. They'll mark it at the 11. It's a 45-yard punt. Timeout. 11:41, fourth quarter. Saints lead 14-6. You're listening to Saints football. 4 and 6-cylinder cars, really tough on motor oils. Drive to Cliffs, Thrifty Lube, and Walker Honda, Alexandria, Louisiana, and the Oil Express, Eunice, Louisiana, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Bobby Hebert, the quarterback. Tremendous second half. 2 touchdown passes. Handoff goes to Vaughn Dunbar. Line of scrimmage was the 12. William Perry makes the tackle as he gains up close to the 15-yard line. It'll be second down and long for the Saints. 11.5 minutes remaining in the game.
Boy, Perry just engulfed him. He does look quicker with that weight loss.
No doubt about it. You'd look quicker, too, if you lost about 80 pounds.
He would look like nothing. Dunbar out of the lineup now. Saints have only 60 yards rushing today, but Hebert in the second half has thrown for over 200 yards alone. Wide receivers to either side of the formation, split backfield. Hayward and Hilliard back behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. Back to pass, looks in the flat, throws, caught by Hilliard, 15. Gets by one player and then is smothered by Singletary at the 20-yard line. 7-yard gain. Hello, Mike. Meet Dalton.
Yeah, a guy with 9 straight Pro Bowls under his belt, made the team of the 80s in the NFL, and also the man of the year in 1990. Last go-round for Mike Singletary, who's going to retire after this, his 12th season.
That's 8 straight completions for Bobby Hebert, and it's third down and about 1 yard to go at the 21-yard line. Saints are only 2 of 9 on third downs today, and of course on their touchdown drives, they threw on a first down play to Eric Martin for a touchdown and threw on a second down play to Wesley Carroll for a touchdown. 2 tight end formation for the Saints. Pitch goes to Hilliard. Halfback pass. He's at the 12. Fakes the pass. Now will run. Cuts upfield 20, 25. First down to the 27-yard line. Dalton Hilliard on a wonderful ad-lib.
Hey, that might be the biggest play of the day in the long run for the Saints, because if the Bears get their hands back on the football, they're going to be in good field position with a chance to come down and get a lot closer. That's a great piece of judgment on Dalton Hilliard's part.
Well, he's run the play so many times. He's completed it for several touchdowns in his career. Kind of caught me off guard. I usually call this one, remember?
That's right.
Usually they like to get about midfield. It's a good call, though, on third down. But it really was good judgment by Dalton Hilliard, deciding not to take a chance and throw, and then a good job of running and picking up a valuable first down.
13th first down. It was a 6-yard run by Hilliard. Eric Martin wide to the right. Quinn Early wide to the left. Split back formation behind quarterback Bobby Hebert. It's still Hilliard in the lineup. Handoff goes to Hilliard. Over the right side, running room, across the 30 to the 35-yard line. An 8-yard gain at second and short.
Nothing fancy there. A little offset by Ironhead Hayward over to the right halfback spot. Dalton deep in the I formation. Straight handoff, off tackle, weak side. Good blocking, hard running. Have not seen any of Fred McAfee in the tailback position today. Just Dunbar and Hilliard.
Mark Carrier and Mike Singletary in on the tackle. Hilliard has 5 carries for 24 yards up to this point.
You know, the Saints could have a chance to hit another deep one. The Bears are going to continue to play aggressive, especially being behind right here. Saints may try another deep one here in a minute.
It's Martin and Early, the wideouts early to the near side. Hayward and Hilliard behind quarterback Bobby Hebert under center on second down and 2. Handoff goes to Dalton. First down to the 40. Still running to the 43, to the 44-yard line. An 8-yard gain. 14th first down of the ball game for the Saints after the 8-yard run by Dalton Hilliard.
Well, Richard Dent had an open shot, and Dalton just ran right through him. Dent so many times comes from his defensive end spot in a stand-up position. Really, Ironhead just missed the block on him. Dent didn't get his head in front and bounced right off of Dalton.
First down and 10 from the 43-yard line, they mark it. Early goes wide to the right, Martin wide to the near side. Turner out with a possible fractured femur in his left leg. Tight end is Brenner on the right, split backfield behind Hebert. Football on the near side hash mark on 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line. Hebert giving some instruction, a 5-man defensive line for the Bears. Back to pass. Hebert throws in the flag, caught by Hilliard. Jukes the play at the 45-50, 45 down to the 43-yard line. 14-yard reception and a juke of Singletary and a tackle made by Marcus Paul after Dalton Hilliard gets finished with his business.
Good call by Carl Smith and a very safe throw. Bears make a little adjustment in their secondary and come up what is basically an 8-man front. That means it's just 3 in coverage. That's a mismatch right there with Dalton coming out of the backfield and Singletary on the coverage.
That's the best he's looked since '89, don't you think, today?
I agree. He's healthy.
7:10 remaining in the game. The Saints 8 points up, 14-6. Saints over the Bears, 9 straight Hebert completions. Double tight end, Ironhead Hayward in the flanker to the right this time. The wide receiver to the near side. Hayward in motion, right to left across the formation. Handoff goes to Hilliard again. There's a flag on the play as he runs 2 yards to the 39-yard line. William Perry on the tackle.
That's going to be a holding call against the Saints.
That would be the 5th penalty and probably would be marked at 44 yards by the end of this infraction.
Holding, offense, number 72, 10 yards, repeat first down.
Oh, that's Dombrowski blocking against William Perry.
Except our 72 is 298 and their 72 is 320. So the penalty is marked back and the football will be spotted at the 48 in Saints territory, and Martin and Dunbar come in. Now Dunbar turns around and comes back out. Martin will stay in the lineup.
Well, I'm sure Bobby Hebert will be questioned after the game how he can complete 9 straight passes here in the second half and yet be off target so much in the first half. And there's a simple answer: protection.
Martin wide left, Early wide right, Brenner tied in on the right. Dalton Hilliard in the lineup with Craig Hayward behind Bobby Hebert under center on 1st down and 20 from the 48. Hayward in motion, out of the formation. Handoff goes to Hilliard up the middle. Another big hole, and he cracks down to the... Hilliard has had 6, 8, 8, and 7 yards on his last 4 carries, and of course kept things off balance and caught a nice 15-yard pass a moment ago too.
When you're going to be a good football team, you've got to run the ball when everybody in the place thinks that you're going to, and the Saints have been able to do that on this drive.
Well, Wesley Carroll checks in along with got 2 other wide receivers. I'd throw the ball to him. He's caught 2 passes here this year.
Both are touchdowns.
Both of them been pretty good.
The ovation was for Hilliard, who comes out on this 2nd down and long situation with 3 wide receivers. Hayward back to block for Bobby Hebert. Back to pass, throws over the middle. The pass was tipped up in the air and incomplete. Intended for Martin at the 33-yard line, but the pass was tipped back in the line of scrimmage. That's the first incompletion in the second half for Bobby Hebert.
Trace Armstrong coming with a good rush from Bobby's right side. Bears now make some substitutions. Their specialization on the 3rd and 13. They'll be coming with a 4-man rush.
Martin out of the lineup for the Saints. Carroll and Early go wide right. Patrick Newman wide left. Stowers, or rather that's Brenner, tight end, lines up on the flanker on the right side. 4 for 10 on 3rd down conversions. Hayward to block. Hebert out of the shotgun, stands at his 50, the line of scrimmage, the 45, snap back, big rush, throws. It's caught by Newman at the 37-yard line, and he's down immediately. Hebert took a big shot, 9-yard completion, tackled by Lemuel Stinson.
Well, the Bears on the 3rd down try to come with the blitz. Shotgun formation makes it a lot easier for the quarterback. Like Pat Newman runs an adjustment off the blitz, runs a slant pattern. He gets completion in there, not quite the 1st down, and I think the Saints are going to punt it away.
Barnhart has checked in. He's had a great day. In this half, he has not punted, though. And he has a 48.3 average from the first half, but he has not punted in the second half.
This is a place where you might think about a field goal. I'm kind of surprised that they're not letting Morton give it a shot here.
4:49 remaining in the game, and the clock is moving.
How about a fake punt?
And we have a whistle now by one of the officials, and delay of game will be called as the play clock runs to 0. So we'll mark the penalty back 5 yards, or maybe we won't.
Delay a game on the offense. 5 yards, still 4th down.
We do. And that's the voice of Larry Nimmers, today's referee and the seven-man crew from the NFL. Today's observer, by the way, is Nick Skorich.
Former coach of the Cleveland Browns and the Philadelphia Eagles. Nick's here quite often. Well, Barnhart's going to get a shot. I'm sure he's thinking back to the last time he punted against these guys in this building in a similar situation.
Donnell Wolford deep to receive. He stands at his own 10.
You know, in golf, you don't talk, when somebody shanks at one time, you don't talk shank another time here.
Snap back in good shape. He kicks this one high into the air and off to the right. Wolford wants a fair catch and gets it at the 16-yard line. 26-yard punt, but catches them inside the 20-yard line. 4:36 remaining in the game. Saints lead 14-6, and now this for Southwest Airlines and your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealers. Come into any participating Popeyes and pick up the official 92 Saints bumper sticker. Each has a coupon good on Popeyes menu items, the Saints Super Sweepstakes entry form, and the 92 schedule. Pick one up today. Be one of our weekly winners from your friends at the Saints Network and Popeyes. And it will be time in a few minutes to pick our Popeyes Pop of the Game. We have a pretty good idea who that might be.
Well, it was quite a drive for the Saints, even though it didn't eventuate in any points. It took 7:05 off the clock, and the Saints now hold an 8-point lead with 4:36 to play.
And the Bears have to pass a bunch. Harbaugh back to pass on 1st and 10. He throws. It's complete at the 25. Wendell Davis up to about the 29-yard line. And that will be another 1st and 10 for the Chicago Bears after a 12-yard pass from Harbaugh to Davis, 1st and 10.
Waddle clears it out. Davis just hooks up in the middle of the zone. Completion, 1st down.
15th first down. Bears no huddle. 2 wideouts left, 2 right. Handoff goes up the middle to Anderson. He tries to get outside. He's at the 30, up to the 35, and escorted out of bounds by Reggie Jones at about the 37-yard line. An 8-yard gain for Neil Anderson.
Pretty good play for the Bears. 8 yards, of course, about all you can expect to get on a passing play when you're going against the old prevent defense.
I want you to watch this secondary here and tell me if you think the Saints are in a prevent defense, although a lot of defensive coaches will say there's no such thing unless it's the last play of the game.
I think what the Saints are playing here, they've got 4 men rushing, 1 linebacker, got 6 defensive backs, and they're going to be playing a zone defense with the linebackers dropping back.
Handoff goes to Anderson, sweeping near side, and a good one-on-one open field stick at the 36-yard line by Jimmy Spencer, a free agent who's remained with this team.
Well, and also Toy Cook, another defensive back, did his job of turning the play in, and Jimmy Spencer right there to make the tackle. The Bears lose a yard. Clock moving at 3:46. Bears have 2 timeouts. They trail 14-6.
4 wide receivers, 2 to either side. There's a flag on the play. The Bears may have been in motion. Pass thrown complete to Anderson, and he's tackled out of bounds at the 45-yard line by Sam Mills. An 8-yard gain will read the flag, thrown by the line judge.
Ricky Jackson saying it's against Keith Van Horn or someone on that offensive line moving. This is a day the Saints are dedicating #1 to their fans, and the fans are helping the Saints win this game at the moment because the tackles can't hear a thing out there.
Also today was the kickoff of the new United Way drive.
Right tackle, 5 yards.
Aiming for $18 million in funds raised, and we were at the Pontchartrain Hotel earlier in a nice reception. Saints President Jim Finks, owner Tom Benson were there. Good luck, United Way, and buy a cup and support United Way. 3 for 12 on 3rd down conversions after the 5-yard penalty, 3rd and 7 from the 32-yard line.
Well, the Bears may look at this as 4-down territory. I think they almost have to go for it even if they fail here on 3rd down.
Waddle's in motion, left to right, and then right to left. Back to pass Harbaugh. He's sacked. He fumbles it. It's picked up by Goff at the 15 to the 10. He'll score. Robert Goff touchdown. Thank you, Ricky Jackson, with the assist. How about that?
Well, Harbaugh had no chance. Ricky Jackson just zeroing in. Just crushed Harbaugh. The ball bounced right up to pick Goff, and he trots in with it.
Keith Van Horn has been so conscious of Jackson's outside move all day long. This time, Ricky gave him a fake outside, came inside, and just killed Harbaugh.
Point after coming, and the Saints are up 20-6.
Hey, you know something, David? I think that's the Popeyes Pop of the week.
Maybe it's gotta be. Oh, yeah. It was a 9-yard sack for Jackson and a 19-yard fumble return for a touchdown by Robert Goff. Extra point coming up in the Girard Street end zone to our left. Snap, ball down, kick in the air. It's good. Timeout on the field. 3:29 remaining in the game, and the Saints now lead 21-6, and it is time to name our Popeyes Pop of the Game. Our pick for this week in the Pop of the Game is Ricky Jackson for his sack of quarterback Jim Harbaugh, causing the touchdown run of 19 on the fumble recovery by Pig Golf. In recognition of his Popeyes Pop of the Game, Ricky Jackson will designate a local charity to receive $500. We'll announce that next week. Congratulations to Ricky Jackson, and tune in next week for our Pop of the Game selection, brought to you by your local Popeyes famous fried chicken and biscuits, where you can register to win Saints game tickets in the Saints Super Sweepstakes.
And once again, looking at it, he didn't come with an inside move. He just continually beat Van Horn to the outside, came around him, and just drilled Harbaugh, who never saw him.
The Saints are 44-13 under Coach Jim Mora when they've scored at least 20 points. They're up 21-6 in this game.
Boy, Ricky Jackson's made a lot of big plays in the last 12 years for this organization. Maybe none bigger, though, as the Saints must need of a win today. Outstanding game by Ricky Jackson. Hey, the Giants are coming back. There's 6 minutes to go, and they're just behind now, 34-28, 35-28. They were down 35-0.
Oh, it's good to be home in the Dome, and the fans are on their feet singing, "We Will Rock You," and the Saints are up 21-6.
Correction, 34-0. So it's 34-28, Cowboys over the Giants.
You know,
go ahead.
Looking back on the game, do you think the Bears got away from their running game a little too early in this one?
Well, they were averaging 4.5 yards a carry, then all of a sudden just went on a drive there. Of course, they were doing good with their passing game. They never faced a third down situation in a drive, primarily throwing the ball.
Mark Green fields the kickoff by Morton Anderson 5 yards deep, touches his knee for the touchback. 3:23 remaining fourth quarter. Saints lead 21-6, and the Bears are desperate. The Bears have thrown the ball 35 times and ran 24 today.
You know, there was a little hooked field goal that I think took a little air out of the Bears today.
You're right.
Mr. Butler.
And what was the record when the Bears throw 35 times or more? It was 1-6 last season. 1st and 10 from the 20. Bears back on the offense after the Saints' great touchdown play. 4 wide receivers. 2 to either side. Snap back to Harbaugh on the shotgun. He throws as he's being hit. Complete to Anderson at the 15, to the 20, and out of bounds at the 21. Took a shot there by Reginald Jones.
And Pat Swilling put a real shot on Harbaugh, too. It's payback time a little bit for this Saints defense, remembering how difficult that loss was last year. They're really going to take every opportunity to put Harbaugh down here.
Jackson hits Harbaugh, fumbles, Pig off, rumbles for 19 yards for the score. Anderson's kick makes it 21-6. Now we're inside of 3:20 in the fourth quarter with the clock stopped after that last play. It's 2nd down and 9 from the 21. Out of the shotgun, Harbaugh back to pass, throws out in the flat, and it's caught somehow miraculously and out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Over on the far side, a 17-yard pass completion.
That's Eric Wright who made that. He was just activated this week.
Reggie Jones all over him. I don't know how he made the catch.
I'll tell you, Reggie Jones has done a great job in coverage. Not many guys have gotten away from him today. They've completed a few on him, but boy, he's been all over him.
Yeah, he really played tight.
16th first down of the ball game for the Bears. 1st down and 10 at the 37-yard line. Still 4 wide receivers, and Anderson a blocking back for Harbaugh, back to pass. He throws for Waddle down the near side sideline. It's just too far and incomplete. Over his head at the 35-yard line. Defending on the play for the Saints was Jimmy Spencer. 2nd down and 10.
Like Joel Smingy checks in, give Ricky Jackson a blow on a pass rush here. 3:04 to go. Bears will face a 2nd and 10 on the 37-yard line.
And Ricky Jackson's had another great game. Must be that coonskin cap he wore to the,
Must be it.
wore to the game today.
What cap? 3:04 remaining in this contest. And Ricky Jackson really capped this game off nicely. Snap back to Harbaugh. He throws over the middle. It's caught, complete at the 45, down to the 43-yard line by Wendell Davis, 1st and 10. A 20-yard pass completion. 17th first down of the game.
Well, you're down 21-6. You have to take a few chances. Harbaugh trying to fit it in there among about 3 defenders. Perfect throw and a nice catch by Wendell Davis.
Still 4 wideouts. Handoff goes up the middle. And that is Green, I believe. We'll check the running back. It is Darren Lewis who gains 9 yards crossing the 40 and the 35. He's finally stopped at the 34-yard line. Whatever direction you're headed, just go southwest. Southwest Airlines, that is, with frequent flights and the lowest unrestricted fares, just plain smart. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA. Harbaugh back to pass on 2nd and short.
Yeah!
Of the would-be receiver, Lewis intercepted. He may go all the way. He's going to score to the 30, 20, 10, touchdown. Reggie Jones. How about that? And a spike to go with it. 71 yards.
Well, Reggie Jones deserves an interception for a touchdown. We just mentioned what great defense it played to get today. Great tough coverage, knocked down several passes, a few more completed on him when he had good coverage. That ball just tipped up, and he was right there and just strided down the sideline, 71 yards for a touchdown.
The defense has scored twice today.
Isn't it amazing how this game can change? Saints couldn't do anything in the first half. They've had a 52-yard touchdown pass, a 72-yard touchdown pass, the return of the fumble by Goff for 19 yards, and now a 71-yard return of an interception for a touchdown. What 2 distinctly different halves of football.
Well, I told you before the game, it was just in the cards today. I just felt like the Saints somehow, some way we're going to win this football game.
Barnhart to hold. Morton Anderson to kick. Ball down, kicked in the air. It's good. Wayne Martin really rolled Harbaugh as he was throwing that pass. And it was tipped by the would-be receiver, Green, and intercepted by Reggie Jones and ran back 71 yards for the score. It's now 28-6.
Well, I'll tell you another thing, Arch. You guaranteed this win. I told Jim Moore I wouldn't mention it unless it was a similar situation to this. In the locker room before the game, he said, I guarantee you we're going to win this game today. I said, can I quote you on that? He said, if the time is right, go ahead. I guarantee you we're going to beat the Bears.
Time's right.
The time is right.
Time's right. Good call, Jim.
That's 2 turnovers for the Bears, and both resulted in touchdowns. The offense has scored twice. The defense has scored twice. And the Saints lead it by a 28-6 margin with 2:08 remaining in this contest. You talk about desperate Bears earlier. What about now? Ricky Jackson also with the great defensive play prior to Reggie Jones' interception and return for a touchdown. He had knocked the ball out of Harbaugh's hands, and Kate Goff raced 19 for the score.
Yeah, this will snap the Bears streak, won't it? They could have been 2-0 for 9 straight years had they won today, but as Jim Moore pointed out off microphone in the pregame talk I had with him, lots of times they're playing the Tampa Bays and the Green Bays in the second game of their seasons at home. Today they ran into a defensive buzzsaw here in New Orleans.
Where's the umbrella on the sideline? I'm looking. 2:08 remaining, 2-minute warning coming up. Saints need no warning as Morton Anderson boots this field goal high end over end. It will be returned by Green at the goal line, up to the 5, to the 10, up to the 15, to the 20, to the 23-yard line, and then he is down, and we're at the 2-minute warning. A 23-yard return, a minute 57 remaining in the contest. Saints lead 28-6. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
Teaching notes of this game, Morton Anderson was limping badly after that last kickoff. We saw the Saints pass up an opportunity perhaps to try a 54-yarder earlier in this second half, and I think Morton's knee is bothering him once more.
Good. Harbaugh out of the shotgun, throws complete to Waddle, who stays on his feet somehow and gets about 9 yards rather, up to about the 33-yard line.
You know, Morton's kick that time went to the goal line. How many times in years past, though, after an emotional, when the crowd really gets into it, a big, long touchdown, his kicks always go 5 to 8 yards deep in the end zone.
Yeah, that one could have landed on Poitras Street in previous years.
We have a flag at the start of this play, and the pass is underthrown and incomplete. It was intended for Wendell Davis. It was second down and 1 yard to go at the 33, and we'll read the flag. It appears to be against the Bears.
The Bears. We'll be in the
illegal formation. Number 29 was covered by number 83.
We'll be in the Atlanta, Georgia Dome next Sunday. The Falcons trail in the fourth quarter. The Washington Redskins, they're behind 24-17. Cowboys still on top of the Giants, but 34-28 now. Tampa Bay wins 31-3 over Green Bay. Detroit 31, Minnesota 17, 21-14 Cincinnati over the Raiders, and Kansas City leads Seattle 26-7.
1:32 remaining in the game. Second down. And about 6 to go. Harbaugh on an out route throws it. It's almost intercepted by Reggie Jones, incomplete at the 40. Oh, is he there again?
They talk about recovery speed. He seems to have that. Boy, he really breaks on the football, doesn't he, Arch?
Really got good coverage ability. Just broke right. He's got Waddle in his pocket. He's done a good job on Wendell Davis throughout the day.
It was intended for Waddle. It's 3rd down and 6 yards to go now. Football is at the 28-yard line. Bears are 3 of 13 on 3rd down conversions. 2 wideouts to the near side. That's Davis and Waddle. 2 wideouts to the far side as well.
And this is the prevent defense.
This is the prevent.
Out of the shotgun with 1:25 remaining. The pass throw caught by Davis at the 32. Maybe lost a yard. They'll keep the clock rolling. Tackle made by Jimmy Spencer. And rather not lost a yard. May have been a yard shy of the first down. It was a gain, definitely, of 5 yards on the play. Well, we're allowed one of those at the end of a ball game, aren't we? Especially at the end of one of these. What a game. Lewis gets the handoff, and he gains the first down up to the 40-yard line as the Bears hurry it up. This is my first home game. When's the boogie, guys? You got to tell me. I don't know.
Yeah, he usually has made his entrance by now.
I think he pulled a hamstring in preseason.
1st and 10 at the 40. It's all out of the shotgun. Harbaugh chased out of the pocket, will run with it up to the 40, the 45, and he's racing out of bounds and is obliged. 8-yard gain, and Jimmy Spencer could have taken a shot on Harbaugh at about the 49, but did not so.
Well, I'm looking at my Tom Benson tracking chart now, and I see him coming just about to the edge of the tunnel, I would think.
Well, I'm going to enjoy this one if you don't mind.
Hey, that was a heck of a second half.
It really was. Boy, real credit to Bobby Hebert. Just kind of got a lot of good rush against him. Not a lot of great protection in the first half. Off target a good bit. Rebounded, just threw the ball on target. Protected very well. Outstanding second half.
2nd and 2 from the 48-yard line. Pass complete to Lewis. He spins forward for the first down, but he stays in bounds at the 44, maybe the 43-yard line, an 8-yard gain. 21 seconds remaining. Harbaugh's wanting a timeout, and he's obliged. Timeout. That's the Bears' second timeout. Of course, that will matter not. 18 seconds remaining. Harbaugh calls a time.
Yeah, and Saints fans are unhappy because this is cutting into their cocktail hour.
Well, we've had our pop of the game. It was Ricky Jackson's sack of Harbaugh, and coughed up the football, and Pig Goff scores a touchdown. You keep in mind, Jim Wilkes did not play today, so good play by the defensive line.
You're right. Goff made his presence felt. I thought Les Miller did as well. Saints didn't seem to miss Jim Wilkes too much today. And with Reggie Jones playing as well as he did, they didn't miss Vince Buck a whole lot either, although it was Toy Cook who got the start in place of him.
All right, 18 seconds remaining. Harbaugh is back in from his short-lived talk with Coach Mike Ditka and Greg Landry, etc. Still don't see Mr. Benson. 18 seconds, and the clock moves. Out of the shotgun, Harbaugh being rushed to the near side, will run with it again and gets out of bounds at about the 35-yard line. The clock stops at 10 seconds. It was a 9-yard gain. So 2nd down and 1 coming, but as they say, it's all academic. Saints will go to 1-1, so will the Bears. Saints on the road next week in the Georgia Dome.
You know, Ricky Jackson in the past has always referred to the kill shot, the play you need to make at a certain time to put the game away. It was Ricky who delivered the kill shot here today.
2nd and 1 from the 30-yard line. Streamers coming out on the field. This might be the last play of the game. Harbaugh back to pass those. Intercepted. I believe it's Toy Cook at the 35-yard line. It is Toy Cook. The Saints, and another turnover by the Bears. The Saints defense and offense dominate here in the second half.
Well, that was a prevent defense. Toy was playing it pretty tight.
Yeah, he was up on Waddle pretty good. You know, Harbaugh always seems to go to Waddle in the clutch situations, and Toy stepped right in front of that one and picked it off. Saints defense that hadn't had any turnovers, hadn't gotten any interceptions, as we noted at halftime through a game and a half, came up big here in the second half.
3 big ones here. 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. And we'll run one play. I bet I can guess the play that has been called.
Bears play the Giants next Monday night on ABC.
Yeah, this is the Saints' favorite play. Kneel, win the game, go home.
I never got to do this very much.
There it is. Well, the year of the fan in the Superdome is 1-0. And what a nice start, as the Saints win this one today by a score of 28-6. That's today's broadcast. The final score, the New Orleans Saints 28, the Chicago Bears 6. Now stay tuned for the wrap-up show coming up in 2 minutes. You're listening to Saints Football.
Hi, CJ Superstar Morgan here.
And I'm Monica Pierre.
Join us mornings for Orleans' most listened to radio show, CJ and Company.
Doug Joubert has all the sports. Jamie Dejean will let you know where all the traffic jams are. I'll give you the latest news and weather. We'll give you time. We'll give you temperature. We will give you everything you need to know to start your morning. CJ, what are you going to do?
I have no idea.
CJ Superstar Morgan and Company. Mornings on Q93.
With the help of the Sports Medicine Center at Lakeside Hospital, you can maximize your potential in sports. If sports injuries occur, you will have comfort in knowing the Sports Medicine Center is there. State-of-the-art medical technology, physical rehabilitation, and fitness equipment, plus the multi-specialty staff at the Sports Medicine Center can enhance your body's performance. Sports Medicine Center can prevent, diagnose, treat, and rehabilitate injuries far more effectively than ordinary hospitals or health spas. See for yourself. Call 885-3488 for more information.
No high pressure ever!
Interstate Ford, the only dealer in town with no high pressure and no hassle. That's right. You can have a new 92 Taurus 4-door for only $13,395. There's a hot new Escort your style. Interstate Ford's got them. New 92s for only $86.90, and they're loaded. Looking for a new 92 Explorer? Forget about those high prices from other dealers. Interstate Ford has them loaded out for only $17,997. Stop by Interstate Ford on Veterans for a great selection of new and nearly new cars and trucks where you get so much for so Interstate little. Ford, where our high volume means low prices for you. All prices on new 92 models plus tax and license rebates apply. It's a back alley fight. It's a no-holds-barred Donnybrook. It's a classic football rivalry. It's the New Orleans Saints and the Atlanta Falcons on Q93 this Sunday. The New Orleans Saints march through Georgia to Atlanta to occupy the Georgia Dome and settle who's the best in the South. It's the dome-to-dome game, and there'll be no prisoners taken. The rivalry continues this Sunday. The Saints in Atlanta at noon on your New Orleans Saints FM station Q93.
You're listening to Q93. Saints football proudly sponsored on radio by Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. And by Popeye's famous fried chicken and biscuits, official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. And by Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Welcome back to the Saints postgame show. Jim Henderson has exited the booth. He's already on his way down to the locker room, and he'll be talking with the victorious Saints team, including Coach Jim Mora coming up in moments. Hey, this is a highlight show we're going to love to present today as the Saints win over the Chicago Bears 28-6. Not much talk in the first half. The Saints were shut out. Kevin Butler kicked a 39-yard field goal at 7:28 in the second quarter to make it 3-0 Bears, and then booted a 30-yard field goal with 2 seconds remaining in the first half to make it 6-0. But oh, what a second half. Bears received the kickoff, ran 3 plays, and had to punt. The Saints took over at their own 27-yard line. They ran 2 plays, one a 17-yard pass to tight end Hobie Brenner that set up 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line, and Eric Martin stole the show and gave the Saints their first and only lead of the day. Fake reverse, Hebert back to pass, looks, has all day, wide open, Eric Martin, 25-20, 15, he's going to score, touchdown Saints! Eric Martin, a 52-yard pass reception from Bobby Hebert, 3 plays, 73 yards on the drive. Anderson's kick with 12:09 remaining in the third period made it 7-6 Saints, and that's all they would need on the day. On the next offensive possession, the Bears ran 12 plays, but the drive fell short at the Saints' 20-yard line, and Butler missed a 37-yard field goal. Now, the Saints started driving the football very well against the Chicago Bears. On the Saints' next possession, Quinn Early caught a 44-yard pass. Saints had 1st and 10 at the Bears' 18-yard line when Vaughn Dunbar fumbled the football away. Well, it seemed to be iffy at that time because the Bears picked up a quick first down at the 48-yard line but had to punt it away 40 yards. That set up the second Saints scoring drive. Taking over at their own 8, Bobby Hebert hit Hobie Brenner on a get-out-of-the-hole 21-yard pass play over the middle. And on 2nd down and 11 from the 28-yard line, Lightning strikes again with the name of Wesley Carroll on the end. Back to pass. Bobby Hebert stands at the 20, looks, throws one over the middle, intended for Carroll. Caught! He'll score! 30, 20, 10. Touchdown Saints! 72-yard pass play to Wesley Carroll. 3 plays, 92 yards, 14:02 remaining in the game. Anderson's extra point kick made it 14-6. Bears took back over, picked up 1 first down, and had to punt away. The Saints, on their next offensive possession, had to punt away after driving down to the 37-yard area of Bears territory. It had been debated at that point that Morton Anderson maybe should have tried a field goal. Of course, his knee might be bothering him a little bit today. Instead, it was a 26-yard punt. The Bears take over at their own 16-yard line, but on 3rd down and 2 from the 37-yard line, Ricky Jackson comes in with the Popeyes pop of the game. Back to pass Harbaugh. He sacks. He fumbles it. It's picked up by Goff at the 15 to the 10. He'll score. Robert Goff touchdown. Thank you, Ricky Jackson, with the assist. Ricky Jackson hits Harbaugh, who fumbles, as mentioned, in the Saints score with that 19-yard fumble return by Pig Goff. And keep in mind that Wilkes did not play today because he was injured. 21-6 is the score at that time on the Bears' next offensive possession. On a 1st and 10 at the 43-yard line, a tip pass goes into the air, and Reggie Jones was at the end of this gift. Harbaugh back to pass on 2nd and short. Of the would-be receiver Lewis, intercepted. He may go all the way. He's going to score to the 30, 20, 10, touchdown, Reggie Jones. How about that? 28-6, that's the way it ended. Reggie Jones with an exclamation point at the end of the ball game, and the Saints win their first of the year. They're 1-1, and in the Year of the Fan, with the number 1 jersey dedicated today to the fans here in the Superdome, a fired-up crowd here of 68,591 saw the Saints even their record in '92. More in a moment after these network messages. This is the Saints Network.
This radio station is your official source for the latest information on the New Orleans Saints as they go through the battles of the gridiron season here in the National Football League. Daily on many of these stations, you can hear the Saints Today, a look at the Saints organization with comments from players, coaches, and others that make up the Saints organization. The Saints Today is heard mornings on many of these Saints radio network stations. Then each afternoon, Clear Channel Sports proudly presents the Jim Moore Journal, a daily visit with the head coach of the Saints. David Garrett and Coach Jim Moore look at personnel, injuries, upcoming opponents, and a lot more. Afternoons on many of these Saints radio network stations. The Saints Today and the Jim Moore Journal, 2 daily sources of the latest on your New Orleans Saints. Heard on many of these stations from Clear Channel Sports on the New Orleans Saints radio network.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome. 28-6, Saints over the Bears today. In other games, Atlanta, Washington. Washington beats the Atlanta Falcons 24-17. Dallas beats the Giants in the Meadowlands today, 34-28. Tampa Bay at home over Green Bay, 31-3. Detroit beats Minnesota, 31-17. Raiders Cincinnati tied 21-21 in the 4th. Kansas City leads Seattle 27-6. That game also in the 4th period of play. Stats today: Vaughn Dunbar, 13 rushes, 47 yards, averaged 3.6 per carry. His longest carry was 10 yards. Bobby Hebert was 13 of 25 for 264. He was sacked a couple of times. He threw 2 touchdown passes. His longest was 72. But coming in second place was that first touchdown pass, Eric Martin, in a 52-yard receptions. Receiving today, Turner, unfortunately leaving the ball game with possibly a fractured left femur in his left leg. Floyd Turner, 1 catch, 11 yards. Eric Martin, 2 catches, 58 yards and a touchdown. Dalton Hilliard, 3 catches, 29 yards. Hobie Brenner, 2 for 38. Quinn Early, 1 catch for 44 yards. Patrick Newman, 2 catches for 13 yards. Wesley Carroll, 1 catch, 72 yards. Carroll has caught 2 touchdown passes so far in '92. Nice job of punting today by Barnhart, and if you discount the punt that he just pooched down inside the 20-yard line late in the ball game that went for 26 yards, an even better day. 5 punts, a 43.8 average. His longest was 51 yards. Mustard today was the leading ground gainer for the Bears, 7 attempts, 37 yards. Anderson had 10 carries for 36. Harbaugh was 25 of 45 for 260. He was intercepted twice. His longest pass only 26 yards. Leading receiver for the Bears with 6 catches was Davis. His longest was 20. As the Saints win today by a score of 28-6 over the Bears. Now we'll pause for these local messages and more on the wrap-up show after this. You're listening to Saints Football.
Exxon Shop salutes the 26th Saints season with special savings they're passing on to you. Save with the Tiger all summer long. Stop in a local convenient Exxon Shop near you and stock up on plenty of 10K. Beat summer heat with lots of 10K. All 32-ounce flavors only 99 cents at all participating Exxon shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon shops. Stock up on plenty of 10K. All 32-ounce flavors only 99 cents at all participating Exxon shops. Rely on the Tiger. Rely on your Exxon shops. Prices may vary at participating locations.
Special Shoetown traffic alert. Shoetown and Foot in Fashion advise using a side road to sidestep the side show, sparked by their massive store-wide sale. Right now, men's and women's short sleeve mid tops and shirts, half price. Men's and women's summer shorts, half price. Half price at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 20% off athletic shoes, Reebok, Nike, Fila, Converse, Pony, and more. Now 20% off at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion's spectacular store-wide sale.
There's one bank that lives by its motto of absolutely the best personal service in New Orleans. That bank is your friends at United Bank and Trust. At United Bank and Trust, they make it their business to know each of their customers personally because they know to better serve all your banking needs, they have to take a one-on-one approach. Whether it's home mortgages, car loans, home improvement loans, or small business loans, United Bank and Trust at 2714 Canal Street can help. United Bank and Trust, where personal service isn't just a motto, it's the way United does business with you.
Hi there, I'm Continuous Music Q93's LBJ, inviting you to join us for the Oldies All Request Lunch Hour. It's the best of yesterday and yesteryear. That happens at 12 noon Monday through Friday, and you can call us with your favorites at 260-9393 or toll free 1-800-364-9393, or you can even fax us 522-6612. 12 noon tomorrow on Continuous Music Q93.
You're listening to Q93.
Welcome back. One scoring update. We do not have a final, but Cincinnati kicks a field goal in overtime to beat the L.A. Raiders today in Cincinnati. So the Bengals with the 24-21 win, as that's now passed down to us in our intercom. Of course, the better score, the more important score, your favorite score, 28-6. Saints beat the Bears today here in the Louisiana Superdome to go at 1-1. Bears on Monday Night Football a week from Monday against the Giants, and the Saints are on the road in the Georgia Dome next Sunday at noon against the Atlanta Falcons with that even record. Once again, the final score, the New Orleans Saints 28, the Chicago Bears 6. This is David Garrett speaking for Archie Manning and Jim Henderson, game producer Robert Carroll, statistician Dale Jones, spotter Randy Renner, and in-studio producer Craig Logston. Vice President in charge of Clear Channel Sports is Tim West. Director of Network Sales, Rob Fields. Executive producer, Ron Hayes. Engineer, Chester Grubbs. Stay tuned for the Locker Room Show, live with Jim Henderson. This broadcast was originated and produced by Clear Channel Sports Networks, subsidiary of Clear Channel Communications Incorporated. Stay tuned now for the Locker Room Show and the NFL Scoreboard Show right here on the Saints Network.
Saints Football, an exclusive presentation on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network, is proudly sponsored by Southwest Airlines, providing frequent flights and low fares, which is why flying Southwest Airlines is just plain smart. And Popeye's Fried Chicken and Biscuits, an official training table product of the New Orleans Saints. And Ford Quality Care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby. And Sears Brand Central, the brand you want at the store you trust. And your Southland Jeep and Eagle dealer. Remember, there's only one Jeep. By Pennzoil Motor Oil and Gum Out, available at all Walmart stores. By BC Headache Powder, no matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster. And by Tabasco Brand Products, Tabasco Sauce, 7-Spice Chili, and Tabasco Bloody Mary Mix. They're Louisiana legends. Now stay tuned for our visit in the Saints locker room. You're listening to New Orleans Saints football.
Next kind of lights not included, rated according to Chrysler Corp.
Car buyers, this is a public notice. Ray Brandt Dodge, Louisiana's #1 Dodge dealer, has been ordered by the factory's auditor to blow out over $10 million in new cars and trucks at rock-bottom prices. Get the brand new 93 Caravan with auto AC AC, FM, AM stereo, driver's airbag, and more, only $14,695. 100 caravans to choose from during the Ray Brant Dodge factory-ordered emergency clearance. 1660 West Bank Expressway, Harvey.
T-Tiger Ski Lodge, 3224 Edenborn Avenue is your New Orleans Saints sports bar. And check out this all-star lineup. Monday night is men's night. That's right, all of the guys are invited to T-Tiger Sports Bar to enjoy a sexy baby doll lingerie show starting at 9 p.m. with a $1.50 pitcher and super drink specials all night. Thursday night is Jager night at the Ski Lodge with a lovely Jagerettes and a $1.25 Jager. T-Tiger Ski Lodge, where every night is a fun night. T-Tiger Ski Lodge, 3224 Edenborn Avenue in Metairie. Limos by 8 Confidential.
Hi, this is CJ Superstar Morgan, star of CJ and Company and Saints fan extraordinaire. Boy, I hope you guys are enjoying the ball game. And while we got this little break, I'd just like to take a moment to invite you to join me mornings from 5:30 until 10 for more music, more money, more Monica Pierre, and more fun. Also, during this time out, I say we play a little Saints music, just to kind of keep you guys fired up. Hold on a second here. Maestro, if you please, Saints music there. There we go. Thank you very much. There you go. You can you just kind of hum along here, to stay fired up. But if you can't hum, you can pat your foot or something. Yes, indeed. It's a Saints thing, you see. There, don't you feel better now?
CJ Superstar Morgan and Company. Mornings on Q93.
You're listening to Q93.
It's time to head to the locker room. The New Orleans Saints Network continues our exclusive live coverage of the Saints with interviews with the coaches and players in the Saints locker room.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome. It's empty in here, but it's full in the streets in New Orleans, and they're happy about a 28-6 win over the Chicago Bears this afternoon in front of a sold-out crowd. Attendance 68,591. We're on the road again next week. Today, the offense scores 2 touchdowns in the second half. The defense scores 2 touchdowns in the second half. In the first half, Pat Swilling got a sack to get the ball game started off and is part of the team leadership of the Saints defense, and he is with our own Jim Henderson in the locker room. Jim?
Pat, what did they feed you? Raw meat at halftime down here? I've never seen a game change so dramatically from the first 30 minutes to the last.
Well, we knew we had to stay intense, and we came out and played very, very intense. Our guys got after of it, and we just ignited at one point there, and our guys just really took off. Ricky made the big play, then play after play, and our guys just really played well in the second half.
When there is such a turnaround, everybody wants to know, what did the coach say to you at halftime, or did anybody say anything? What lit the fire?
I don't know. I think our guys just felt a sense of urgency. We knew we had to win this game. We would have been 0-2, and that's just something we weren't going to stand for. And our guys in the locker room, you could tell at the halftime, our guys were excited, ready to go, knew what we had to go out there and do. And our guys just really played well. And it was we executed very well, too. I think that was the difference. Our guys played good defense. And offensively, Dalton Hillier did a great job of just holding the ball and just kept them moving. And we all came together.
You guys never got discouraged, too, when Butler missed that field goal. That seemed to help as well in the second half. You scored 2 touchdowns on defense along with 2 touchdowns on offense in the final 30 minutes.
And that's great football. That's what we try to do, is turn the ball over defensively. We keep getting turnovers. Last week we got turnovers. This week we got turnovers. If you get a ball to our offense, they're going to score. And if you give the ball to us, we might score also. And today that was the course.
A couple of guys who made huge plays for you defensively. Ricky jarring that football loose for the Goff touchdown, and Reggie Jones. They both played great games, didn't they?
They really did. Ricky played very, very well, and Pig Goff was in the right place at the right time, picked the ball up, and Reggie's going to be a superstar in this league. You mark my word.
That's a strong statement.
It is.
What would this have meant to this team to start out 0-2?
Been tough. Been real tough. I'm glad I don't even have to deal with that. I was trying to imagine what it would feel like to be 0-2, and I'm glad we get off to a better start. We 1-1. We got the first win, and now we just go forward.
This is the first time in 9 years the Bears have been 1-1 after 2 games. They'd started out 2-0 their previous 8 seasons.
They're a tough opponent, but I felt like we were due. They beat us the last 2 times in the regular season, and one time in the playoff game, and I felt like sooner or later that we would get the upper hand, and today was our time.
I'm going to ask the coach this when he gets done with his press conference, but he seemed to feel particularly good about this game prior to it. Did you share in that optimism, even though you guys had played so poorly against Philadelphia?
Well, he felt like we'd played better, and he knows what this football team can do once we get it together. And I felt like he was very confident. He displayed that confidence to us during the week also. He never panicked, never worried that much about Philadelphia. It was over and done with. Just told us to get ready for this game, and we could win it if we played the whole game. We played very hard, and we did those things today.
Pat, congratulations on a great victory.
Thanks a lot.
David?
Thank you, Jim. We'll pause for these messages for Castrol and Jeep and Eagle.
If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into Cliff's Thrifty Lube and Walker Honda of Alexandria and the Oil Express of Eunice, Louisiana, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. While you're there, register to win free Saints tickets. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Castrol.
There's something going on at your Jeep and Eagle dealer. Clearance sale. It's the end of the model year. Save big. Your dealer wants to make room for all the new models. Save really big. Get a 4-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee and save all on yourself. Or get cash back on Eagle Talon. Count it. Save big on Jeep Wrangler Party and 4-door Eagle Summit. Look cool. Not too many people all of America know about this money event, so take your time. Hurry in now. This offer runs forever. Ends soon. Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation.
Welcome back to the Superdome. The Saints today, 24 rushes for 94 total yards, passing 13 and 25. Bobby Hebert had great protection in the second half, and a man partly responsible for that, offensive lineman Jim Dombrowski, who's with Jim Henderson. Jim?
Jim, you guys never got discouraged despite how badly you were playing in the first half as an offense, the difficulty you had moving the football. What was the difference between the first and second halves for this offense?
Really, there wasn't too much difference. We felt, even the first couple drives, we were moving the ball on them. We felt good about the things that we were doing to attack their defense, and we were having critical mistakes to stop our drives. And we didn't panic, and we just came back in at halftime and saw some adjustments that they were making defensively to offensive formations, and figured out a little bit different way to attack it, and we just stuck with it. And I think running the ball and sticking with the running game really helped.
And there were holes there today, as there were none last week against Philadelphia, it seemed. Paul Boudreaux was telling me before the game that he told you guys, let's go back to what we were doing in preseason, the blocking scheme that we had then. We got away from totally for some reason against Philadelphia.
Yeah, we came up with some new techniques in the offseason, and it worked really well, obviously, during the preseason. And I don't know if it was first game jitters or playing the defensive quality of the Eagles, but sometimes we got away from the new techniques and reverted back to the old techniques. And with the new techniques, they've really worked, and we got to stick with them.
Boy, a big drive that you guys had that didn't result in any points, but a big one at the time of the game. You're up 14-6, and you go on a 7-minute and 5-second drive that leaves them with only 4:36 left in the game. That was a big drive for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were, at the time we were up, and we knew that we needed to eat some time off the clock, and particularly what happened to us last year where they were able to come back late and beat us. So offensively, we knew that we needed to chew up the clock, and the best way to do that is to run the ball and run the ball effectively. And Dalton, I know, carried a lot of the load, catching and running, and he did a great job making sure we got first downs, and that's what we needed to do. We needed to eat up some time. It would have been nice if we got some points, but thank God the defense came back with 14 points.
How much better a player is William Perry at 320 than he is at 395?
Much better. He's still a big, strong guy. I mean, it's hard to be small at 320, but he's a lot quicker off the ball, and he's much better at shedding blocks. It was a big, not concern of mine, but I was worried about him, the rumors that he was 320, and was he really 320, or what exactly was his weight. And it would have been nice if I would have seen some film on him just to see how much quicker he was. It would have helped me out, but I think I made some decent adjustments to him.
I think that's an understatement. Congratulations on a great performance today.
Thank you.
That's Jim Dombrowski. Back upstairs to you, David.
All right, Jim. And Jim Mora continues to talk with the written and broadcast media, and we'll be with Jim Henderson in a moment. Our thanks to Mary Beth Romick for her help in the booth today, and also a special assist to Gerald Duhan, who helped us out early today with our card file. Thank you, Gerald, who works for our flagship station in New Orleans. We'll pause for these local messages. Saints win over the Bears, 28-6. You're listening to Saints football.
It's a back alley fight. It's a no-holds-barred Donnybrook. It's a classic football rivalry. It's the New Orleans Saints and the Atlanta Falcons on Q93 this Sunday. The New Orleans Saints march through Georgia to Atlanta to occupy the Georgia Dome and settle who's the best in the South. It's the dome-to-dome game, and there'll be no prisoners taken. The rivalry continues this Sunday. The Saints in Atlanta at noon on your New Orleans Saints FM station Q93.
You can believe everything you hear about Royal Mazda. They're the dealership that's different. So when Royal says they've got a great Mazda for you, it's a fact.
When you drive away with a Royal Mazda, we feel like that we're sitting in the back seat.
Our customers depend on us to be there for them long after they've bought their car, and we are.
Mazda trucks are tough.
Mazda sells itself.
This is Mazda Mania.
Take it from the pros who know. Royal Mazda, the dealership that's different.
Special Shoetown traffic alert. Shoetown and Foot in Fashion advise using a side road to sidestep the side show, sparked by their massive store-wide sale. Right now, men's and women's short sleeve knit tops and shirts, half price. Men's and women's summer shorts, half price. Half price at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion. 20% off athletic shoes, Reebok, Nike, Fila, Converse, Pony, and more. Now 20% off at Shoetown and Foot in Fashion's spectacular store-wide sale.
If it's sports, you've got to know all the scores.
Baseball, football, hockey, and more.
If it's about the Saints, you want to know all the updates.
The decision makers, Jim Finch and the Jim Moore Show.
And who knows the Saints better than our favorite quarterback?
The Archie Manning Show.
Where can you get all of this and a whole lot more? Q93 sister station, Sports 1280 AM. Sports 24 hours a day. So while the other stations are reporting what they predict, hear it from the horse's mouth. Sports 24 hours a day, only on Sports 1280 AM. You're listening to Q93.
Welcome back. The coach thought that the Saints would win today. He said so before the game. 28-6 the final score. Now Jim Mora gets to say so again with Jim Henderson.
Thanks a lot, David. You did say that you were very confident about your team's chances before the game, Jim. What led you to believe that this might be the week?
Well, I mean, it's only the second week,
yes,
Jim.
I know
it's not like we've been lost 5 or 6 in a row, for crying out loud. You know, we lost our first game by 2 points, and we won today. But, we got a pretty good football team, and we were playing at home, and our guys had prepared well all week, and I felt like we had an opportunity to beat these guys. I really did.
Yeah, and you guaranteed me before the game that you would win this game.
Did I do that on radio, or just you and I off the air?
Just you and me.
Did I say guarantee?
Yes.
I
Worked
did,
for
you're
Joe
right,
Namath.
Well, I say a lot of things when it's not for the public.
You know, the cliche question after a turnaround like that, after the first 30 minutes of football to the second, is what did the head coach say to these guys at halftime, and what adjustments were made? Did you say anything, and were there any dramatic adjustments?
Nothing dramatic adjustment-wise. You always make some minor things. You talk to your guys about things that they need to do a little bit differently, but we didn't make any dramatic adjustments. I did not. I didn't say much at all to them. I says, hey, we're still in the ball game. It's 6-0. We got to go out and play hard every down for 30 minutes, and we can't have any lapses. And if we do that, there's a good chance that good things will happen to us. And we need to make some plays, but you do that by just working hard every down, and that's what we did. We worked hard every down and played the way we're supposed to play, and the ball came our way.
Another cliche is taking what the defense gives you. It seems like you threw the ball deep today more than I can remember a Saints team doing recently. Was that in the scheme? Were they giving you that? Were they really jumping up on the receivers?
They've had shown times when they didn't have a safety in the middle of the field, where we thought maybe we could hit the post route like the one we hit to Wes, and also actually the one to Eric wasn't quite that way, but and we'd worked on it. We've been working on it the last couple of weeks, so we took advantage of that opportunity today.
The fake reverse and the throw to Eric that produced that touchdown, that was in the game plan last week, wasn't it, for the Eagles, that you just didn't get a chance to run?
Right. We had that play in the game plan for Philadelphia. We did not run it. We've been running it, some in practice, obviously, but called it today, and it worked good and caught him in the right defense and did a good job executing it. It was a good call by Carl Smith, and everything went fine.
Amidst all the euphoria here, one very serious thing to talk about is the injury to Floyd Turner.
Right. Floyd, I was told, broke his femur, which is the thigh bone, on the punt return, and he'll go to the hospital. Obviously, he's in the hospital now, I think, but will be operated on. I think they have to put a pin in there, but he'll be done for the season.
That's a shame, but other than that, a great day for the Saints, and congratulations to you and your team.
Thanks very much. They deserve it. The team deserves it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. David?
All right, Jim Henderson, good job. First quarter score, San Francisco leads the Buffalo Bills by a score of 7-3. Here, though, the Saints win today 28-6 over the Bears. Now this for Castrol and Ford.
If you've been putting off your car's oil change, do it now. Today's 4- and 6-cylinder cars are really tough on motor oils. Drive into Cliff's Thrifty Lube and Walker Honda of Alexandria and the Oil Express of Eunice, Louisiana, and get a complete Castrol GTX oil change. While you're there, register to win free Saints tickets. The job will be done fast and done right using Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Castrol.
When it comes to getting your Ford serviced, you don't want any surprises. That's why Interstate Ford in Metairie keeps the prices for the most common services listed on a menu over the service counter, so you can see what the charges are up front. Like an engine tune-up for as low as $39.95. Stop in at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie anytime. There are no surprises here. Quality care. It may be your car, but it's still our baby.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Dave Garrett along with Jim Henderson in the locker room show. Let's pass along some defensive stats. Reggie Jones and Gene Atkins led in tackles today with 4 tackles. Atkins got 2 assists, and also Jones credited with 4 pass defenses and Atkins 3, but it was Reggie Jones' 1 interception today and run back for a touchdown that really sealed the fate of this game. Jimmy Spencer had 5 tackles today. Brett Maxey had 7. Toy Cook with 6. Sam Mills had 4. Pat Swilling had 6 tackles today and 1 sack for a loss of 7 yards. Ricky Jackson had 3 tackles today, but 1 sack for a loss of 13 yards. And on that play, Robert Goff, they call him the Pig, rumbled 19 yards for a score after the fumble by Jim Harbaugh, which started the Saints' landslide in the second half. On special teams, Taylor, Maxey, Lumpkin, and Smingy all credited with 1 tackle, and even Bobby Hebert got a tackle today. So we'll talk about that later. Carl Smith is the offensive coordinator of the New Orleans Saints, and he is now with Jim Henderson in the locker room. Jim?
Yeah, Carl Smith is down here. We're going to eavesdrop a little bit on this conversation as no other players available at the moment. Oh, wait a second. Here comes Pig Goff. So let me just wait 1 second. Oh, now Carl's free. Boy, I'm getting double teamed here. We'll get 1 comment from Carl, and then we'll jump over here to Pig. 1 second, because we're making him wait. What happened to the old conservative Carl today, throwing 50 and 70-yard touchdown passes? Why don't you do that all the time?
Bobby threw those passes. We've got those called every week, and he refuses to throw them. Now, when they're open, he's going to take a shot at it. So it worked out good for us today.
Were they giving you that sort of thing? I know Jim Morris said you saw some coverages where they didn't have a guy in the middle of the field sometimes.
We had one in the first half where hard play fake where we thought Carrier took the crossing route, so it was the Quinn on the corner, and I thought he had a shot, but he didn't throw it up there. I don't know if it was protection or he didn't have a good view of it. So we knew we were going to get back to it at some point.
Well, congratulations. Keep the same game plan in place for the Falcons next week, okay?
What we got on the game plan is sack, Pig, touchdown.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
That's on our game plan for next
How does that sound to you, Pig?
That sounds super, but I don't know will I get a chance to be around the football with a play like that. Ricky Jackson just smashed this guy, and I had the opportunity to be on the field and got a good bounce off the ball, and next thing you know, I was taking off for the end zone.
Showing some good speed, too. Hey, that's got to be heaven for a nose tackle, doesn't it?
It's a super feeling. That's my first touchdown ever. I didn't know how to respond. I was feeling great, like I was on the cloud.
Did you sometimes plays like that occur in slow motion. Did you see it coming? Did you see the shot that Ricky was going to put on him?
I was rushing the pass. I didn't see Rick. Rick came from the outside, and it was like I heard it. Wham! And the ball was bounced. And first it felt like I was moving. Now that you mention it, it felt like I was moving in slow motion. But I scooped it up and got in the end zone. And I'm just glad to have an opportunity to contribute to the team and to the victory.
Must have been kind of fun in that defensive huddle in the last few minutes of that game, the way you turned it on in the second half.
No, it wasn't fun because Coach Pease told me forget that play and get on with the next play. And the ball game ain't over till it's over.
And now it's over.
Now it's over. I'm going to go celebrate this touchdown with my family.
It'll make a few highlight films, I'm sure, around the country this week. That was a great play by Ricky and you. Congratulations on the victory, Pig.
Thank you very much.
That's nose tackle Pig Goff, who had a big part in today's win. David?
All right, Jim, we'll be back with more in a moment after these local messages. You're listening to Saints Football.